Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Most Precious Person. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Konoha was known worldwide for its moderately warm temperature, the climate producing bountiful harvests that villages on the side of cool, crisp days and poverty would give a limb or two for. The Hidden Leaf Village was highly recognized for its display of talented and skilled ninja. It had upheld a position of high achievement and accumulative numbers in the shinobi ranks over the years, at the same time maintaining a steady treaty with several other hidden villages. In addition to those features, the fiery village seemed to attract a fair amount of tourists and guests all year round. Families that just happened to have a spare amount of fortune often chose to take to the village where no shadow remained a patch of darkness for long. As it was, there were several sites worthy of classification as tourist attractions, one being the infamous Hokage Tower, and the other the Hokage Monument, a large, intricately carved slab of stone that depicted the previous and current Hokages. And, as today's family of tourists would soon discover, it appeared to be traditional to slather paint over the preserved stone faces, inscribing various scribbles and uncouthly remarks. All in broad daylight too. A businessman from mainland, a father of 2 young children, cleared his throat and tapped the shoulder of the Chunin shinobi that had been assigned to produce a tour of the village for the family. "Excuse me, good sir," he said, a slight tone of disapproval apparent in his deep voice. The Chunin turned to face the man. He did well to disguise the expression of utter boredom and chagrin. If there was one thing Hatan Kyoshi happened to label near the top of his list of idiotic doings I refuse to subject myself but am forced to list, it would be leading such sightseers around the village. He had been Chunin for 8 years, had been denied the opportunity to rise in rank to Jounin, and quite honestly he was set off. As he laid his dulled gaze on the businessman referring a toughened shinobi, as a good sir, he had the sudden urge to teach the man exactly what a good sir such as Kyoshi was capable of. However, although forcing 2 sinban up the man's nostrils would certainly qualify him as the latest addition to the many attractions the village had to offer, he had the vague idea that the Hokage would not be amused. So, for the sake of his career, Kyoshi guided the creative half of his mind back onto sensible territory. He pasted a forcibly upturned smile on his face and beamed at the tourist, trying not to be disgusted by the older man's smooth, obviously manicured hands. These were hands that knew only how to deal with dead piles of paperwork and not the roughened edges of kunai. "Yes, Hatan Kyoshi at your service. How may I help you?" The businessman seemed not to notice the sarcasm dripping from his host's honeyed tone. Instead, he frowned toward the monument and tried to find the words. "Please correct me if I am wrong, but it did not so much as hint in the brochure that such outrageously inappropriate acts would." The man's face flushed to a peculiar shade of violet as his eyes slanted into slits. Kyoshi rolled his eyes. "Trust the high and mighty to make such a big deal out of the simplest matters." "Yes," he prompted, unable to prevent his toe from tapping on the pavement, dangerously close to the man's polished shoes. Dust lingered in the thin morning air. The man's wife returned and she glanced at her husband with an inquiring look in her eyes, her hands suspiciously guiding her children's curious gazes away from the big rock thingy. The businessman slipped his arm around his wife's slender shoulders and they shuffled backward, away from their guide. It was about time for Kyoshi to snap, and he did. "What?" he growled, irritated. "I doubt Hokage-sama would appreciate your disrespect toward his predecessors." The man's lips twitched. "I suggest you see for yourself," he grumbled, turning his small family away. "Up there." Kyoshi glanced up at the Hokage stone. "Nothing is out of place," he called after the tourists. "Hey, come back and dash." His voice broke off as he snapped his head around to stare at the monument again. 3 seconds passed, and then his eyes narrowed. He groaned and slapped a hand to his forehead. "Oh no, not again. Naruto." As if on cue, an obnoxiously loud "wahoo" filled the air, and Kyoshi whipped around to see a blond, blue-eyed boy breaking away from the Hokage monument and diving down to the earth, cackling as fluorescent paint spilled in his wake. Furiously, The Chunin whipped out his short-distance communicator, but raising the alarm was unnecessary. The patrols, fortunately, were not blind. They materialized within seconds, as if they had done this many times before. And they had. Kiyoshi dashed forward to intercept the troublemaker. "Get back here, Uzumaki," he snarled, arms outstretched. "You aren't going anywhere but the Hokage's office." "Oh, shut up. Just because you don't have the guts." The boy laughed and bounded upward. Kiyoshi growled and leapt after him, grappling for the blonde in midair. He succeeded in relieving him of the buckets of paint, and as they both watched in fascination, the colorful fluid spilled over the street, splattering over the family of tourists that Kiyoshi had been leading. Kiyoshi fell away from Naruto, hissing curses and bidding farewell to his chances of getting taken off tourist duty. Strangely, despite the torturous scrubbing down he would receive from his superiors later, he had to admit that the businessman's angry sputters were music to his ears. Naruto laughed once more at the color-coded family before leaping off a roof into the next street. He glanced back to see a handful of uniformed Chunin pursuing him. He even recognized some of the threatening faces. Grinning, the boy turned his head to stick his tongue out at them. He should not have gloated, he realized, when they pushed in another trickle of speed and started closing the distance between the two groups. He skidded on the dirt road into a smaller alleyway. He dashed into an empty side street, eyes flickering from side to side as his devious mind started to put together an escape plan. It had been a pleasure earning his own fan club, but it would not suffice if his great achievement ended with him in another staring match with Old Man Hokage. Naruto was absorbed deeply in his thoughts and focusing on the sound of his pursuer's footsteps. He jumped, literally, when a hand dropped lightly onto his shoulder. He yelped as if shocked, and his feet left the ground a good 3 inches. He turned and stumbled back a few steps. He found himself facing a tall woman with long, flowing dark hair and eyes that glinted crimson in the midday sunlight. Naruto found himself blinking at the woman's choice of clothing, a set of wraps that strangely resembled bandages wrapped around her upper body, a single red sleeve protruding to cover her right arm. Swallowing became somewhat difficult as his gaze flickered upward to the Konoha Hitate that adorned her forehead. Judging from her questionable uniform, she was not a Chunin. Busted. Hi. Uzumaki Naruto was very rarely lost for words. More often than not, he was the one who forced words into the mouths of others. Yet, staring at this woman, a sense of superiority somehow radiating off her being, he found himself struggling to put together a sentence. He realized that this was anxiety, which just happened to be a foreign emotion to the blonde. Naruto had faced and dealt with Chunin multiple times, but he had yet to experience the wrath of a Jounin. Irika, in hopes of averting his troublesome student away from public defacement, regularly dropped hints that he would rather be hunted down by 10 Chunin than a single Jounin. The woman paused and then walked toward him. As she passed the boy, she tapped his shoulder. "I believe the art of disguising one's self would be suitable for a situation such as this one," she murmured, and continued on her way. Naruto ignored the bead of sweat that had trickled down the side of his face when the woman had brushed past him. He turned and opened his mouth to thank her for her advice, but the Chunin's steps were pounding closer. Hurriedly, he tore his curious gaze away and dived toward the fence. "Get back here, you little devil." "Damn it, where'd he go?" "Split up. I'll go this way." "Man, I can't wait to get my hands on that kid." Yuhi Kurenai quietly stepped back as a pair of flustered Chunins darted by her. They had not thought at all to question her, this courtesy of the low-level genjutsu she had concealed herself with. A game of cat and mouse in which the number of felines greatly outnumbered the rodent barely seemed righteous in Kurenai's eyes. She paused to glance back at the boy she had passed. For a moment, she wondered if she had unconsciously cast her genjutsu on a wider basis. The street was absolutely deserted, deprived of any presence she could sense. It wasn't until half a minute later, when the cause of the commotion materialized from the fence, that Kurenai realized that he had been there the entire time, skillfully concealed. An eyebrow arced up. The boy would have done well without her advice. He had the look of one who had attempted such escape tactics a great number of times, and had been caught on a collection of occasions, from the look of it. Kurenai watched with a slightly bemused smile as an academy instructor appeared behind the blonde boy, hands on hips and an expression torn between amusement and strictness on his face. "Naruto!" the man screamed in the boy's ear. Kurenai's lips twitched as the short blonde was led away by his teacher, cupping his ear against the pain. "So, this is Uzumaki Naruto," she mused. Yumino Irika did not know what to do with the blonde boy bound on the floor before him. Naruto, he was a handful. A bright ball of energy that refused to exhaust. The Chunin sighed and leaned over, forcing a hard glare into his eyes. "What were you doing out of class, Naruto?" he demanded, ignoring the giggles of the other students in his class, apparently amused by their classmates' behavior. "Painting that big rock up there," Naruto replied in a loud, boisterous voice. He struggled into a sitting position, his olive goggles slipping over one eye as he did so. "I'll be up there soon enough. Just you watch. I'm gonna be the Hokage." "Idiot!" Irika scolded. He raised a threatening fist. "You have your graduation exam tomorrow, and here you are playing around and stuffing up like a drunken monkey. How are you going to become the greatest ninja of the Leaf Village if you can't make it past academy rank?" Naruto recoiled slightly, but quickly bounced back with a retort on his tongue. "So? If I can't be a genin or a jounin or whatever, what does it matter? I'll find a way. There's no rule that says you have to be on the top of the ladder to be Hokage. See? I know my stuff." The boy's determination struck Irika, as it had so many times before. Attention seeker he may be, Naruto had a hell of a lot of confidence when it came to his ambition to surpass those who looked down on him. His endless pranks were understandable. The blonde sought to be the center of attention, to be recognized. Irika understood that Naruto had been shunned by the majority of the village since birth, and the isolation reminded the Chunin painfully of himself. "Am I doing this the wrong way?" he questioned himself. "It would make your job a lot easier," Irika said in a much softer tone. Naruto jammed his tongue out and struggled some more against his bindings. "Doesn't mean I can't do it the hard way, does it?" he challenged. "I'm going to be Hokage no matter what. You got me? Believe it." The discussion was started to fade. Irika sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Fine. But this still doesn't excuse you from skipping class. 30 laps around the courtyard, and then you're going to scrub off whatever you did to the Hokage stone." The Chunin knelt down to undo the rope that bound Naruto's hands to his back. As he worked with the knots, Irika could not resist but murmur in the boy's ear, "Being Hokage is hard, Naruto. Don't you have any backup ambitions?" Later, he kicked himself for not foreseeing what came next. "Sure I do," Naruto boasted. He grinned and turned his head to his classmates, focusing on one in particular. "Hey, Sakura-chan. Will you go out with me? Pretty please." A breath of silence was all the peace Irika received before a pink-haired girl wordlessly pushed her chair back and stormed down the steps. The Chunin could practically hear the death threats stirring in her mind. Given Haruno Sakura's ingenuity, he did not doubt that every single one of them promised much pain. "Sakura, get back to your seat," Irika said, his order falling on deaf ears as the enraged girl advanced. The Chunin winced at the amount of murderous intent that his student exuded. Despite the trouble he had caused, not even Naruto deserved to be castrated at such a young age. Moving swiftly, he tucked to protesting. Naruto, under one arm, stalked to the window and tossed the boy out onto the courtyard. "What? Irika-sensei, ow. Practice your rope escape technique," Irika called distractedly, before snapping the window shut. "See? He's gone now, Sakura. Come on, back to your seat please." "But Irika-sensei," she protested. She pointed an accusing finger at Naruto, just visible over the windowsill. She could not even express her indignity. Yamanaka Ino propped her elbow up on her desk, smirking. "Made fun of your big forehead? That's normal, Sakura." Irika's face caught the bristling attack of Sakura's hair as she whipped around to glare at her rival. "Shut up, Ino pig." "Excuse me?" "Giant forehead." 2 seats away from Ino, Nara Shikamaru grumbled and shifted his head on the pillow he had made of his arms. "How troublesome," he muttered. Irika could not agree more with his lazy student. The academy brought back fond memories of childhood and the rise to a shinobi. Especially childhood and the friendship that had accompanied such. Yuhi Kurenai would know. Her path and achievements had stemmed from this very place, the slightly rundown clutter of buildings in the center of the village. She was standing on a branch of the taller trees that fringed the academy's boundaries. It was lunchtime, and the children had spilled onto the courtyard. A couple of instructors left the main building for their own quarters, relieved that they had finally escaped the hellhole of their respective classrooms. It was the day of the graduation exam, and it seemed that the students were particularly uptight about the event. And, as all academy instructors had discovered today, excess energy, anxiety included, was usually vented out as quickly as possible in the most creative forms. Kurenai silently gazed down at the students. There was a curious amount of talent in this generation of potential shinobi. Some of the well-known clans in Konoha had chipped in their next generation. Kurenai noticed a Nara, Yamanaka, and a Kimichi among the students, knowing that, if they made genin, they would most likely be placed on the same team. There were few students that had not come from such clans, but even then they displayed promise. Earlier that day Kurenai had stopped by to observe one of the classes, and she had seen a pink-haired girl produce an impressive description of the summoning jutsu, a technique that was well-being an academy student's knowledge. Yes, Kurenai decided, quite a lot of genin would be produced with this year's harvest, and she knew that the chances of her being dismissed from the duty of heading a team was minimal. The third Hokage had already asked her the previous day to take a genin team under her wing. Kurenai did not appreciate such, preferring to work on her own, but it was rather difficult to refuse. After the genin exam, she would attend a meeting with the other selected jounin and the academy instructors to discuss the composition of the teams. A person who did not particularly take to waiting, Kurenai had decided to make use of her time. It was profoundly difficult to work with a team that was foreign to you, and to compensate for that, she had taken it upon herself to grasp the personalities of the future genin before it came to the team selections. The students seemed to each portray their own lifestyle and interests in their movements, even the slightest upturn of a word betraying their emotions. The only one Kurenai could recognize was the Hyuga girl, Hinata. The girl was painfully shy, just as she had been the first time Kurenai had met her. Hyuga Hayashi had given up on his eldest daughter and had arranged for her training to be overseen by the academy, himself focusing his time on Hinata's younger sister, who, admittedly, displayed more promise than the older of the siblings. Kurenai pondered on the possibility of nominating Hinata to be on her team, but then realized that it would take some convincing, the girl being a Hyuga and therefore a great asset to whichever team she was assigned, regardless of whether or not she happened to be the failure her father accused her to be. The jounin deduced that an approximate of 3 teams would be dispatched from the academy this year, and if her observations were correct, one team would be comprised of the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi kids, their fathers having proved the combination of their clan techniques deadly effective. That left Kurenai and the remaining jounin to decide their teams, and the former found herself growing worried. It was not good odds. Being, undoubtedly, the least experienced jounin, she would receive last preference, and another's word would rule out hers. It seemed there was not much Kurenai could do for Hinata. It took a moment for the jounin to register that a faint scent of noodles happened to be wafting toward her. The rope by her feet, bound to the branch, creaked slightly as a weight transferred onto the swing it suspended. Kurenai, absorbed in her own thoughts, was momentarily taken off guard. Instincts sorely tempted her to leap away from her perch, but she knew doing so would send a shower of leaves to announce her leave. Kurenai subtly edged around the branch to transfer to another, gaining a better view of the boy that had effectively startled her. It was Uzumaki Naruto, the boy she had run into just the day before. He sat alone on the swings, feasting on a cup of instant ramen. He swung lightly as he ate, slurping, and Kurenai watched him. He was a live depiction of dejection. He sat facing his classmates, yet the distance that stretched between them was wide. No one glanced twice in his direction except for the Hyuga heir, and even then she made no apparent interest in openly approaching him. Kurenai's brow furrowed. So it was true, the container of the demon fox had no companions to speak of. Kurenai had been a genin when the nine-tailed fox had attacked her village. She had been at the site of destruction, but only to watch by the sidelines. Her sensei and a teammate had been slaughtered in the first minutes of the struggle against mankind and the demon counterpart of humanity. And all the red-eyed genin had been able to do was scream and clutch at her remaining teammate as they retreated away from the mangled bodies of their broken team. Kurenai did not know if it was resentment or fascination that drew her toward the blonde kid on the swings. She ruled out resentment, deciding that even if it was such emotion responsible for her interest in the boy, he did not deserve such mistreatment. It was not like he'd had a say in the killings, or the fact that he was the oblivious host of Konoha's most hated demon. He was not murderous by nature or a terrible demon. He was, in comparison, friendly, attention-seeking, and open to warm emotions. It intrigued Kurenai that Naruto could still smile through the pains of his childhood. She did not know him well, but she often caught the whispers of conversation as she walked the streets of the village. As it was, the Jounin had yet to hear a friendly comment regarding the boy exchanged among the villagers. Naruto was forever pranking, and it seemed to have produced the results he yearned for. He drew attention, lots of it. His defacing of the Hokage monument the day before had earned more shake of heads than Kurenai could remember. However, the fact that the frozen faces of the revered Hokages displayed no hints of the abuse they had endured the day before when Kurenai had glanced toward it earlier that morning told her that the boy was willing to accept responsibility. It would not be the work of others. No one would assist the demon child. Naruto must have stayed up in the night to scrub off his handiwork. Whether it was the order of his teacher or not, it did not matter. As far as Kurenai was concerned, the boy did not disregard his responsibility, and that was a treasured characteristic of a successful shinobi. A drill that happened to be the academy's bell pierced the air. Kurenai glanced around the courtyard as the students unwillingly returned to their classrooms. Naruto followed them, confidently striding toward class as if he had no care in the world, as if no genin exam was going to hold him back. She took him for his assurance and wished him good luck as he slipped into the building. It came as a surprise to discover that Uzumaki Naruto's name was not amongst the list of graduates that the third Hokage announced at the Jounin meeting. There were only 8 graduates, one short of forming 3 full teams. One team would have to make do with 2 genin, and Kakashi had volunteered to lead that team. His only specification had been the Uchiha, an understandable development with credit to the Sharingan the renowned copy ninja happened to possess. The Hokage gave him his preference without question. Kurenai happened to be adept at reading body language, a skill honed from many hours of sitting by the lake and occupying herself by analyzing those that passed her. The extent at which those of her gender expressed their open generosity often appalled her, the same way such a matter had while observing the academy students. Uchiha Sasuke appeared to have gathered his own fan club, one he reluctantly accepted but refused to acknowledge in existence. The Jounin deduced by the low tone in the third Hokage's voice and the lessened frequency at which he inhaled from his pipe that he was disturbed by an unknown factor. However, Kurenai happened to know that the Hokage and Naruto maintained a friendly relationship. She wagered most of her confidence on the likelihood that Naruto's failure to pass the graduation exam had disappointed the old man. Sarutobi cleared his throat to address Kakashi. "You require 1 more genin to complete your team, Kakashi. Which of the remaining 7 do you have in mind?" The one-eyed Jounin turned the page of the little orange book he had been reading. "The Hyuga heir." Kurenai sighed. Predicting the outcome, she raised her objection regardless. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but I happen to have interest in Hyuga Hinata as well." The Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. "Kakashi?" he questioned. "Please explain," the silver-haired man said in response, glancing up briefly from his book. The gaze he held with Kurenai was friendly yet chillingly demanding. She returned it coolly. "Hinata seems to have issues with her self-esteem," she said, choosing her words carefully and drawing them out at a painfully considered pace. To place her in a paired teamwork with one such as Uchiha Sasuke would intimidate her. "That doesn't really answer my question," Kakashi said lightly. Kurenai realized now how weak her argument had come out. She silently apologized to Hinata, knowing that she could do no more for the girl. Before she could voice her withdrawal regarding Hinata Hyuga's team placing, a Chunin entered the room without knocking, flustered and puffing. Kurenai raised an eyebrow at the man's lack of etiquette until the news was delivered. Lord Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto has stolen the scroll of sealing. Umino Irika paled and excused himself from the meeting, rushing off to join the search. Kurenai recognized him as Naruto's academy teacher, and deduced that the man held Naruto's existence to be of significance. She was pleased to discover that Naruto had someone who seemed to care about him, one who showed the opposite emotion to what one would display upon hearing that the boy had violated rules. From her observations, Naruto was gentle by nature. The pranks he pulled were not designed to offend or hurt in any way. It concerned Kurenai to ponder on what had provoked him to change in such a short matter of time. She noticed that Asuma had taken advantage of the distraction to light a cigarette. "Sure we shouldn't join the search?" he said, though Kurenai suspected that his offer was half-hearted and introduced more to suggest his responsibility as a jounin and sandame's son rather than display it. Sarutobi Asuma did not bother himself with matters that unnecessarily crossed the boundaries to his job description. The meeting continued as if there had been no interruption. Kakashi, his team decided, tuned out of the conversation and retreated to a corner with his annoyingly perverted books that Kurenai swore to relieve from his possession one day. Asuma had, predictably, offered to take the Ino Shikacho generation. That left Kurenai with the pink-haired Haruno girl, the Inazuka and the Aburame, to which she reluctantly agreed to. It was well into nightfall by the time they finished off the meeting. Just as Kurenai was leaning back in her chair to stretch her stiff frame, there was another interruption, this one coming in the form of one battered Umino Irika. He did not appear to be in the best of conditions, with several gashes across his limbs and a particularly large wound in his back. For someone as injured as he, Irika seemed to be strangely optimistic. The Hokage got up with a faint smile and took the Chunin to one side, and the two conversed in a low voice. Asuma groaned and reached for a new cigarette. "Can't we just get this over and done with already?" Kurenai gave him a pointed look. "Only women need beauty sleep." "You're talking," he retorted with an irritatingly convincing grin on his face. The third nodded and dismissed Irika from the room. He turned back to the jounin and gave a small shrug of his shoulders, which Kurenai now noted to be a cheerful gesture. "It appears that the three of you must remain in an old man's company a while longer. We now have enough genin to compensate for 3 complete teams. Uzumaki Naruto has joined the ranks of the graduates." "You said he failed," Asuma pointed out. "Mizuki betrayed us. He convinced Naruto to steal the scroll with the lie that he would be able to graduate if he learned the techniques contained within. Naruto has indeed managed to master one of the jutsu, and he utilized it effectively to come to Irika's aid. For this reason, Irika graduated him." For the first time in hours, Kakashi appeared to be interested. He did not look up from his book, but added in his voice, "Which technique would this be?" he inquired, though he had a good inkling of the response he might be receiving. Sarutobi smiled a genuine smile that Kurenai had not seen for a long time. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." According to Irika, Naruto produced scores of clones, filling the forest with them. The Hokage's tone dropped. "However, it appears that all forms of joy come at a price. Naruto now knows about his prisoner." Kurenai heard a sharp intake of breath that she failed to identify. It took her a moment to realize that it had come from herself. Is it wise to allow him to become a ninja now that he knows? Kakashi questioned. He was unusually solemn. "I don't see why not," Kurenai cut in, before the Hokage could answer. She stared unblinkingly at her fellow jounin. "The boy has proven himself to be an asset to the village. Why should we stunt his progress?" Pleased to hear that someone was standing up for Naruto, the third Hokage smiled at Kurenai and nodded in agreement. "Naruto will continue on his path to become a shinobi. Now, the matter settled, I believe Naruto should be placed under Kakashi's tutelage, given the fact that he has a vacant position available." Kurenai found that she was not particularly satisfied with the turnout. "Hokage-sama," she said quietly, "it is in my interest to transfer Uzumaki Naruto to my own team." She whispered a silent apology to Kakashi, having clashed with him on 2 occasions over the team compositions. She was relieved to note that the copy ninja held only a bemused expression on his face, Hatake Kakashi was not one you would want to cross rocky paths with. Is it truly in your interest to do so? Sarutobi asked her. Yes. I believe I can guide Naruto correctly. Kurenai immediately berated herself for her choice of words. Meaning I can't? Kakashi asked with a slight chuckle. Don't be mistaken, he added when Kurenai appeared to be on the verge of voicing another apology. I don't mean that I object to your request. Kurenai smiled to show her appreciation and said nothing else. Sarutobi grumbled. He blew out a perfect ring of smoke and pensively watched it drift toward the ceiling. Kakashi, Asuma, I am going to ask you to wait outside for a moment. The two jounin got up and left without a word. Kurenai found herself alone with the third Hokage. This was a man that had been personally handpicked by his predecessors, a man that, in his prime, had shaken shinobi with the mere mention of his name. It was impossible not to feel uptight in his sole presence. Sarutobi considered himself a rational man. Throughout his 60 years, he had made only precise decisions, ones carefully calculated and thought over sleepless nights before initiated. On the day that he had been deciding his successor, he had stayed up all night to ponder the candidates, painting himself by eliminating his own lusted student from the list and nominating another man, one who loved the village as much as Sarutobi himself did. Again, on the night Yondaime lost his life to defend the village, the old man did not receive much sleep. And now, with the fourth son, the container of a widely feared and powerful demon, Sarutobi had to carefully consider his options as he did each and every day. He moved to sit down behind his desk, clasping his hands before him. Leaning forward, he regarded the young woman before him. Sarutobi believed he remembered Yuhi Kurenai from her childhood. It must have been many years ago, and had his memory been faultier he would not have recognized this woman as the weeping child he had encountered just hours after the Kyuubi had launched its first attack on the village. She had been so small, so fragile back then. A child who stood sobbing in the rain, drenched in blood that seeped through her clothing to her bare skin, and an unconscious teammate on her back. Sarutobi remembered relieving the young girl of her burden and enveloping her in his own arms, her face buried against his arm, crying until she exhausted both her tears and herself. It was difficult to picture Kurenai as she currently was as her younger, 17-year-old self. Back then she had been a fresh chunin, and now she had become a grown woman, a jounin handling her own team. I was under the assumption that you were intending to lead a tracking team, the aging Hokage said. I don't understand why you would consider Naruto an asset to a team that focuses on something he does not, and frankly, might not be able to specialize in. Kurenai smiled ruefully as if she knew exactly what her superior was talking about. I would rather my team be one that is capable of handling all the fields. Continue. You may not be aware of this, Lord Hokage, Kurenai began in a soft voice that was barely a whisper, but my Chunin team specialized in tracking. We tracked well, and those same skills led Kuda-sensei and my teammate Misuru to their deaths. We were the team that led the first wave of Konoha's forces to the Demon Fox. It was our team that fell first. She clenched and loosened her fist, shifting her gaze elsewhere. I don't want my team to go through what I had to. I want to provide them with choices and opportunities. Sarutobi's conscience did not fare off very well at the realization that he had dug up the young woman's painful memories. Then what do you propose? He asked gently, offering her a kind smile. A team bound by no specifications, comprised of Inuzuka Kiba, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto. Kurina just knew that this was not going to fly well, and she braced herself for it. A bemused smile crinkled the third's aged skin. As I understand, Sakura does not seem to be very fond of Naruto. Kurenai took care not to think of Hinata, who had displayed hidden affections toward Naruto, knowing that she was confining the girl to a powerful and unusually stoic team. It is just a childish misunderstanding of boundaries between friendship and emotions beyond such. Kiba appears to be friendly by nature, as does his dog Akamaru. They should be able to accept Naruto. I think I can stabilize the differences between Naruto and Sakura and produce a recognizable team from these three genin. Her lips twitched. From what I've heard, I think placing Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke together would be an even more unwise decision. The third was forced to put forth the final hurdle. Yet it is tradition that the graduates with the lowest and highest marks be placed together on the same team. What do you put forward to that? With all due respect, Hokage-sama, Kurenai said, picking up the rebuttal with ease, I'm beginning to doubt the Academy's standards if a student capable of producing scores of shadow clones is still labeled the last of his graduate class. I have also witnessed his commendable skill at disguising himself. The boy may not be a prodigy or particularly talented at that, but he does not deserve to be ranked as the lowest. Sarutobi was beginning to wonder if Kurenai had already rehearsed her arguments beforehand. Shaking his head, he brought his withered hands together and clapped amusedly. Well said. Very well said. The professor smiled. Then I shall entrust the local prank master to you. Consider yourself warned. Kurenai's confidence faltered a little. Each morning at the 5th hour, Konoha's resident PP took it upon itself to raise the village's inhabitants with a shrill cry that was commonly choked off halfway by whatever unfortunate farmer happened to discover it on its land. Still, the damage was usually done by then, and the village started to rise. To Kiba's credit, he failed to notice the piercing note that hovered in the air. And, with a nose like his, he somehow failed to catch the scent of breakfast. Get off, Kiba whined, pushing his sister away and curling in a tight ball under the folds of his warm blanket. Give me another second. Kiba. Now. Inuzuka Hana admired her mother for her strength and her ferocity, including her effective formulas that always had Kiba scuttling out of bed in seconds. Tsum possessed a canine wildness in the way she could unremorsefully snatch her son's blankets and drag him halfway to the kitchen. It was bad luck for Hannah that her mother happened to have left the premises early for a mission briefing. Another minute, Nain, Kiba grumbled, and slapped his pillow over his head. No. USCK. USCK more. I thought you were officially a genin today. He finally succumbed into opening a bleary eye. I am, he croaked, suddenly boastful. Then he blinked. So, his sister repeated. She crossed the room to the cupboard that she had just days ago cleaned out and was now resembling a garbage tip. She occupied herself with picking out Kiba's cleaner clothes. You have less than 15 minutes to get to the academy for your team assignments. I doubt your team would appreciate it if you were late. Now get up. For minutes later, when Kiba was racing down the street with his morning vegetables having trouble going down his throat, he would regret not asking his sister to borrow one of her Haimaru Sankyodai. The large dogs were fast and fun to ride. They would have spared Kiba a good 5 minutes of running. If only Akamaru was that much bigger, the boy found himself wishing. He shot a baleful glare at his dog, yipping at next door's cat as they shot past. Kiba had stumbled into the kitchen, his clothing barely addressed in a presentable manner, to discover that his dog had made off with his breakfast. I'm still mad at you, you know that? He grumbled. Akamaru yipped happily. Kiba soon forgot about Akamaru's traitorous acts when he landed by the academy's entrance. Judging by the instructors still lazily making their way to class, the bell had not rung yet. Grinning, Kiba flung himself through the window of his own classroom, not digging deep enough to truly bother taking the long way around. He almost trod on Naruto upon landing. The other boy was lying in a crumpled heap on the ground, fresh bruises flowering on his face. He also had what looked suspiciously like footprints on his clothing. Akamaru sniffed the air and scoffed out, "Smells like someone was out to kill." Kiba had to agree. Judging by the lioness expressions on the female portion of the class, it must have concerned Sasuke. Hey man, Kiba said, leaning over to offer Naruto his hand. What happened to you? Groaning, the blonde grasped the hand and let himself be hauled to his feet. He winced and nursed a black eye. I kissed the stuck-up bum over there, he muttered, jerking a thumb over his shoulder. Kiba blinked. Wow, Naruto. I never knew you were gay. Unfortunately for Naruto, he happened to have said that in a voice that carried over the excited chatter around them. The class burst into immediate laughter. Sasuke's eyes narrowed and he turned away to resume cleansing his mouth. Sakura seemed to take offense from the remark. So what You're saying that I must be a guy if Naruto's always asking me out? She scowled, daring Kiba to agree. Oh Sakura, Ino said with suspicious sympathy. You must have been a pretty disturbed guy if you chose to be reborn with pink hair. Irika announced his presence in time to catch the beginning of what would have been a dispute bordering the limits of feline ferocity. He proceeded to separate the combatants and place them in separate corners of the room, away from their beloved Sasuke-kun. The seating arrangement did little to resolve the glaring match the girls appeared to be having. The unfortunate people sitting between them began to feel a strange heat in the side of their face after a while. Naruto seemed not to mind. His bruises had started to heal, and he slammed his hand against the table without wincing. Hurry up, Irika-sensei, he said eagerly. Let's get started already. For the first time that morning, Kiba seemed to notice exactly who he was sitting next to. Hey, he shouted. Akamaru barked to complement the surprised tone in his voice. Naruto. What are you doing here? Failed. The blonde grinned. Did not. See. He proudly stood and pointed at his Hittite so that the class could see. I stayed behind and did some extra work. I'm a ninja just like the rest of you. Irika skillfully hid the smile that had started to grow on his face. Alright Naruto, we get it. Now sit down so I can begin. At this, Naruto dropped into his seat and leaned forward to listen. A dreamy grin spread on his whiskered face. Let's see, I definitely want Sakura-chan on my team, and I don't care who else I get as long as it's not Sasuke team. Before I announce the teams, and yes, Naruto, it is absolutely necessary that you understand the basis of becoming a ninja. Irika cut in when the blonde opened his mouth in protest. The sooner you stop interrupting, the sooner I'll get this underway. He cleared his throat. Firstly, congratulations, all of you. You have now become ninja. Your forehead protectors mark you as a Leaf Village shinobi, and I hope that you will rise to become the best. Naruto and Kiba gave simultaneous impatient grunts, only to be ignored by the scarred man. You are no longer academy students. The kunai you use will no longer be blunt and thrown at straw dummies. You will be entitled to missions, dangerous tasks that may take your life to complete. You have volunteered your services to the village, and simply by doing so, each of you is a hero to this land. He gave them a smile, the unvoiced sadness thickening his throat. Your team, he continued, will be as fundamental as the air you inhale. They will become your family. You will spend many years working with them, and there will be times when your life will depend on the actions and decisions of your teammates. You must respect, accept, and protect your friends. They are your precious people. The practiced speech continued for another few minutes, and then Irika began to announce the teams. He changed track from the traditional announcement to team components in a matter of seconds, and the genin barely had time to get excited before the first team was pronounced. He proceeded down the list at a steady pace. Team 7, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke. The devastated cries of "No!" from Sakura and Ino echoed over the silence of the said team. They both proceeded to bang their heads on the desk. Hinata felt strangely apologetic to them. She glanced meekly towards Sasuke, wondering why she did not feel very privileged. Irika's lips twitched into a smile. Team 8, Inuzuka Kiba, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura pounded her head that much harder. You got the dead last. Ino cackled. Naruto was much too caught up in his joy to realize that he had been insulted. Irika's final announcement wiped the smugness off her face. Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji and Yamanaka Ino. What? Who chose these teams? Ino looked toward Shikamaru in dismay. Irika sighed. He was going to miss all the ruckus. You will have a lunch break before you meet your jounin leaders. I advise you use this time to get to know your team better. Good luck, all of you. Naruto thought as his jaw started to hurt from the amount of grinning he had been doing. The fact that Sakura-chan had been assigned to his team, Sasuke-free, was more of a miracle than a simple case of good fortune. By the time he emerged from his fit of joy, he realized that he was the last one left in the classroom. His teammates had left him without a word. Naruto's chest tingled with a brief, unwanted emotion. So maybe he and his teammates hadn't gotten off to the best start, so? Irika-sensei did not seriously expect them to bond like peas immediately, did he? After they met their sensei, he would make ends meet. It was a promise to himself. Naruto's stomach grumbled in protest. He realized now that he had only gotten away from his apartment with a carton of milk in his system. And with all the excitement of team assignments, he had forgotten to bring his usual cup of instant ramen. He groaned and slumped his way outside to the canteen. After digging out Gamachan and discovering that he had forgotten to refill his purse with his savings, he left for one of the stone benches that lined the garden. He dropped onto the seat and ummed. A white four-legged animal trotted up to him and scratched on the leg of his pants with its front paws. Naruto blinked open an eye. Oh, hey, Akamaru. What are you doing here? Where's Kiba? The puppy waggled its tail and dropped a can of soda onto his lap. For me. Naruto grinned and popped open the can. Gee, thanks. Don't gulp it all down in one go, you idiot. He looked up to see Kiba standing over him, Akamaru perched on his head. The Inuzuka boy sat down next to his new teammate and extended a hand, revealing 2 small tablets on his palm. I smelt some overdue milk on you earlier. Take this if you don't want to spend the rest of lunch in the toilet. Naruto blinked. The statement did more than inform him of the fact that he had profusely tainted his stomach with tardy fluid. It filled his being with warmth, with gratitude, which happened to be an emotion the blonde experienced only when Irika-sensei offered to treat him to lunch or when the old man sneaked out of his office to play with him. It was the gratitude of knowing that someone cared. Kiba stared. Hey, are you, like, crying, Naruto? The shorter boy wiped furiously at his eyes. No. Just got something in my eye, that's all. He took the offered pills and popped them in his mouth, flushing it down with the fizzling soft drink. Thanks, Kiba. Kiba raised an eyebrow at the emotion he detected in Naruto's voice. I guess he is gay after all, Akamaru. Not, the blonde protested. Akamaru barked. Usually when they don't admit something, it means it's true. Kiba laughed. Yeah, I'd say you're right there, boy. He turned and raised a hand in farewell. I'll see you in class later, Naruto. Yeah? Hey, who'd you think our sensei will be? But Kiba was already gone, leaving Naruto alone on the bench. The blonde stared as his teammate turned a corner and disappeared from his line of vision. Then he gave the can in his hand the same amount of attention. He downed the drink in one go. Sakura stared down at the yakitori her mother had packed for her earlier that morning. The chopsticks were held loosely in her hand, clinking together but succeeding only in stirring her meal and lessening the pink-haired girl's appetite. It was all Ino's fault. So, Sakura, how's life with that? Moron. Shut up. You didn't get picked for Sasuke-kun's team either, so I wouldn't be gloating if I were you. Don't get cocky now, forehead girl. I hear Naruto did better than you in the taijutsu examination. So? It's only because he doesn't have parents who set curfews and yelling at you to stop training so much. She hadn't noticed him standing there until he stepped out of the shadows, cloaking him. One look at his smooth features swooned her, but a second examination of his emotionless expression caused her smile to slip. Ino left her there, uttering a hasty greeting before fleeing the scene. To be all alone, the feeling of a parent yelling at you is nowhere near what he feels. Sasuke-kun, it's just Naruto we're talking about. Why bother dash? You're ignorant. And annoying. Yes, it was Ino's fault. It must have been a devilish scheme. Now Sasuke was mad at her and Sakura did not know what to do. She didn't even know what she'd done. She understood that Sasuke's clan and family had been murdered when he had just started his academy years. Had he related himself to Naruto and taken offense in Sakura's scorn? Am I really ignorant? Sakura was glad that the bell rang then, distracting her from her thoughts. She closed the lid on her untouched bento and headed back to the classroom. With each step, she felt a little lighter, and by the time she took her seat in the room, she had resolved to forget the encounter completely. But when she looked around and saw Naruto sitting alone by the window, it was impossible to forget. He was leaning back in his seat, with his hands behind his head. A perpetual grin was fixed on his face. Sakura found herself watching him. He annoyed her so much, just like yesterday, when he'd asked her out in front of the whole class. The boy she craved was accusing her of being ignorant, and the one she wanted to get away from was expressing his love to her. Why was everything so screwed up? Sakura supposed she should feel flattered by the attention. If it had been anyone but Naruto, she would be gloating to Ino endlessly each day. But that person just had to be Naruto, and as she watched him, Sakura wondered what it was about him that irritated her so much. So he had no parents, neither did Sasuke, and he was still irresistibly desirable. Did he set her off simply by being Naruto? She speculated in silence. Naruto often fooled around. Perhaps if he matured and decided to learn the words, grow up, he would be just like all the other males Sakura happened to fantasize about, tall, strong, normal. In that instant, the pink-haired girl realized that, all along, she had maintained the unconscious impression that there was something about Naruto that just did not fit under the usual, ordinary. She found herself peering curiously at him, trying to see under the laughing face. Unfortunately, she couldn't look away fast enough when Naruto decided to turn toward her. "Sakura-chan." He invited himself to the vacant seat next to hers, and Sakura groaned. "Isn't it cool that we're in a team together?" he asked with a wide grin. Whatever curiosity she might have held toward him vanished on the spot. "No, it's not," she snapped, as Irika poked his head into the room and called for Team 10. "You're annoying and you're a complete idiot." "I don't." She sighed. "I don't understand how you made Genin." And even though her conscience warned her against it, she added, "It might have been better if you failed, at least then I might have a chance to be on Sasuke-kun's team." His face fell so quickly that she wondered if she truly had wounded him. It seemed that she had. Naruto gave her a weak chuckle and sauntered down to where Kiba sat with Akamaru. Once there, he sank into a spare seat and ignored the prods Kiba gave him. Sakura felt terrible and she didn't know why. "Team 8, Irika called, entering the room once more. "Come with me to meet your sensei." "Hey, come on," Sakura heard Kiba mutter to Naruto as she walked behind them. "What's wrong? Did the cramps kick in anyway?" It took a moment for Naruto to respond. "What? Yeah, the milk has eaten." And he laughed. Sakura was almost too distracted to notice that their Jounin instructor stood before them. Irika tried to salvage the awkward silence. "This is Yuhi Kurenai. She will be your sensei." Their sensei had startling red eyes that captured the attention of her students. Naruto in particular. "Hey, I know you," he burst out, pointing. "You're that Jounin from yesterday." This earned him a whack alongside the head. "It's rude to point," Irika hissed, and straightened to smile sheepishly. "Excuse him." "'Tis loud." Kurenai smiled faintly. She led her team outside to the courtyard and sat them down on one of the benches. Their expectant expressions gazed up at her. She had to remind herself that they were now her students and that she should set the example. "We'll begin with some basic introductions so we can get to know each other better. I'll go first. I am Yuhi Kurenai, and I specialize in Genjutsu. I became a Jounin last year and this is my first team. I like learning new things, cooking, even though I don't get around to doing that as much as I would like, and I also like to treat my team to meals if they work hard enough." Naruto hooped. "You rock, sensei," he cheered, only to be hit by Sakura. "Zip it," the pink-haired girl hissed. Kurenai smiled and went on. "I dislike people who are sexist against females and slackers who believe they can achieve their goals by depriving themselves of hard work. My ambition is to help you achieve yours." "Me next," Naruto said, grinning. "Let's see, my name's Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen and anyone else who will treat me to ramen. I don't like the 3 minutes you have to wait for instant ramen to cook. And my dream is to become Hokage so everyone will finally recognize me and treat me like a great ninja." Naruto looked expectantly at Kiba even though the taller boy showed more than one indication that he would like to volunteer next. "So, I'm Inuzuka Kiba. I like my sister's cooking, my dog Akamaru and training with Akamaru. This is Akamaru, by the way." At his name, the white puppy in his arms barked. The boy continued with a grin. "I hate getting kicked awake and people who pick on animals. My ambition is to, I dunno, be a Jounin." Immediately, all eyes turned to Sakura. She responded by clearing her throat and began speaking, her voice deprived of her teammates' confidence. Kurenai wondered if she was accustomed to having attention diverted onto her and not the Uchiha boy. I am Sakura Haruno. I like flowers, reading, and Sasu, and my parents. Her hands fidgeted in her lap. I dislike Ino and people who make fun of my forehead. My ambition is to prove to my parents that I can be a strong ninja even though I'm the first of my family to take up the career. Perhaps the girl had more than intelligence. Kurenai offered her a kind smile. Your forehead is perfectly fine and you have a very beautiful face. The genin flushed and lowered her head. Thank you, Sensei, she said quietly. Naruto grinned. See? I told you. He turned to Kurenai. She gets really strong when I try asking her out too. Sakura was suddenly brandishing a threatening fist. Naruto. Oh. What did I say? Naruto exclaimed and dived for cover. Kiba and Akamaru barked with laughter. Kurenai had once been their age and she could understand their enthusiasm and energy. She gathered that she was not wrong about her team. Naruto was, quite literally, a bouncing ball of energy. She would have to do something about his unhealthy lifestyle and attention span. Kiba was deeply focused on Akamaru and his loyalty to his family was apparent. Furthermore, he didn't seem to harbor any animosity towards Naruto. Sakura lacked the motivation her teammates had, yet it was understandable. She was the first ninja from her family line and she was doing very well considering. Indeed, she and Naruto were quite the pair, but there was hope. Violence was the first step to friendship. Sometimes. Kurenai rounded up her students again. Good introductions, everyone, she said, nodding. This place is not suitable for what we will be doing next. Follow me. She led them down to training ground 27. The genins followed her without much conversation. Aware that Sakura was the only genin on her team who could be considered quiet, Kurenai wondered the boy's silence had something to do with her presence. Children were often like that, keeping their distance from adults they had only just met. She wondered how long it would take before they overcame that, probably not very long for Naruto. Kurenai also noticed that her new students did not talk to each other either. They walked separately as if the thought of sticking together had not even occurred to them. They obviously were not on very close terms. Kurenai was surprised to see that Naruto did not try to challenge the distance between himself and Sakura. Arriving at the training ground, Kurenai set them to work on basic taijutsu sparring, their opponent being herself. She was certain that no amount of observation could be measured against first-hand experience. Kiba beat Naruto in volunteering. He told Akamaru to remain by the sidelines and lowered himself into a readying crouch. Kurenai could tell immediately that the boy followed a form of taijutsu different to the basic methods taught at the academy. She was proved correct. Kiba's speed was commendable, but his rhythm was unbalanced and wild. His blows came from all directions, and Kurenai momentarily found herself forced to parry each attack without the chance to retaliate. She understood that this was the Inuzuka way of fighting. It was very similar to the ferocious beasts they raised. It took careful observation, but Kurenai soon discovered that Kiba attacked on a frontal basis. He did not slip around his opponent to attack, only leaping forward with the occasional aerial assaults. She sidestepped a brutal kick and grabbed Kiba's wrist as his momentum carried him past her, sweeping him around until she had both his arms pinned against his back. But take a rest. Knowing that, although Kiba's methods were undisciplined and relied completely on instinct, it was his clan's fighting style and that attempting to steer him towards steadier forms would most likely do him more harm than good, Kurenai called on Naruto. It did not take her long to discover that Naruto's taijutsu, horribly se. His form was terribly misplaced. His blows had potential strength behind them, but his stance prevented him from releasing it. He seemed to favor no particular arm when he attacked, and he often found himself caught in a scenario where he would strike with his right arm and discover that his left leg was leading the momentum. More often than not, he spun a kick in the air only to overbalance and leave his torso open to attack. Kurenai decided at once that Naruto required much assistance in taijutsu. Not particularly adept at the art, the jounin resolved to find another tutor for the blonde. Sakura, she called and waved the girl over. Sakura quickly adapted a sound imitation of the academy's lectured taijutsu. Kurenai used imitation because that was all it really was. Sakura carried herself rigidly, as if she had memorized the technique and was trying to mimic it to perfection. She lacked instinct and her blows were weak and undeveloped. Yet she had a strong knowledge of where to strike an opponent to induce the most damage. Although the girl appeared to have pieced out Kurenai's movements and committed them to memory, skillfully evading the harder blows, she could not produce a challenge worthy of the Jounin's concentration. It appeared that Naruto would have a sparring partner. That gave me an insight on your individual skills, Kurenai said while her students rested and caught their breath. There is room for improvement, as there is for everything. We will discuss this another day. I would now like to see your utilization of your chakra and your favored techniques. She was running through a basic assessment that Jounins with half the common sense required would opt for. Naruto had a grin on his face as he stepped forward and formed a hand sign. Tajuukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Chakra seeped from his body at a visible rate, and soon the training ground was misted with smoke. Kurenai had never seen so much orange in her life. Naruto's duplicates blurred into existence, filling up the majority of the area. Kiba and Sakura gawked. Naruto waited a moment longer before releasing the jutsu. The clones dispersed, leaving the original looking very pleased with himself. Kiba whistled. Wow. Can you teach me? I would advise against that, Kurenai said smoothly. The shadow clone jutsu is incredibly hard to perform and it requires a large amount of chakra. Naruto has unnaturally large chakra reserves, so the technique is perfect for him. You on the other hand, Kiba, would sooner drop from chakra exhaustion before you manage 2 clones. Disappointed but not altogether put down, Kiba displayed his own ninjutsu. He performed a jutsu that transformed Akamaru into a carbon copy of himself, and the two of them demolished a row of trees in a powerful frenzy. The most intriguing performance was Sakura's genjutsu. It took Kurenai several moments to realize that the hundreds of Sakuras surrounding them were not shadow clones but an illusion formed by manipulation of her own chakra system. She was impressed with the girl's chakra control. She had barely sensed the genjutsu take over. Noting that genjutsu was not stressed as a vital subject at the academy, Kurenai saw potential. If Sakura could manipulate genjutsu in such an effective manner, it would not be difficult for her to master other techniques. You all did very well, she said, and the Genins absorbed the praise wholeheartedly. Most Jounins present their team with an assessment of some sort to gather if they are truly capable of becoming Genin. If they aren't, they will be sent back to the academy. I have dash. What? Kiba and Naruto yelled. The shorter of the pair jumped to his feet. You're saying I worked so hard to get here and I have to go through another test? No fair. Let me finish, Kurenai said, and waited until Sakura had forcibly pulled her teammates to the ground before continuing. I personally handpicked this team and I have confidence that you will do well. I will not challenge your right as a Genin. There were simultaneous sighs of relief that even Akamaru managed to echo. However, I will give you a small assignment. They groaned and Kurenai found herself smiling faintly. They were so predictable. Don't fret it. It's simple. I will wait for you at an unnamed location and it is your task to locate me before 8 o'clock. That leaves sufficient time for you to sleep in if that is a chronic habit any of you have developed. I would like to assess your ability to locate a given subject. Sakura looked troubled, Kiba more than displeased, and Naruto unfazed. They came from varying levels of the demography, had completely different styles of fighting, and their personalities clashed. These three were exactly the sort of people who could make parallel lines meet. So many things could go wrong with this team. And surprisingly, Yuhi Kurenai was excited. She had set her alarm to go off at precisely 6:15 the 6th hour. That was, however, not to say that she particularly appreciated being roused from her slumber and being subjected to the chill of the early morning. It was the time of day where the sunlight that glanced off dew-glistened buildings was young and the birds were too occupied hunting down early prey to be bothered avoiding the short-tempered shopkeepers setting up their stalls. She made her own breakfast that morning. Her parents were still asleep and she took care not to wake them. There would be another unnecessary discussion if she did. The previous night, when she had tromped home, fatigued and with patches of dirt caking her outfit where Kurenai-sensei had knocked her to the ground, her parents had immediately proceeded to fuss over her. When she had finally convinced them that their poor pink baby was fine and highly annoyed, they backed off to shake their heads and telling her that she need not take down this path, and that although they were proud of her achievement, determination and willingness to be unique, it was time to realize that some things were not necessary, which basically translated into, "We don't like the idea of our daughter becoming a ninja." They had gone through this many times before. So she was the first ninja in her family line, so she wasn't accustomed to being thrown around like the first day of training had presented her. So she was not a boy, so she had pink hair that she had grown out to ridiculous lengths for the attention of a boy who looked upon her as ignorant. So what? Sakura irritably knocked aside some dishes to reach the wooden spoon, promptly erupting into a dominoes effect which she dived forward to halt. Holding her breath and several pieces of chinaware from their impending doom, the pink-haired girl listened intently for signs that her parents had been woken by the ruckus. When Sakura did not hear the usual creak of the fifth step on the staircase creak with her father's anxious steps, she gingerly replaced the dishes that she had disturbed and leaned over the steaming pot to stir at the miso soup. She poured it into a preheated thermos and started to prepare her bento, sticking in some dried seaweed and last night's fish. Sighing with regret that she knew would come back to haunt her when she got back after training, she left her parents a note on the kitchen counter to tell her that she would be home late. Once that was done, she shouldered her backpack and walked to the door. Be it surprise, annoyance, or suspicion, Sakura, to her credit, managed not to come to blows when she found a certain blonde sitting on her doorstep, his head ducking with sleep. She wisely closed the door behind her before skiing in a huge breath. "Naruto!" The blonde yelped and shot to his feet. He instantly became wide awake. "Ohio, Sakura. I was wondering when you'd wake up." A vein in Sakura's temple twitched. "Is he boldly accusing me of sleeping in?" "Save it," she said shortly, stepping out onto the street. "Don't you have better things to do than sit outside my house? Kurenai-sensei is expecting us." By this point, Naruto had hurriedly relieved her of her pack and had shouldered it himself. He grinned widely. "That's why I'm here, actually. I'm gonna take you to her." One eyebrow arched up. Sakura studied the annoying pest beside her, grinning like the complete idiot he had to be. Was it possible that Naruto had indeed woken earlier than she had and located their sensei during the time she had used to catch up on some well-needed sleep? It was a rather unlikely and offending prospect. Admittedly, Sakura had no particular great plan of action herself, but to think that Naruto was actually standing before her, claiming he would be charioting her away to a destination she had not even figured out yet? Naturally, Sakura narrowed her eyes in suspicion. "How would you know?" she demanded. He seemed pleased that she had asked. "Easy. I just sent out a whole batch of shadow clones. Whoever found Sensei first came back and reported to me. And then I thought that you might need some help, so I came to pick you up." They turned into one of the main roads. Many shopkeepers loitered by the front of their stores, preparing for yet another day of business and common mischief. Sakura refused to say more, having become absorbed in her thoughts. So Naruto had come to the conclusion that she had no notable jutsu or abilities suited for tracking. Boldly, it meant she SKD at it. She grimaced upon realizing that it was the truth. She let Naruto lead the way, mainly because she had nothing to lose if she followed him. A small ball of gratitude curled into her conscience, and Sakura found strange comfort in the knowledge that Naruto had come to her aid. He did not qualify as a knight in shining armor that the pink-haired girl would much rather be Sasuke, but the short boy was admittedly her teammate now, and it would not hurt to perhaps give him a little acknowledgement. She lowered her head, and her tone. "Thanks," she mumbled. He turned to her, ceasing the humming she had not noticed until just now. "What did you say, Sakura?" Faint annoyance glowed in her being, but Sakura forced it down. She was trying to be nice. "I said thank you." "Oh." He shrugged. "That's good to hear, but you should say it to my face later." She snapped. The one time she tried to be nice and understanding, and he blew it. He was practically asking for it. She brandished a well-practiced fist. You're welcome. Naruto saw the danger and immediately backed away, frantically waving his arms before him. No. Don't hit me. I'm too late. Sakura's blow, strengthened by morning irritation, blindsided him. She knew something was wrong the moment she staggered to regain her balance after the frightening momentum she had put behind her assault. She had fallen right through her teammate. Don't hit me. I'm a shadow clone. The clone dissipated into thin air with an audible pop, and her backpack dropped to the ground. Sakura blinked for a short moment, and then stooped to pick it up. Idiot, she murmured, though she could not suppress the sinking sensation in the pit of her stomach. She eventually came to the dismaying realization that she had just jeopardized her one chance of reaching the meeting place on time. I did not just do that. Come on, Akamaru. Kiba shouted from the door. He jogged lightly on the spot to warm up. Let's get going already. There was a little over half an hour left before 8 o'clock, and the Inuzuka admitted that he was perhaps cutting the deadline a little closely. It had seemed like a good idea to sleep in, ignoring his sister's cool prediction that it would turn out the way it had. Kiba was not known for his punctuality. The small puppy leapt the last meter and landed on his partner's shoulder. He yipped as Kiba fumbled for the keys to lock the door. Betcha I'll smell her before you do. Braggart, the boy accused. Fine. Get sniffing. Barely a minute later, Akamaru barked excitedly and took off. Kiba oomphed and darted off after his dog. He swore to himself, as he had so many times before, that he would one day best his furry friend. It was not like he resented his companion for his well-tuned tracking skills. No, Kiba respected that, but it did little to assure his deflated ego. It became clear after several minutes of bounding over rooftops that Kurenai-sensei's scent was accompanied by that of fauna that Kiba and Akamaru had only smelled at one place before, the public park by the eastern border of the village that was home to a ridiculously long staircase. She sure knows how to pick 'em, Kiba remarked, ignoring the flash of a breeze that swept back his hood. It was nice to feel the wind rush through his tousled hair, messing it more than his sister would have felt comfortable sharing company with. There's, like, 2,000 steps on that thing. Akamaru yipped in agreement. Yeah, a race? Now you're talking. The pair shot forward at a speed that disturbed several breakfasters. It appeared that they might even have some time to spare after all. Kiba miscalculated his next jump and ended up flailing his limbs for balance. Noticing his master's apparent difficulty in remaining on their perch, Akamaru darted back and snared the boy by the trouser leg. The small dog lowered himself onto his haunches and pulled furiously, stalling the descent long enough for Kiba to wrap his arms around the chimney that conveniently happened to be within his reach. I wish you'd wash your pants, Akamaru complained. And you're clumsier than Naruto. The genin got to his feet. Oh, shut up. Don't you smell him? Naruto's already there. As the dark-haired boy gathered a trickle of chakra in his legs in preparation to take off again, a slight breeze rustled in from the south, carrying with it a familiar scent. Hey, that's Sakura. Kiba realized. She's a bit off mark, don't you think? Doesn't seem like she's figured out where to go yet. Akamaru eyed him pointedly. Probably because she doesn't have a loyal, intelligent nin dog to guide her along. So? Naruto doesn't and he made it. Kiba sniffed the air again. Think she needs help? He gathered Akamaru and bundled the dog inside his jacket. Probably does. We're running out of time and it'll be faster if you hop in with me. Don't give me that look, boy. If you'd actually bothered training with Nachon's Chimera triplets, we wouldn't be in this stick. That said, and an indignant puppy silenced, he hurried off, finding quick and easy purchase on the weather-worn surfaces he leapt off. Sakura cursed her idiocy for the 22nd time in an hour. If she'd had the common sense to have asked Naruto, his clone, she reminded herself, she would not be circling around like a sightless vulture. She dug for reasons to force the blame onto Naruto, but it was impossible to pin anything against him. His intentions had been good and it was kind of her fault for punching him. Giving up, she approached a nearby grocer. Excuse me. The grocer glanced up without any particular interest. What is it, girlie? Some of us have business to get to, you know. She gave the grocer a weak smile, deciding that it was not wise to attempt to strike up a conversation while the man was not in his best mood. I was just going to get some fruit. Any, good recommendations? The man eyed her. He might be known as a slacker by his family and associates, but he was not dim by any chance. There was nothing that prevented him from glancing up and noticing the forehead protector bound on the girl's head, holding back her ridiculously colored hair. Ninja these days just could not be trusted. Sure, they held back the wars a good deal and gave the countries a good reason to trade with the businesses, but their sneaky ways were just too suspicious to blend among normal folk. The fact that Tanaka Noboru had, a good 10 or so years ago, been a well-known jounin ironically contradicted his misgivings regarding the shinobi ranks. Of course, having lived through the life of living in the shadows and acquired a sharp eye for small details, Tanaka was more than aware that some of the more arrogant chunin eyed his fresh batches of apples more commonly than he would like. Bananas? He offered, putting away the magazine he had been reading and craning himself forward to tap at the nearest bundles. Just came in from the vegetable country last night. Tanaka allowed himself a chuckle. Dunno why they call that place a veggie, their green stuff tastes like crap. Sakura's eyes widened and she nodded quickly. Yes, bananas will be fine, thank you. As the grocer grumbled and juggled a bundle of bananas into a plastic bag, she decided that the man was still not in the best of moods, and she was intimidated by the thought of asking him for a favor of some sort. How do you know the vegetable country's food tastes bad? Tanaka scratched the stubble on his chin as he leaned over to hand the bag to his first customer of the day. Back years ago when I could still take missions, I went there to escort their daimyo to meet our daimyo for a renewal of their treaty. Fed me this ugly green soup while I was there and it tasted worse than my sister's, and she works with poison. Fruits are okay though, he added, seeing the girl's expression. Sakura nodded slowly. You were a ninja? Oh yeah, jounin. Reminiscence of his prime days had Tanaka leaning back and staring at the eaves of his shop with a slightly glazed-over look in his eyes. About to join NBU too. He glanced sharply at the girl. Pay up by the way. Read the sign and work it out yourself. Oh, sorry. Sakura fumbled in her pack for her purse and handed over the money. Are you still a ninja? No. Do you think I'd be sitting here if I was? She frowned in confusion. But you were good enough for NB. Tanaka let out a booming laugh that had the nearby bookstore's owner swiveling his head to regard his neighbor with suspicion. This girl was hilarious. You ever seen a wooden peg leg, eh? When she unthinkingly shook her head, he chuckled and lifted his legs to rest them on the crate before him. See that? Sorta hard to jump around roofs when you're always tripping up, huh? Fix that jaw up, that's a good lass. Sakura tore her gaze away from the severed leg, replaced by a block of heavy wood that narrowed to a small rounded point. Sorry, she stammered. This was a bad idea. Big bad idea. I should have asked someone else, someone who doesn't have a wooden leg to show off. The laugh returned. Nah, don't worry about it. My sister got into ANBU. Dim and proud of her I am. Why are you still standing around for, girl? That certainly snapped Sakura back to her senses, and reminded her why she had approached the man in the first place. Have you seen a woman this tall dash, she indicated by raising her arm, with long dark hair, red eyes and raps dash. Tanaka raised an eyebrow. You wouldn't be talking about Yuhi Kurinai, would you? Sakura allowed her hopes to rise. Do you know Kurinai-sensei? Have you seen her? I've known her since she was a genin. Her sensei was a friend of mine. The grocer peered at his customer. You on her genin team now, are you? You'd better watch that temper of hers. She was a force to be reckoned with back when I used to take her for a spot of training. And no, I haven't seen your sensei. Hopes fell. Oh. So she had wasted 15 ryu for nothing. Thank you anyway. Conversing with the man had been interesting, but she had spent too much time loitering. She certainly was not any closer to finding Kurinai-sensei. She bowed quickly to the grocer. I'll be leaving now. Thank you, Sir Dash. No sirs, the man said in a lazy tone. Name's Tanaka Noboru. Sakura hesitated, and the bowed hastily again. Thank you, Tanaka-san. She missed the man's roll of his eyes as she turned away, and promptly bumped into Kiba. "Oh hey, it's you," her teammate exclaimed, as Akamaru barked a greeting. "Thought you were somewhere around here." "Kiba?" Sakura asked, confused. "I thought you would have found Kurenai-sensei by now." He rubbed the back of his head in a sheepish manner. "Slept in," he admitted. "Me and Akamaru were just passing and we smelt you smelt me," Sakura repeated in her mind. "Comforting. And we thought you might need some help." At this, Sakura took back whatever misgivings she'd held toward Kiba at his last comment. "Yeah, I do," she said slowly. "Naruto sent a shadow clone to help me, but I shooed him away." Kiba stared and laughed. "Just as long as you don't shoo me off too." He glanced up at the sky. "Odin, we don't have much time." He turned his gaze to Sakura, gauging her. From what he had figured from yesterday's training session, his new teammate did not have the world's most commendable speed and stamina. Having to adjust his speed to match hers would slow them down considerably, and judging by the rate the sun was rising toward midday, they wouldn't make it in time. But hell, Kiba would be dead if he was leaving one of his new pack behind. He slipped a pill from an inner pocket in his coat and fed it to Akamaru. "Alright boy, let's get this done." Just Kiba was about to perform the beast-human clone jutsu, Tanaka's voice cut in to interrupt. "Hey you, doggy kid." Sakura turned, not altogether uninterested in what Tanaka might have to say. He had a distinct personality that made her associate him to a distant uncle of hers, who happened to have the same rogue qualities, minus the wooden leg and the ninja turn grosser career. Kiba frowned. "What? Yutsum's kid? Hey, you know my mom?" Tanaka grinned. "And that stinking mutt, Kurama? Tell her Tanaka Noboru says hello." "Huh. She'll know who I am." Kiba raised an eyebrow and gave Sakura a look that said, "Hey, you know this guy?" She shrugged helplessly. "Sure, stranger. I'll tell her that." It did not take much for the boy to push the strange grocer to the back of his mind and work on the task at hand. Wisps of chakra rose from his clothing, forming around Akamaru. The puppy bared his teeth and transformed into a clone of his master. "Hop on, Sakura," Kiba said, as he and Akamaru hunched over, side by side. "It'll be faster if we carry you." Hesitated. "Are you sure?" Becoming a literal burden was not what she'd had in mind when she pictured herself as a kunoichi. "Sure. We practiced this loads of times. Promise we won't drop you." That happened to have been the last concern Sakura had in mind. Hesitantly, she climbed onto the kibis, treading carefully in case she hurt either of them. "Sure this is okay?" she asked again, dubiously. One of the kibis gave a bark, and Sakura took the one on her right to be Akamaru. "Akamaru says you worry more than my sister," Kiba grinned from her left. "Just hold on tight, okay?" At this, Sakura squeezed both shoulders she happened to have been gripping. "Hey, girly," Tanaka said, just as her carriers were gathering chakra for a bounding leap. She turned toward him. "Yes. It's not fair if you know my name and I don't know yours." She flushed. "Oh, sorry, my name's Sakura. Haruno Sakura. I don't come from a clan," she added, upon seeing the brows pull together in thought. Tanaka nodded, chuckling. "First in line. Well, good luck with Kurenai." Sakura was about to bade the man goodbye, but Kiba and Akamaru chose that moment to leap upward. Their synchronized movements startled her for a short moment. They moved as if they were one being. Their bodies never parted more than an inch, never opening up a crevice for her to fall through. "Weird guy," Kiba shouted over the wind that raced up to meet them. "Probably," Sakura agreed. Her hair whipped around her face. "But he doesn't seem too bad." Strange acquaintances were somewhat interesting, if not intimidating. For some reason, the pink-haired girl foresaw a great number of future trips to that particular store. Sensei?" Kurenai lifted her gaze from the children on the play equipment nearby to regard her student, the only one present for the time being, she noted. "Yes, Naruto?" The blonde's finger trailed in the dirt as he squatted in a crouch. "When can we eat? I'm hungry." The Jounin's gaze lingered on him. "Naruto, what do you have for breakfast?" He looked up. "Me?" he asked. She nodded. I drink milk and go down to Ichiraku's if I get up early. If I don't have time, I pack instant ramen for lunch. I skipped breakfast today because I wanted to get here early. At this, Kurenai frowned. The boy was not receiving nearly enough nutrition to support a growing body. She noted his stature, his build. He was not notably tall, but his bone structure appeared to be quite healthy. If he could effectively utilize taijutsu, his own limbs could become lethal weapons. Naruto was lacking in height, but she had already noticed that he had endurance and speed. On the matter of Naruto's taijutsu training, Kurenai had yet to seek out a tutor for him. As it was, she in truth had a suitable instructor in mind. She just doubted that she would agree. Kurenai was easily absorbed into thoughts and sidetracked, as Kuda-sensei had informed her enough times. She barely noticed Naruto jump to his feet until he started hollering at the top of his voice. "Yo! Guys, over here!" The rest of Team 8 had arrived. The Jounin followed her energetic pupil to meet the newcomers. Two Kibas were crouched over to allow a windswept Sakura to clamber off their backs. Naruto, grinning, went over and offered her his hand, which she accepted with a slight scowl. Akamaru reverted to his true form and sank to the grass. "What happened to the clone I sent to pick you up?" Naruto asked Sakura. He did not understand why his teammate's expression dissolved into one of discomfort. "Next time, Naruto," she said, searching carefully for the right way to phrase her next words, "you should make your clones wear big signs that say, 'I am a shadow clone. Don't hit me or I will disappear and leave you in the middle of nowhere.'" Naruto blinked. "Huh." Sakura flushed with slight embarrassment and lowered her head. Naruto pet his head and frowned in confusion. Kurenai found herself reluctant to break his contemplation. After all, he did need to learn to stop and think in situations where such would be useful in a life or death situation. Kiba's eyes flickered from one teammate to the other, all the while hunched over with his hands pressed against his knees as he gasped for breath, undoubtedly winded from the challenging hike up the impressive staircase. From what Kurenai had gathered, Naruto had summoned a trio of shadow clones to ferry him up the stone steps. She had to hand it to him. The boy had creativity. Kurenai was, however, impressed that both Naruto and Kiba had thought to think for Sakura's disadvantage and had willingly pitched in their efforts to assist her. This was a side to the exercise that Kurenai had been most interested in seeing. Teamwork was a fickle thing. "Very good all of you," she said. The boys perked up, but Sakura was not one to bask in praise that she had not earned. "Sensei," she began, but Kurenai cut in with a prepared response to the unspoken confession. "Each of you is unique and possess your own qualities and abilities. No one expects you to do well in every task that is assigned to you. That is why, from your academy years, you have been monitored and partnered with those that can compensate for your faults. These teams have been carefully discussed and chosen to suit each squad." "Sakura," she said, looking at the girl, "your teammates are there to do what you can't. Likewise, you will have to help them when they need it." "Hi, Kurenai-sensei." Naruto, predictably, had only spared half an ear to listen in. He groaned and flopped to the ground, sending a small cloud of dust wafting into the air. "Can we eat now? I'm hungry." Kurenai sighed to herself. "How many of you haven't had breakfast?" Silence met her. "I suppose that's all of you then." She spared them the lecture that breakfast was as vital to a genin as their forehead protector. She would save that for later, knowing that such a sermon would most likely fall on deaf ears. "I was going to run through a few points before we had morning tea, but I presume none of you are going to concentrate with your appetite unsatisfied. We'll get takeaway." Kiba frowned. "But Sakura has food." He could smell the aroma wafting off her backpack. The Jounin raised an eyebrow and turned to the pink-haired girl. "Sakura?" The young Kunoichi's eyes widened. "Sorry, I forgot." She berated herself for her idiocy and produced the bundle of bananas she had purchased earlier. "I have these." Immediately, Naruto jumped to his feet with a bright twinkle in his eyes. Sakura found herself in a tight embrace that she had not been expecting. "I love you, Sakura." Deciding that she did not care if she offended another possible shadow clone, Sakura delivered an uppercut to the blonde's jaw, satisfied when no pop followed afterward. Naruto landed unimpressively at Kiba's feet. Akamaru trotted over and liked his bruised jawline. Smart, Kiba said sarcastically. He hauled the shorter boy to his feet. I think you should stick to just a thank you next time. Kurenai crossed her arms and stepped back. Her charges barely noticed her retreating to lean by a tree, slipping into the half-shadows. She watched them as they interacted, and noticed for the first time just how childish her team was. As any other experienced jounin could make out, Naruto was most prone to laughter above the average volume, and most of the time the cheerful grins were exaggerated. He was a cheerful being, yet the pain of years of exclusion did not bode well with him. That, however, did not stop him from pelting Kiba with banana peels. The Inuzuka did not take well to being bombarded with fruit sheddings, and he quickly retaliated. Akamaru sat by the side, opting to accompany Sakura on the more quiet experiences of life over aiding his master. Kiba's laugh was mocking and generously loud. He had no trouble socializing, and it was highly doubtful that he ever would experience difficulties. Kurenai's attention shifted to the last of her genins. Sakura was the most difficult to understand. From what the jounin understood, Sakura had been subjected to bullying during her childhood, the causes of which being her curiously colored hair and somewhat generously spaced forehead. She had apparently been befriended by the Yamanaka girl. However, somewhere between that space of time and graduation from the academy, Sakura had dropped her friendship with Ino and developed an infatuation with Uchiha Sasuke. However, watching the girl tip a small portion of her prepared breakfast for Akamaru, and smile when the small dog uncharacteristically purred, Kurenai could see the intelligent, withdrawn child that Haruno Sakura must have been in her earlier years at the academy. It was not hard to picture Sakura as a caring girl, but her somewhat violent treatment toward Naruto's antics belied the quiet nature. Kurenai gave them a few more moments, and then put her foot down. Her students sheepishly cleaned up their mess and followed her to a walkway path that circled around the park. The winding trail eventually winded back to the village's center, and Kurenai planned to take her team the whole way around. The males of the team immediately considered the stroll a mundane task and took to their unfinished squabble. Get off me! Kiba guffawed as Naruto pounced on his back and, grinning, tugged at the Inuzuka's jacket hood. No! Akamaru! But the puppy was innocently riding in Sakura's arms, who scowled slightly at her teammates' embarrassing behavior. Minutes later, the boys calmed down, and then started off again. The ruckus reached the point where Kurenai was forced to intervene. She stopped and turned around. Kiba had grabbed Naruto in a headlock, and neither of them were watching where they were going. Sakura gave Kurenai a pleading look, and the jounin nodded her consent. The pink-haired genin cracked her knuckles. 2 concussions later, Kiba's and Naruto's attention span lengthened, and Kurenai relived every moment of silence they were blessed with. As a shinobi, your most powerful weapon is silence and stealth. She looked down at them. What makes you think the behavior you just displayed qualifies as that of genin? She received simultaneous mumbles of, sorry, Sensei. The jounin sighed. The boys cracked open an eye to peer at their mentor. Kurenai raised an eyebrow at them, and they quickly diverted their gazes. Perhaps she could use their temporary fear of her wrath to drill a lesson into their minds. She raised a hand to flick back her long hair, her fingers blurring in a well-practiced hand sign. What do I look like at the moment to you? She asked in a softer tone. Kurenai-sensei, Kiba said hesitantly. Is that your final answer? Naruto. The blonde had been staring at her with his eyes wide and mouth slightly open. He blinked. Sensei, are you on fire? Sakura had very little patience, especially when it came to Naruto. A vein popped and she stomped over to the short blonde. Naruto, what kind of question is that? She scowled. An observant one, Kurenai replied, in time to rescue Naruto from his female teammate's wrath. When Sakura stared, the jounin smiled. Do you see it too, Sakura? Haruno Sakura was not one to believe anything with a deficiency of evidence, but she had to believe this one. Their sensei's eyes, naturally a curious shade of crimson, had small flames flickering in their reflection. Be it an illusion or the mind's tricks, Sakura could have sworn that Kurenai had seemed to tower over them with a gushing torrent of fire backing her. She blinked. This is a genjutsu, isn't it? Kurenai smiled. The girl was as knowledgeable as her file had suggested. That's right, she agreed, and the frightening image of an looming, erupting sensei faded. It was a simple genjutsu. Naruto's head ped to one side. Sensei? Yes, Naruto? What exactly does a genjutsu do? His cheeks had flushed a slight shade of pink and he was staring at the ground, as if embarrassed that he had to ask such a simple question. For the umpteenth time since meeting the boy, Kurenai had to wonder what the academy instructors had been teaching him. They continued walking. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Naruto's shoulders fall when he realized that she had not answered his question. The Jounin kept a steady eye on the blonde, finally deciding that it was time she confronted him. Kiba, Sakura and Akamaru, she said, and the trio jogged ahead of her to regard her. I would like you to take a short run back to the park and then turn around and catch up with us. As expected, the lack of mention of Naruto did not slip by. Hey, Kiba protested. What about Naruto? He will be doing a similar exercise. Sakura visibly winced at physical training, but she obeyed without question. Kiba grumbled and took off after her with Akamaru. Kurenai kept walking, Naruto trailing half a step behind her. What will I be doing, Kurenai-sensei? The boy asked. Walk with me, Naruto, she said simply. His smile faltered. Okay. He fell into step beside her, head lowered and hands shoved into his pockets. Naruto was not a big thinker. He was of the kind that thought only of consequences after he had caused trouble. Yet Kurenai was really pressing on his brain cells. She had seemed quite nice and friendly the day before, but today she appeared to be either ignoring him or giving him special treatment. It reminded Naruto horribly of the more unforgiving academy teachers, and now that he knew why they hated him so much, he began to dread the next moments with his new sensei. Naruto, Kurenai's quiet voice broke into his musings. He looked up. Yeah. What have you learned at the academy? This knocked him off guard for a short moment. He hadn't really thought about that. Well, the basic ninjutsu and stuff, I suppose. You know, the rope escape technique, which I SEK at, and the transfo dash. She raised a hand to stop him. Let me rephrase my question. How do they treat you at the academy? She watched him from the corner of her eye as they continued to walk. Naruto stared up at her in shock. What do you mean? I think you know. He lowered his head and bit his lip. He didn't know if he should feel grateful that she cared, or if he should be experiencing a darker emotion. Kurenai sounded a lot like Sandaime. It was always a difficult decision between spilling the truth and coloring his response to match the opposite. Without looking up, he told her about his years in the academy, how, in his first year, he had been shunned from the groups the other students had formed and how he had spent more time sitting on the creaking swing in the courtyard than playing ninja with the other kids. How his second-year instructor had refused to acknowledge his presence and his questions and how his following teachers had followed suit. How, by the fourth year, he had picked up Shikamaru's habits of slacking off in class and had been punished by having his face sprayed with spittle and then cleaned in the toilet bowl. His voice was bitter, and at times Kurenai could see and feel his shoulders trembling with fury. After she felt a warm trickle of blood trickling down her palm where her nails had carved crescent-shaped lacerations against her skin, she decided that her composure was probably not much better off than her students. But then I got Iruka-sensei, Naruto said, piercing through her darker thoughts with a triumphant tone in his voice. He was always picking on me and stuff, making me stay back and clean up the pranks I pulled, but he was the only one who would bother answering my questions. And sometimes, he'd treat me to ramen when I do stuff right, like hit targets with shuriken and that kind of thing. And then his voice trailed off there and he pondered if he should reveal the events of that night with Mizuki's betrayal. Yuhi Kurenai could not say that she was particularly fond of the nine-tailed fox. It had taken away the lives of many people. She hated it for committing such terrible acts and no one could blame her for thinking so, but at the moment she loathed it for being the cause of grief to the youth walking alongside her. Naruto had been alone for so long that the slightest motions of kindness had him rethinking his impressions of a person in seconds. It most likely resulted in false pretenses and betrayal of his affections, which would explain why he was so careful to conceal his emotions. "Naruto," she said, her voice faltering with uncharacteristic hesitation. "Tell me, do you feel lonely?" He stiffened. "Hey kid, quit staring at my dango like that. You want one, you pay for it. No wait, it's you? Change of mind, just shoo. Shoo or I'll get the broom." And most of the time he would linger to inhale the aroma for a moment longer until his presence irritated the adult and he would flee, sticking his tongue out during the process. "No, sweetheart, don't play with him. A bad boy." "Yes, a bad boy." He would grin and tell his would-have-been friend that it was fine and that he would see him the next day, and he would wave while the other kids stared curiously back at him. When the next day came, they would ignore his greeting, and when forced to respond they would do so with an unfriendly comment. Yes, he supposed he was lonely. "Hey Naruto, if you get this done by nightfall, I'll buy you dinner." Sometimes, Naruto, it is natural to despise those who express the same feelings toward you. But you have to understand that, to become a good Hokage, you have to accept their resentment toward your existence, and understand that no matter what illusion plays among your mind, you will never be truly alone. He noticed that Kurenai was still awaiting his reply. He shrugged and smiled. "Not anymore." She nodded and went on to explain the basics of genjutsu. Naruto did not inquire upon her sudden change of subject and listened intently to the explanation, shooting off questions that bounced back at strange angles to another inquiry, which was often followed by a scenario conjured from his imagination. Kurenai nodded and did her best to fill in the years of knowledge he had been denied. Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru caught up with them just when she had been about to explain the process of canceling a genjutsu. Sakura, the Jounin noted, was definitely in dire need of taijutsu training. The girl was putting an asthmatic to shame. Kiba, though winded, was grinning. "Told you it wasn't impossible," he said to Sakura, who was clutching her ribs as she essayed in a difficult breath. "Not everyone," she gasped out, glaring, "runs crazy, laps around the village, every day." Kiba's grin widened and he slipped his hands behind his head. "Hey, you're welcome to join me." Forget it." Kurenai stopped and turned around. "That actually is not a bad idea. It would do well to improve your stamina and fitness, Sakura. Naruto, I suggest you join them." She commended herself on her quick thinking. To allow the three genin time to socialize among themselves without her influencing their behavior would certainly prove to be a shortcut to teamwork and friendship. In response, the genins just stared at her, then at each other. Naruto eventually picked up the discussion. "I don't really mind, I guess. What time do you get up, Kiba?" Well, Kiba rubbed the back of his neck, seemingly uncomfortable. "My sister's actually the one who drags me up for stuff like that. The time changes sometimes, but we usually get out at around 7. I missed my run today and she was gonna grill me." He laughed uneasily and looked expectantly at his teammates. "That's cool," Naruto said slowly. "Don't be there. Tomorrow." Kiba cracked a smile and turned to Sakura. "So, you coming too?" Sakura cringed. She was still catching her breath from the previous run, which in truth had not been all that long. They hadn't gotten far into the walk and the distance had not been great. It had been hard keeping pace with Kiba. She even suspected that he had been holding back to wait for her. Reluctant to fall behind, she nodded uncertainly. "I'll come." The rest of the village had woken while Team 8 had been absent from it. Kurenai dismissed her students for breakfast while she attended to her own business. She dropped them directions to a restaurant she frequented, though Sakura was perhaps the only one who listened. Naruto and Kiba had already gone ahead. "Place it under my tab," Kurenai called after them. "I will join you when I have finished." Yamane Takara woke to the chirping of bothersome birds. She found herself sprawled across her sagging couch, and she almost slipped back down again when her feet felt around for her sandals, tripping against 2 empty sake jugs that could be found rolling against the scratched floorboards of her apartment. Swearing, she hauled herself to a technically upright pose and stumbled to her bathroom to splash her face with water. She became aware of a certain presence when her mind cleared a little. A chuckle escaped her lips, muffled slightly by the cloth she had pressed against her face. "What wind blows you here, Kurenai?" The towel in her hands flicked out to snatch the bottle that had been thrown through her window. She eased open the cork and inhaled a scent of the rice country's finest. Not half bad, you're getting better at picking this stuff. Her former teammate stepped out from behind the cracked walls of the dwelling and joined Takara at the wooden table where the latter had begun pouring 2 cups. You haven't been taking care of yourself, have you? Kurenai brushed her gaze lightly over the woman that had been a close friend and confidant. She was disappointed to discover that Takara's brown hair was as long, lank, and unkempt as ever, deprived of the natural attention a woman would force upon her appearance. The slight dark circles under her eyes told Kurenai that her old teammate had been doing nothing the previous night but drink to the hope of losing her consciousness for as long as she could. Takara did not forget, but she often attempted to escape reality. She had attempted to escape her physical environment as well. She was the only tenant in her apartment, which was situated on the outskirts of the village. Takara could only take her conscience that far, a place where she retained memories of the happier days, of the oath she had committed herself to over a decade ago. She drowned out reminiscence of the darker days whenever she could, and they happened to disturb her on more accounts than she could care to count. Skip the formalities, Kurenai, she sighed, nudging a cup toward her friend. This hangover of mine makes it hard to process stuff like that. Oh yeah, congratulations on making jounin. Heard you got a bunch of brats to babysit. How are they? Never having found the tolerance to alcohol, Kurenai declined the drink. They could do with some sharpening, she replied truthfully. But they are not the worst. Kids these days are always rambling on about how they want to be great ninja when they grow up. Good thing they had no war to deal with, huh? Kurenai did not say anything. She waited until Takara had downed a cup of sake and started pouring another. How badly does your team SCK? 2 of them could benefit from additional taijutsu tutoring. Takara glanced sharply at Kurenai. Is that why you're here? And here I was thinking you were actually missing me. Kurenai pursed her lips. On second thoughts, that sake might not be so bad after all. I do miss you. The old you, anyway. Dead. Takara dash. I'm not going to get involved in anything to do with the likes of you shinobi. I'm done with it. You go ahead and pursue whatever crazy dream you still have. Kurenai, I didn't stop you from continuing down that cursed road and I hope you respect my right to stay away from it. Must you be so difficult? Kurenai sighed exasperatedly. She had known this would not be easy. Takara laughed. Remember how Kuda-sensei always used to say that? He'd give me this disapproving look and then say it with a grin. Do you remember, Kurenai? Takara, this is Dash. Do you remember, Kurenai? Takara persisted in a harder tone. Kurenai winced. Yes, she whispered, knowing what was going to follow and bracing herself for it. The glint that had been in Takara's eyes dulled. And do you remember how he died, Kurenai? Do you remember how we were going to charge into battle like the good ninja we were supposed to be? Do you remember how Masuru's bones cracked like twigs? Do you remember what Sensei's flesh smelt? She did. Of course she did. Takara, this has to stop. You have to stop living in the past. I'm not living in it, the other woman hissed. Both had risen to their feet, facing each other over the ancient table that creaked under the weight of their palms slamming onto its surface. I'm running away from it. You really think putting up that smile over all else will work, Kurenai? It doesn't. Trust me, I've tried and it doesn't goddamn work. She heaved in a deep breath and sat down, shakily emptying the sake gourd into her mouth. I'm done with being a kunoichi, Kurenai, she said in a softer tone after she had wiped her mouth. I'm done. I'm not going to teach your students. Go find someone else, get Guy, he'll do it if you ask. Guy has his own genin team to consider. As you are constantly reminding me, you don't. Takara raised an eyebrow and a smile that reminded Kurenai of its mischievous counterpart touched her lips. One reason? Is that all you can come up with these days, Kurenai? Kurenai turned away so that her friend could not see her own smile. Yes. Really? Her teammate pressed. Yes. Do you swear on Masuru and Sensei's graves? The red-eyed woman regarded her friend. That was cruel, Takara. Their passed-on comrades had no grave, no resting place to speak of. There had been nothing left to bury. I'm not going to ask Guy, and you know perfectly why. The other woman shrugged. Just checking that he hasn't shaved off those brows of his. Haven't seen him for ages? He's still yelling about his age. No. He's pronouncing the immortality of youth. Kurenai whispered a silent apology to the green-clad Jounin. With the orange leg warmers. Takara threw her head back and let out a short bark of laughter. Sounds just like him, she commented, grinning. Kurenai knew that if she squinted, as she had so many times before, she would be able to see the younger Takara Yamane that had been an official tomboy and had enjoyed pestering their sensei for missions. But then, when Kurenai noticed her friend rubbing her forearm, all projections of the past vanished. The red-eyed Jounin knew what was hidden under the long-sleeved shirts that Takara refused to replace even in the midst of summer, tucked carefully away from the notice of others, and more importantly, herself. There was a scar, one that appeared to have been drawn with a ruler and one that would mark her forever. Thankfully, none others joined its company since the first time Kurenai had caught her teammate purposefully harming herself. But it was still there, still visible, and the same could be said for Takara's unrelenting memories and her inability to accept them. I have a student, Kurenai began quietly, and she gestured toward the offending forearm when her teammate glanced up at her. He has scars as well. I find that emotional scars hurt more than physical ones. Less than a week ago, he found out exactly why the villagers hate him so much. She noticed that Takara's eyes had widened, but she went on grimly. He has determination like no other. His taijutsu is crippled and the same goes for his reputation, but he still finds strength to smile for his friends. That boy, this student of mine, his dream is to become Hokage. And I intend to help him accomplish that. So for the sake of that student and another who also has her own dreams, I need you to help me teach them. Takara frowned. Don't tell me you have dash. The fragile moment was interrupted by a bellow of, Kurenai Sensei. Kurenai herself winced. What are they doing here? She muttered to herself, and rose to investigate. Takara suspiciously followed her out. I thought I told you to wait at the restaurant. Kurenai frowned at her genins. She was nothing if not observant, and she saw Naruto's smile falter, for reasons unknown other than her disapproving tone. Her eyes narrowed. Seeing that neither of her teammates had the decency to explain, Sakura took up the task. We went to that restaurant you instructed, but the owner didn't want to serve Naruto for some reason. So we left and Naruto got us ramen. We were worried that you couldn't find us, so Kiba and Akamaru tracked you here. The girl displayed an uncharacteristic fiddling with her fingers. Sorry we disobeyed you, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai was too absorbed in anger to hear the second half of Sakura's explanation. How dare they refuse to serve her student? She glanced at her genins, saw that they were curiously staring at her face, and fought to keep her composure. She and that restaurant owner would have a nice chat. How much did you spend on ramen, Naruto? She asked. I'll pay you back. It was supposed to be my treat. The boy blinked as if he had never heard of having someone pay him back before. He lowered his head and gave her a wobbly grin. It's fine though, Sensei. It doesn't matter, you can treat us next time. He smiled. But it's gotta be something good. She didn't know how her hand had found its way into Naruto's tousled hair and started ruffling it, but it seemed to stun the blonde. Something good, she agreed. After the mission. The sacred word was enough to send Naruto into an excited fever. Kiba's was second only to the blonde. Mission, they both exclaimed. Sakura scowled at them, but the corner of her mouth kept twitching into a smile. Do you think we're ready, Kurenai-sensei? She asked dubiously. The Jounin could see where the girl's uncertainty was coming from. We'll have to find out, won't we? Kurenai replied. Naruto was beyond himself with joy. At this rate, they would probably be the first genin team to receive an official assignment. This very much satisfied the blonde. Take that, Sasuke. He was grateful that Kurenai-sensei was giving them the chance so early on. Naruto found himself looking at his mentor with reverence that had also been triggered by the morning's earlier events. Then he noticed the woman standing behind their sensei. Sensei, who's the hag? Kurenai stiffened. Takara held no specific loathing toward Naruto. She hated the nine-tailed fox, but she did not hold much against its jailer. It was the memories of that fateful day that prevented her from completely accepting the boy. But she did not take well to being christened with uncouthly nicknames. "Who are you calling hag, you brat?" she spat. In a flickering motion that informed Kurenai that her teammate's taijutsu had not regressed at all, she was standing behind Naruto with a hand pressed firmly on his head, forcing him to duck his head forward. "Show some respect." The sudden movement startled Sakura enough that she let out half a scream, stumbling backward and away from the newcomer until she bumped into Kiba. The Inuzuka boy caught her by the shoulders, his emotions swaying between amusement and dignity. He wondered if he should be standing and watching while Naruto was being openly abused. Akamaru's whine told him that it was perhaps wiser to stay put. The small dog slipped into his master's jacket. "What's wrong with Akamaru?" Sakura asked, having felt the warm bundle wiggle its way up Kiba's front. She had taken a liking to the puppy and she scratched Akamaru's chin in an attempt to offer him comfort. "Chakra?" Kiba questioned quietly. Akamaru whimpered. "No, but she's strong, stronger than Kurenai-sensei." Kiba stared at the woman, who was currently holding off Naruto's struggle to freedom with ease. The Inuzuka shifted his gaze to Kurenai. "Hey, sensei, just who is that woman?" Kurenai glanced at her charges. Much as she knew Takara did not agree, it would be for the best if the genins associated with her. "This is Yamane Takara. She was my teammate in our genin and chunin years." Naruto, at long last, wrestled himself from the woman's surprisingly strong grip. "Oh, okay." He stepped back 2 steps and bowed to the woman. "Pleased to meet you, hag." Kurenai cleared her throat. It would perhaps be better if she was not responsible for the slaughtering of a new genin. "You 3 go ahead first, I will catch up to you later." "Yes, Kurenai-sensei," Sakura answered, and she went off, dragging Naruto by the ear. "You want me to leave Akamaru, sensei?" Kiba asked, pausing. She raised an eyebrow. "Are you doubting my abilities as a jounin, Kiba?" "No. Of course not." Kiba grinned sheepishly and waved once before running off to join his teammates. Takara watched the kids leave, her attention focused particularly on the blondie. She knew that the kid was the demon container. Hardly any adults these days did not. His appearance and behavior belied his status as the QB's jailer. He was a natural troublemaker, which gave Takara the impression that she could get to know this kid. Too bad his presence alone seemed to trigger sharper pain than a kunai plunging into her slitted wrists. "Him and the girl need the taijutsu training, right?" she asked without looking at whom she was addressing. "You still have a sharp eye, Takara." "Yes, they are the ones I want you to teach." "I told you, I'm not going to teach them not. I'm not going to have anything to do with being a ninja anymore, especially not helping someone else be Hokage." She turned and sauntered toward her apartment. "You'd better get going, kids do stupid things when they're excited." Kurenai did not look back. She knew that she had outstayed her welcome. "Takara," she asked quietly. "What?" "You may not have realized, but you and Naruto are the same." A chuckle. "Oh, trust me, I've realized." "Naruto." "Oh, hi, sensei." Kurenai smiled down at her young charge. She had drawn alongside her genins to discover that Naruto had been lagging behind his teammates. Kiba and Sakura were not spared curiosity and the slight tinge of concern. However, when they turned their heads for the last time to check on their solitary teammate and saw that Kurenai was accompanying him, they did not look back again, placing confidence in their mentor to put right whatever had bogged down the usually cheerful Naruto. It was to be expected. Kurenai had noticed that Naruto's smile had been of the forced kind. He was quietly upset about the turnouts of the morning. Undoubtedly the boy had been through abuse of this sort before. However, the hardest blow must have been dealt with the fact that he had been insulted in the face of his teammates. It was embarrassing and more than a little upsetting. "If I remember correctly, you want to become Hokage, don't you?" The grin returned, and it was less artificial than it had been at first. "Then I'll get some respect." "Don't you consider yourself respected?" "What do you mean?" Naruto asked. "How did your teammates react to the restaurant owner's rejection to serve you?" Well, I don't know, just stood there, I suppose. Then we left together. And you do not consider their willingness to stand by you a show of respect? Naruto was momentarily stunned into silence. I don't know. Kurenai smiled. Perhaps you should look closer to home then. Get it, get it, get it? Ha, gotcha. That was my face. Idiot. Don't let go of it. Meow. It's getting away again. Akamaru. Pin it down from the other side. Kurenai grudgingly acknowledged that her team needed lessons in stealth. After reporting to the tower, Team 8 had been tasked with the retrieval of a runaway cat, which coincidentally belonged to the daimyo's wife. Kurenai had been amused. She'd had a similar mission involving the subject's mother, and if she was correct, the ferocious genes tended to pass straight down from mother to offspring. She was, unfortunately, correct. It was amusing to watch her charges storm the forest in search of a feline. Akamaru had cut the search short, but capturing the target proved to be a greater obstacle than they were prepared for. Looking down at her team while they slipped through the muddier aspects of the unknown, Kurenai wondered if the occasional laughter that echoed among the trees meant that her students were somehow enjoying themselves. Even Sakura seemed wholeheartedly committed to the mission. She did not hesitate to leap off Kiba's back when the offer arose to launch herself at the unsuspecting cat. She ended up slipping into a muddy ditch but quickly picked herself up and rejoined the chase. Are you sure you don't want help? Kurenai called down. She had to squint to discern the grimy genins from the surroundings. Yes, the 3 genins chorused. Kiba hated the scent of cat, but it often enticed him to pursue it. He shook his head from side to side in an attempt to get the sludge out of his hair. They were going to bring the entire marsh home if they continued on like this. Naruto, the Inuzuka barked. Give us some clones here. This forced a grimy smile on Naruto's face. Flinging dirt from his hands, he formed the hand seal. Coming right up. 5 solid copies materialized by his side and they charged forward. Kiba launched himself into the fray, and they piled onto the cat. His triumph was short-lived. The cat struggled insistently and managed to open an escape route by piercing 2 clones. Alarmed, it fled from its human prison and darted straight toward Sakura. Startled, the girl could only stumble backward. The cat snarled and raised a claw. Akamaru leaped off the bank of the marsh and growled gutturally at the other animal. Deterred, the cat changed its course and landed on a small island of dried mud. The two exchanged territorial barks and hisses. Shaking herself, Sakura drew up a plan in her mind and called to her teammates to prepare themselves. Kurenai watched with a more interested eye. The cat went frantic as a low-level genjutsu enveloped the area. Where Akamaru had been standing was a menacing bulldog 5 times his size. It snapped at the cat and it screeched in fear. Recoiling, it turned tail and raced in the opposite direction. A dozen Narutos came out from the trees, arms outstretched. The shaken cat skidded in the face of the obstruction and frantically looked for another way out. With a yell that made the small animal jump in its skin, Kiba dove forward and caught it in his jacket. Not so cocky now, are you? Naruto whooped loudly and punched the air, flinging a large chunk of mud skyward. Dirt matted, filthy and sweaty, the 3 genins and their sensei trudged back to the tower to report their mission. Kurenai had wisely volunteered to carry the shell-shocked feline, predicting several more complaints if she referred the duty to one of her charges. How did your first mission feel like? She asked innocently. The baleful stares told her exactly what her students thought of the mission. It's Sikiri, Naruto declared belligerently. How's catching a cat gonna get me up to Hokage? Kurenai sighed. She had been expecting this question. Addition to acting as the army for their country, a ninja village also acts as a business, she explained. Clients will come to the village to pay for the services of a ninja. These are jobs that the clients cannot accomplish by themselves. More like can't be bothered to chase their cats themselves, Kiba scoffed. Kurenai smiled. That too. Have you studied mission ranks before? Yes, Sakura said before Naruto could even consider the question. There are S, A, B, C, and D ranks, in order from deadliest to easiest. Her answer earned her a nod of warm approval. That's right. The mission you just undertook was a D rank. As if in protest to being undermined, the cat squirmed and meowed in her arms, and Kurenai made sure she kept a gentle but firm grip on the furry disaster. D-rank missions involve close to no combat, so the pay is generally low. These missions are usually given to the new academy graduates to foster teamwork among the members. She could not resist a grin. As you three have discovered. Getting dirty, Naruto deadpanned. Getting stuck in mud. That's teamwork. Well, imagine how things would have turned out. You didn't have Akamaru to track the target, Naruto's clones to do the dirty work, and Sakura to pull everything together. The Genins did, and they came up with simultaneous agreements to nightmare, and all three of them sent uneasy glances at the cat in Kurenai's arms. The Jounin chuckled and held the double doors to the tower open for her charges as they slopped into the foyer and mortified the receptionist with the muddy prints they left on the polished floor. You know, I think they're gonna be late. How about you just go ahead first, Nei-chan? Hana raised an eyebrow. What, you shooing me off, kid? I don't see why you're so uptight about introducing me to your teammates. Come on, it can't be worse than changing your diaper. The two were at the bottom of the steps that winded up to the park, waiting for Naruto and Sakura to turn up. Kiba sat atop the largest of his sister's Himura triplets, watching Akamaru taunted his brother by dipping the occasional paw down at the dog whose head he was perched upon. The larger dog, although recognizing that it was just the mutt, snapped playfully back in retaliation. The first time this had happened, Akamaru had scampered into Kiba's jacket in shock. It wasn't until the dog heaved with barking laughter that the puppy indignantly returned to even the grounds. The run wasn't scheduled until 7, but Hana had insisted they arrive early. Your teammates are considered as guests, Kiba, Sheets said last night when he had reluctantly revealed the contents of his training session. It won't do to have them wait. Besides, what's not to say that you'll sleep in again if we leave it too late? Kiba had done more scowling last night than he had the day his mother had seen him off at the gates of the academy with a wet kiss on both sides of his face and a boisterously loud, "Don't go anywhere without your sister, pup. Don't know when that monster under your bed will decide to show up." She'd followed it up with roaring laughter that made all those nearby turn their heads to stare, and although he'd only been 8 at the time, Kiba learned the meaning of embarrassment faster than anyone his age. It had been the first and last time he had allowed Sum to escort him to the academy. Because of that incident, whenever the words monster and bed were used together in the same sentence, all eyes automatically strayed to Kiba. Hey, Kiba. He glanced at his sister. What? It'll be fine. It's not like I'm going to bite them. You sure about that? He teased. She smiled. Are you? He jammed his tongue out and she raised an eyebrow at the childish gesture. I don't suppose you remembered to brush your teeth this morning, did you? She said in a mildly disgusted tone. It's a wonder you haven't scared off your friends already. Leave me alone, he said in a whining tone. Hana smirked. Kiba brushed his fingers against the fur of the dog he was sitting on. He didn't understand why his sister refused to individually name her dogs. They were the Himuru Senkyodai. Nothing more, nothing less. It really confused Kiba when she called for her canine companions. She could communicate and command them like he did Akamaru, except she did it without the use of names. The nameless triplets gave Kiba a hell of a time trying to discern which one was which. After mistaking the brothers one too many times, Kiba had been forced to give them uncreative names for his own use. He had named them according to their size: Ikamaru, Nimaru, and Sanmaru. He was sitting on Ikamaru, the largest. He also didn't understand why Hana had referred to his teammates as friends. And Inuzuka's sense of loyalty toward friends and family were very important. Kiba would willingly cripple himself in exchange for the safety of his mother, sister, or Akamaru. He would fight to the death for his clan. It wasn't even a question. But teammates were teammates. He wasn't complaining about being in a team with Naruto and Sakura. They were strange in their own ways, but he could have been stuck with worse. In some ways, it was fun fooling around with Naruto and bringing out Sakura's mischievous side. But beneath the laughter and playful bickers, there was an unexplainable distance between the three of them. Without Kurenai around to create a bridge for them, the three Genins found that the atmosphere could quickly become awkward. On the other hand, Kiba would be worried if they had managed to bond overnight. No, friendships had to be fostered slowly. Kurenai-sensei would agree with him. Arranging for her students to spend the mornings together had to be one of her well-disguised intentions to slowly bring them closer. Kiba hoped her goodwill would not be in vain. He resolved to be on his best behavior. Without warning, the Haimaru Sankyodai began to growl deep in their throats and became restless. Kiba slid off Ikamaru and the gray canine joined his brothers by Hana's side. He was surprised to see that their teeth were bared with suspicion. His sister soothed them with a touch of her hand, all the while keeping her eyes on the two figures that were approaching them. Kiba recognized the orange jacket and waved to his teammates. He turned to ask Hana why her dogs had been upset, but she had a deep, thoughtful look on her face and he knew better than to interrupt. In any case, the dogs had already settled as if the incident had never happened. Glancing over, Kiba wondered why Akamaru had not reacted. Naruto fidgeted endlessly. The sleeve of one jacket had been stretched and wrung into a damp mass of fabric that hung longer than the other. He had, upon laying eyes on Kiba's small gathered group, broken the skin on his lower lip, but it had been proficiently healed in a matter of seconds. Sakura frowned at her companion's unusual behavior. He had been fine when he had shown up on her doorstep, the real him, this time, but now he was a grinning ball of nerves. "Good morning," the newcomers said in unison. Sakura tugged Naruto's sleeve to remind him to bow. A tall, brown-haired young woman beamed at them. "So you're my brother's teammates, that right? I'm Hana." They nodded. Sakura bowed once more and introduced herself. When it was his turn, Naruto found himself unable to follow her example. He was a little uncomfortable with meeting new people. A teammate's older sister was a little different from victims of a prank. Hana smiled expectantly at him, and Naruto felt his jittering nerves settle at the friendly gesture. "Who am I kidding?" he thought as he slowly grinned back. "Since when did I ever care about this sort of stuff? My name's Uzumaki Naruto," he said with brimming confidence. "And I'm gonna be Hokage one day. Just you watch." "I'm watching," Hana said, and Naruto's grin widened. He liked her already. "Let's go already," Kiba muttered, somehow feeling embarrassed by the exchange of formalities. Scaling the monstrous staircase was daunting as much as it was exhausting. Hana left them behind, smiling, claiming that she didn't want to get in the way. She and her dogs easily bounded up the steps and soon disappeared from view. The genins of Team 8 agreed to walk and set a brisk pace. Fishing around for conversation, Kiba said, "I asked my mum about that weird grocer guy from yesterday." Sakura turned to him. "What did she say?" "What grocer guy?" Naruto asked curiously. "I didn't hear about no grocer guy." "Well, now you did," Sakura huffed. Physical exercise was not her thing and Naruto's badgering was getting on her nerves more than usual. She inwardly winced when she saw his ever-present grin slip slightly. Once again she found herself wondering why it was always Naruto who was on the receiving end of her frustrations. She hardly ever snapped at Kiba. "It's nothing important. We just met someone who knew Kiba's mother, that's all." Naruto blinked at her quiet, tolerant voice. "Oh, okay." Without another word, Sakura lowered her head and painfully picked up the pace. The boys hurried to keep up with her. "Apparently," Kiba said, filling in the void of silence, "they've worked together on a few missions before he lost his leg. She said he saved Kuramaru's life once. Kuramaru's her partner." There was little talk following that. They had somehow kicked into a light jog and all three wordlessly agreed to focus on conserving their energy. Several times Sakura wanted to call for a break. She had developed a bad stitch in her side and it was causing her a considerable amount of grief. Miraculously, she managed to persist until her team hauled themselves from the rickety hell and onto the parkland. She sank to her knees on the grass and gulped for air. Much to his teammates' grief, dead last Naruto was barely winded. He hunched over, grinning. "Nasty, huh? You're not normal." Kiba managed to gasp out. Naruto's smile vanished to be replaced by a look of pure horror. It did not go by unnoticed. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Sakura asked warily. The blonde head came up after a quick shake. Nothing. Just remembered something weird." Naruto laughed unconvincingly. The arrival of one of Hana's dogs rescued him. The canine was alone and carried a plastic bag in his mouth. It growled a greeting to Kiba and dropped its decoy by his feet. The brown-haired boy stooped to pick it up. From Hana? Okay. Tell her I'm going straight to training afterwards. Naruto accepted the bottle of water Kiba handed to him. I didn't know you could talk to dogs. Sure I can. It's my clan's specialty. You come from a clan? Sakura squeezed her bottle to stifle the urge to strangle Naruto for his sheer lack of attention. Following the break, Kiba led his team on their run. They jogged down the path they had passed through with Kurenai the previous day. There was a thin trail that branched off and led down to the lake, which expressed nature's beauty at its fullest. It was a heaving body of life, the water glimmering off the morning sunlight and reflecting it gently upon its surroundings. It was also apparently a popular swimming location for young women. Sakura and Akamaru, with much difficulty, managed to drag the boys away before they were accused of indecency. They looped behind the Hokage Tower, brushing against the revered stone monument, and proceeded to cut past the outskirts of the village. Few words were exchanged. It did not escape Sakura that the pace conveniently seemed to ease up whenever her breathing started to get strained. She looked toward the boys whenever this happened, but they did not seem conscious of it. It was as though they were inadvertently obeying the instinct to stick together. A companionable silence settled between them. And then it was over. Sakura collapsed to the ground, smiling despite the pressuring constriction on her chest. That wasn't too bad, she forced out. She gulped in a lungful of air. It tasted sweet and refreshing. Yeah, Kiba said weakly while he doubled over. He drank the rest of his water and tipped the rest to Akamaru. This is the first time I actually ran the whole way without stopping. Feels good. Naruto fanned at his heated face with his hands, his tongue lolling out. His hair stood in all directions when he brushed it from his eyes and refused to be patted back down. Enthusiastically, Akamaru barked for attention and leapt onto the blonde's head, taking up perch on the sweated tresses like it was his rightful throne. Sakura lifted her head and cracked a smile. All hail the mighty Akamaru, Lord of Sweat. Kiba burst out laughing. A lopsided grin grew on Naruto's face. The humorous moment passed too quickly. An awkward silence fell like the blade of the guillotine. Akamaru looked at his human companions, ping his head at their sudden self-consciousness. It was like they were embarrassed by the carefree interaction. Humans were so strange. Naruto did not like silence. It made him nervous and self-conscious, as if he had done something wrong. He wondered if he had. So, he said uncertainly, dragging out the single syllable and desperately searching for something to follow up before his painstaking effort to support conversation expired. Are we still doing this tomorrow? Kiba untied the knot on his jacket indecisively, and then tightened it again. Do you want to? Naruto shrugged, his mouth twitching. It's all right, I suppose. His words were chosen with unnatural care. He didn't want to say something awkward and jeopardize the arrangement. Kurenai-sensei did sort of instruct us to, Sakura said thoughtfully, concealing hesitation. Her teammates nodded keenly, relieved to have a solid rationale to cling to. Same time tomorrow? Naruto asked hopefully. His heart lifted when his teammates agreed. A firm grin was returning to his expression. We still have an hour before we have to meet up with Kurenai-sensei. Do you guys want to get ramen? My treat. Kiba opened his mouth but was beaten by Sakura. I was actually looking forward to getting home and getting a change of clothes and pick up a shower, she said, and this caused the boys to glance down at their clothing, grimacing. Oh. Naruto winced inwardly. Idiot, he berated himself. He had rushed headfirst into the opportunity too hastily. Sakura and Kiba might not be as eager as he was to establish a concrete friendship. They didn't have to deal with being alone. Sakura saw her blonde teammate's shoulders drop slightly and she bit her lip. She had been trying to be a little nicer to Naruto. After all, he had tried to help her several times and he was actually quite good company when his big mouth was closed. You can treat us tomorrow, she suggested in a somewhat brighter tone. Naruto's face lit up with another grin. No problem. Still smiling, he gently easing Akamaru off his head and placed him on the grass. So I'll see you guys later? Don't be late, Kiba said. Am I ever? No doubt about it. Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets, pouting. Right. The three of them started to separate, taking their own paths. He waved once and then turned to head down the staircase. Then he paused and turned back. Hey, Kiba. Sakura. They turned quickly, as if they had been waiting for a final goodbye. What? Sakura called across the empty square. I, forgot where we're supposed to meet Kurinai-sensei. Idiot. Sakura shook her head and was grateful that Naruto was not within hitting distance. She said. Her voice trailed off there. She glanced over at Kiba but met only his expectant gaze. Her brow puckered into a frown. Actually, I don't think she told us. Kurinai was a light sleeper, as some witty jounins tended to claim was the cause of her strangely colored eyes, and so she was well out of her sleeping kimono and slipping into her usual attire when the Chunin rapped his fist sharply against the thick wooden door of the house her parents had left her before killing themselves in a furious struggle during the Third Great Ninja War. Barely any words were exchanged between she and the dark-haired Chunin except Hokasama would like to see you. Kurinai merely nodded, and the man snapped into a standard bow to one's superiors before he shunshined away. Kurinai gave her hair a quick brush to make it more presentable and ducked into the kitchen to snag an orange from the fruit basket. In minutes, she was tossing orange peels into a nearby disposal tin and proceeding to the Hokage's office. The pair of Chunins standing guard outside bowed and opened the doors for her. Kurinai nodded in acknowledgement and strode into the room as the double doors snapped shut behind her. You called for me, Hokage-sama? The third Hokage lifted his gaze from the paperwork piled before him. The edges of his eyes crinkled in a welcoming smile. Yes, I did. Thank you for fulfilling an old man's request so promptly. Kurinai did not know an appropriate reply that would not instate offense, so she bowed her head. Sarutobi folded his hands before him. A new season has begun and there are several reservations to be made. I summoned you to clarify if you had particular preferences for a training ground. Be as it might that Asuma, Kakashi and Guy have already named and certified their preferences, it would be rather inconvenient if other teams were to interrupt your training. Do you agree? I do, Kurinai answered. I had been planning to drop by later today to confirm a similar matter. Is Training Ground 27 available? She had already gathered her thoughts on her preference the previous night, and had opted for a location that did not differentially appear to be closer to either of her genins' homes. It would not be fair to either of her charges if the others merely had to travel a short distance for training while the other had to suffer from early morning rises. Shifting through a file and puffing on his pipe, the elder man nodded. 27 is currently unreserved. I take it that you intend to put Team 8's name down for a season? Yes. Training ground reservations could only be made for a season to provide squads that had been declined their first choice a second chance to assume temporary possession of their preference. It was also unwise for shinobi to grow accustomed and expectant of any matters, including that of terrain and scenery. It was foolish to train beside a lake for a year, focusing on specific water jutsus, and then have efforts crushed when they were sent to a mission in Suna. Sarutobi nodded and picked up a pen to fill in a form. Kurinai remained silent as the Hokage's pen scratched across the surface of the paper at a practiced pace. The third was not a man who strictly followed protocol, so she suspected that she had not been summoned purely for the sake of training ground reservations. Such small matters could be arranged for later when they reported for a mission. The red-eyed Jounin came to the silent conclusion that no Hokage would willingly invite paperwork. The third expelled regular clouds of smoke and Kurinai realized that, though they did not get along particularly well, Asuma and his father used the same brand of tobacco. It is done, Sarutobi said and, closing the file, leaned back into his armchair. Kurinai waited. The Hokage regarded her. How is your team coming along, Kurinai? I thought so, she mused. They are developing at a steady pace. As for Naruto, Sarutobi raised an eyebrow as her voice trailed off. Has something happened to him? She shook her head. No. However, it has come to my attention that his personal well-being does not appear to be sufficient. Though he was well informed of such, The third nodded. Please elaborate. Kurenai's brow furrowed. For starters, his regular diet appears to consist mainly of ramen and meals at Ichiraku's. His meals lack the vegetable sort, and I can only assume that it has stunted his physical growth. Another matter that concerns me is his. She decided that sloppy was not the word to use in front of the village leader. His understanding of taijutsu is rather unfeasible for one who has been put through the standard academy lectures. I understand that, as one who tends to seek trouble, he may not satisfy the average knowledge of ninjutsu and genjutsu, but as taijutsu is a physical portion of the syllabus, I doubt Naruto would lack interest in the subject. She allowed a rueful smile to touch her lips. For all I see, the boy also lacks the ability to sit still. Sarutobi nodded slowly. He knew all of this. Naruto often sought his companionship, having been deprived of the attention of those his age. Sometimes, when the boy was in a talkative mood, he would explain how he had attempted the standard pranks on his Chunin instructor, and when the Hokage prodded carefully, the blonde would unwittingly reveal that his teacher had somehow forgotten to oversee his shuriken practice. In compensation for his subordinate's forgetfulness, the third often accompanied Naruto in his occasional studies. It seemed that it had not been enough, as Kurenai had pointed out. Naruto had been handicapped from the beginning, and it was rather difficult to heal old wounds. Kurenai, he said, and the Jounin raised her gaze to meet his when she sensed the serious tone in his voice. I trust that you would only wish for the best of your student. While I have attempted to lessen Naruto's lack of proper instruction, it appears that I have not altogether been successful. Why didn't you punish the instructors? Kurenai inquired quietly. The third gave a small smile. Though I am reluctant to enforce DSPLN on my subordinates, I am willing to put the older practices to action if anyone breaches the laws I have set. However, by subtly depriving Naruto of teacher-to-student tutelage, the academy instructors have not broken any laws that are currently in place. The villagers resent Naruto for his uniqueness, and even I do not have the power to change the way they think. Kurenai said nothing, though her eyes had somewhat risen in the crimson shade. A sliver of remembrance filtered into her mind from the previous day. Naruto, tell me, do you feel lonely? It was impossible not to notice the painful grief that had exuded from the boy, or the killing intent that had accompanied it. It had been a very brief lapse of self-control, but Kurenai had felt it. The hairs on the back of her neck had stood on end as the wave of hatred swept by, and she had been grateful that they had not been among the majority of the village population. She had seen Naruto's shoulders tense and clench at a memory that had obviously brought him pain. She had been afraid that Naruto, beneath the layer of controlled grins and laughs, hated those that taunted his existence. But then he had calmed and the moment had moved on for the more positive turns. Kurenai had carefully steered him away from darker thoughts onto safer ground. It's not like he can be blamed for his less-than-friendly thoughts, the Jounin thought on a bitter tone. She herself had been enraged at his recollection of his genin years, and it was understandable that Naruto had not been fond of the moment. Kurenai, Sarutobi said, watching her carefully. She snapped her gaze back to him. As you are Naruto's sensei, I leave his welfare in your capable hands. She bowed her head. Yes, Hokage-sama. She glanced at the wall clock behind the Hokage's desk and discovered that she had a little less than 15 minutes to meet her genins. She smiled faintly and wondered if they would knowingly accept the challenge she had silently proposed to them. Excuse me, Lord Hokage, but if there is nothing else I would like to take my leave, I am expected in a short amount of time. It seemed to shatter a spell that had warped into existence. The third leaned back in his armchair, resuming the face of the Leaf's strongest shinobi. Ah, yes, I do apologize for keeping you in an old man's company for so long. He smiled at her. I trust it was not an endearing experience? I found it very enlightening, Kurenai replied, smiling in return. She bowed and reached for the handle of the door. And Kurenai? She paused and turned slightly. Please take care of Naruto. She inclined her head in his direction. I will do my best. Sakura brushed back her hair and inspected her reflection in the mirror. What do you think, Akamaru? She asked, bending down to the puppy's level where he sat on her bed. Kiba had insisted that Akamaru stayed with her so. Without a doubt, he still remembered the last time she had tried to look for their sensei. I don't need the mud, he'd claimed, and Akamaru had promptly protested indignantly by chewing on the edge of his trouser leg. Besides, if he smells that I'm off mark, Akamaru can come get me. Right, boy? Although she had sputtered her gratitude, much to the interest of an amused Naruto, it didn't begin to cover her relief. Akamaru barked once and Sakura could almost predict his meaning. Kiba's going to beat us there if we don't get going. She laughed and picked him up, plucking a grape for him as she passed the kitchen. Her father had already left for work and her mother for shopping, so no one was there to wish her a good day and a precaution to keep her clothes clean when Sakura locked her apartment and paused on the doorstep to allow Akamaru to extract his muzzle from her shoulder and sniff around. When it appeared that he had picked up the scent, she let him jump to the ground and lead the way. She lowered her head as she walked, following the white blur that darted ahead of her, expertly weaving between legs in a fashion that Sakura could not have dreamed to imitate. The morning run-around with village with Kiba and Naruto had forced her realize that she was severely deficient in her physical abilities. Kiba had been able to keep pace despite his constant complaints and cursing behind his sister's back, and even Naruto seemed not to have been winded after. It had been a test of endurance, and she had failed miserably. Akamaru suddenly growled and left her line of vision. Sakura's head snapped. Up in time to see a blur streak by the corner of her eye. Akamaru, she blurted and looked around for the puppy. She did not want to be the one to tell Kiba that she had lost his dog. Much to her relief, Akamaru was standing just a few feet away from her, wagging his tail and glaring in a way only a canine could. He had a small packet clenched in his teeth. Sakura stared. Nice reflexes, pup, a deep voice said to her left. Can't say the same for you. Sakura, was it? She flushed as she turned to bow to the speaker. Good morning, Tanaka-san. The Jounin grocer raised a hand in greeting. He chuckled when she attempted to return the paper bag he had thrown. Keep it. It's for you. For me? She asked, surprised. She peered inside to discover that it contained an assortment of sweets. No wonder Akamaru had reacted so quickly, she thought. Remembering her manners, she bowed once again to Tanaka. Thank you. He waved it away. Off to training? That reminded her. Oh, that's right, I have to get going. Sakura decided not to ask Tanaka about the gift. Something about the man didn't quite qualify him for a stranger, although she had only conversed with him once before. Right? Tanaka said. He reached to the side for a crate of apples and threw one to Akamaru, who caught it in mid-tumble. By then. Sakura frowned upon realizing that no shopkeeper in the right state of mind would give away his goods for free. But then, Tanaka Noboru was like no grocer she had ever come across before. Akamaru barked again and Sakura glanced up at the sky. She cringed and realized that she had spent too long talking to Tanaka. She fed an amount of chakra to her legs and took to the rooftops. Hey, Sensei. Kurenai snapped her book shut and leaned over the edge of the branch she had been sitting on to see an orange-clad figure waving his arms up at her. She smiled and slipped the tome into her pouch. You're first again. Naruto grinned and leapt onto the branch above the one his sensei occupied. He sat on the end of it, his legs dangling down, so that he could see Kurenai where she was leaning against the side of the trunk. You made us track you again, he accused. I didn't I? But why? A shinobi must be aware of his surroundings and his situation. One cannot immediately assume that answers are automatically supplied. Seeing her pupil's blank expression, Kurenai explained in simpler terms. I don't want you to rely on given information, Naruto. Sometimes, you have to notice things on your own and decide on the best course of action. The blonde genin nodded slowly. So you're saying that I should try and figure out things for myself sometimes? Correct. Oh, I get it now. Kurenai nodded. Do you think you can remember it long enough to explain to Kiba and Sakura in your own time? Why can't you tell them yourself, Sensei? Naruto frowned. Even he knew why no one ever asked him to remember anything important. As Kurenai opened her mouth to explain, he waved his hands in front of him. Wait a minute. Don't tell me yet. Let me figure it out myself. His arms crossed over his chest and his lower lip jutting out as if he were pouting. He was, in fact, trying to concentrate. The Jounin snapped her mouth shut and complied with a slight smile on her face. Naruto learned his lessons quick. He had undoubtedly fostered his quick thinking during the pranks he pulled. It took sufficient skill to avoid the hot-headed chunins, and sometimes even Enbyu, that were dispatched to deal with his antics. Kurenai's expression darkened minimally as her mind swerved toward the better treatment Naruto could have received in the academy. The boy was not, by any chance, lacking in intellect. He was very bright, and Kurenai was displeased to note that he could have learned more from his instructors. Kurenai-sensei? She looked up. Did you figure it out? Well, yeah, you want me to remember specific information so I can remember the stuff I noticed during missions. Or something like that. Very good, Naruto, she said approvingly. He grinned and rubbed the back of his head. Then his mood regulated and he shifted uncomfortably. Sensei? Kurenai knew instantly that he had a particular matter to address. Neither Kiba nor Sakura had arrived yet, and the Jounin diverted the majority of her attention to her present pupil. Yes, what is it? Naruto shuffled about. If I wanted to talk to you, would you listen? She found her eyebrow arcing up, accompanied by a flare of surprise. Of course I would. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Should I not? That's not what I meant, he said quickly, once again waving his hands in front of him. I was just wondering because Irika-sensei was pretty much the only one who would listen to me and… His voice faltered. He told me that teachers always listen to students, he continued in a whisper. And you're my sensei, so I thought. Kurenai's fingers unconsciously curled into a fist, and she had the suddenly longing to land them on a particular group of academy instructors. Naruto, she said in a firm voice, causing him to look into her serious eyes. Yumino Irika was right, I am your sensei. If you have any doubts or feel the need to talk to someone, I want you to know that you can always come to me. And don't forget about your teammates. Is that clear? She asked sternly. He nodded. One last time, Naruto, being in a team means that you are not alone. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. Satisfied though still fighting off irritation at certain chunins, Kurenai leaned back into the trunk of the tree. Now what was it you wanted to discuss? The corner of his mouth twitched. Me. Before Kurenai could inquire, he went on. I know that there are lots of problems with me. Like, you know. Naruto shrugged a little uncomfortable. I could never break out of a genjutsu properly at school, my taijutsu stinks and I only know a few ninjutsu. He paused. And I'm short. Kurenai stared at his candid confession. Well, at least he was honest. Genjutsu is my specialty and I know that some people are naturally talented at the art while others cannot perform it at all. Naruto, don't be too concerned about your inability to release yourself from a genjutsu. Dispelling and casting are two different things. Naruto sat up straighter. So you're saying I might be able to do genjutsu? Like, actually do it? As much as she hated to put her foot down on the boy's hopes, Kurenai did not want to encourage him to take down the wrong path. With some difficulty, yes. Seeing him frown at difficulty, the Jounin explained. Genjutsu relies on acute manipulation of chakra. With your enormous chakra reserves, you would barely feel the drain, and therefore would distort the illusion. Although Naruto could not honestly say that he had understood everything, he managed to pull out his sensei's primary implication: it's better off if you don't specialize in genjutsu. Sakura would be suitable for genjutsu, Kurenai said thoughtfully. She has very good chakra control. Naruto smiled. Sakura-chan's good at everything, he said ruefully. Not entirely, Kurenai disagreed. Like you, Sakura needs to reinforce her taijutsu. Once I find a suitable tutor, the two of you will be training together under the same sensei. Brief joy at Sakura's future companionship rose, only to be forced back down when he digested the rest of Kurenai's words. You're not going to be the one teaching us? He asked, disappointed. My taijutsu is merely adequate, she said gently. Your skills would improve dramatically if you were under the tutelage of a taijutsu specialist. Naruto nodded, though still slightly let down. So who's going to be teaching us? A grimace pulled on Kurenai's pursed lips. Her appeal to Takara had not gone very well. She had planned to shoot down two birds with one stone. Naruto and Sakura would have a suitable teacher, and Takara would have an incentive to motivate her to do more with her life. Kurenai knew her old friend too well. Anything she tried would not faze her. But maybe a certain Uzumaki Naruto could. Feeling somewhat sly, Kurenai said, "Naruto, listen up." He straightened with a grin. "Hi," he barked. "Do you remember the woman you met yesterday?" He pet his head. "The hag?" Kurenai cleared her throat. "Yes. Her name is Yamane Takara. She is an old friend of mine. I asked her to tutor you and Sakura." By this point, Naruto was bouncing up and down on his branch and Kurenai retracted her legs in case the bough snapped and fell. "So what are we waiting for?" he asked eagerly. "When can we start?" "Takara no longer wishes to be associated with the shinobi kind," Kurenai said, feeling a spot of nurtured sadness rise. "She refuses to teach you." "What?" She winced. "Naruto, I think I can hear you perfectly fine without you shouting." He clamped his hands over his mouth. "Sorry, Sensei," he said, his voice muffled. "Do you remember where Takara lives?" Naruto pet his head for a moment. "I can ask Kiba," he said finally. "I want you to talk to Takara and if possible, convince her to oversee your taijutsu." "I can do that." "I know you can," she said, giving him a small smile. Then her expression became serious. "If she insists on refusing, I want you to know when to stop. Forcing others to do something they don't want to do will only cause both sides pain. Do you understand?" "Hi. I'll be good." Kurenai hid a smile. Despite his intentions, she wondered how good Naruto could be. "Is there anything else you would like to discuss?" He thought for a moment and shook his head. "No." "Then let's get down to the ground. Kiba and Sakura should be here soon." They had to wait only a few minutes. Kurenai curiously noted that Kiba had allowed Sakura to borrow Akamaru. The Jounin knew from experience that Inuzuka clansmen were fiercely loyal to those that earned their friendship. The knowledge that Kiba would look out for his teammates brought with it a certain comfort. Kurenai was relying on him to act as a leader figure. Naruto would also suffice for the role, but he had to learn to be silent and observe before he was suitable. Both the boys were competitive and Kurenai found herself hoping that it would not come to blows. A quick debriefing followed. The newcomers looked inquisitively at Naruto when Kurenai told them that he had something to explain to them. Naruto was momentarily unsettled by the attention but quickly overcame it and relayed the message with surprisingly accuracy, albeit minced with his own interpretations. After informing her students to report to the current training ground each morning, Kurenai set Kiba and Naruto on a taijutsu spar against each other. Sakura stood with Kurenai by the sidelines. The Jounin watched the match and analyzed the two combatants. Naruto was accustomed to stealth and the ability to avoid pursuers, and this seemed to put Kiba's patience to test. The blonde's unpredictability allowed him to constantly put his opponent on guard, but being more experienced, Kiba managed to maintain the upper hand. Watching Naruto grin as he rose after being knocked to the ground, shaking his head, Sakura found herself doubting his nature. He wasn't very different from Kiba, if she thought about it. The realization frustrated her. She couldn't even come to terms with her own judgment, and she expected herself to be able to work with these people for years to come? "Kurenai-sensei?" she asked tentatively, looking up at the Jounin. "Yes, Sakura?" The tone in Sakura's voice reminded Kurenai of her previous discussion with Naruto. She wondered if she would once again have to play counselor. The girl hesitated. "Oh, to hell with pride. I think I'm not being particularly friendly to Naruto and, well, I don't know why." She shuffled uncomfortably from leg to leg as if awaiting punishment. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. It took courage to confess to something like that. "Go on," she encouraged. It had felt like a good idea at the time, but Sakura already regretted speaking up at all. It was too late to pull out now. "Well, whenever he fools around, I want to hit him. But lately I've been thinking that, maybe, I don't even know the difference between what's stupid and what's not. It feels like I'm not even giving him a chance and..." She bit her lip. "And it doesn't feel like I'm treating him like a teammate." Kurenai watched the spar as she took a moment to absorb her student's words. Naruto was having the worst possible time landing a blow, but he was barely winded whereas Kiba was starting to slow down. "Do you know why you feel that way? Naruto seems to like you very much," she said lightly. Sakura blushed and she twisted the hem of her dress. "I thought it was his crush on me at first," she admitted. "I thought that was why he was so annoying, but then I thought that it wasn't right." She paused. "I mean, I like Sasuke and I know I annoy him sometimes, but he doesn't hit me when I'm drooling over him." She did not realize that she had said it aloud until Kurenai chuckled. "Very perceptive," the Jounin noted. Sakura turned bright red and lowered her head to the point that she could see her chin. "Sakura." She hesitantly raised her head to see Kurenai's kind smile. "Sensei? What do you think of Naruto?" "What I think?" Sakura watched him sweep a low kick at Kiba only to look up a moment later in time to catch a mouthful of the latter's foot. He landed heavily on his behind. "He's an idiot," she said slowly. "But he's not too bad. He wanted to treat us to ramen this morning. Did you accept?" She lowered her head again. "Not today. I was really dirty after the run and I wanted to take a shower before training. But I told him that he could treat us tomorrow, because he looked kind of sad." Kurenai nodded. "That was very considerate of you, Sakura. But Sensei, why does everyone hate him? Yesterday at the restaurant." Thankfully at that moment Kiba was knocked back by a solid kick from Naruto and it gave Kurenai an excuse to avoid answering Sakura's question. She called for the end of the match. Naruto was panting hard, but he looked very satisfied and was grinning. Kiba ruefully brushed himself off and offered to pull the shorter boy to his feet. Kurenai sparred briefly with Sakura to allow the boys to rest. When the pink-haired girl appeared to be winded, which did not take long, the Jounin allowed her to join her teammates on the sidelines. Sakura eventually pulled out a small bag of sweets and divided them up among the 3 Genins and Akamaru. She smiled a little when they enthusiastically thanked her. Watching them, Kurenai knew that Sakura did not hate Naruto. Many children's attitudes toward Naruto were influenced by that of the adults around them. The older generation of Konoha wanted the young demon container dead, but as that was a crime in itself, they resorted to subtle forms of abhorrence behind the boy's back. The children had picked up this resentment from their parents' disapproval, leaving Naruto friendless. Sakura would have to learn to deal with her own judgment and not follow those already set out for her. Kiba seemed impartial, but Kurenai knew better than to think that he did not dwell deeply on his thoughts. Books should not be judged by their cover. When Team 8 reported to the Hokage Tower for a mission, Naruto and Kiba boldly refused to hunt for Tora the cat again. Amused, Kurenai let them have their way. Sharing her teammates' sentiment, Sakura negotiated with the Chunin on duty for another mission. She and the boys collectively decided on a mission to repair a bridge. The overpass had collapsed a couple of days ago and a group of housewives complained that there was not enough space for everyone to wash their clothes on only one side of the stream. Kurenai inspected the bridge upon arriving. Most of it was still intact, but the gaping absence of several logs of wood in the center of the bridge was wide enough to be a bother. The structure was fairly simple, a mass of logs bound together by several ropes and suspended above the running stream. They would need to cut down a tree or two. "This is gonna be easy," Naruto boasted, and leaped over to the other side. "Let's get started already." Kurenai smiled faintly at her student's enthusiasm. "First, we'll need logs. Kiba and Akamaru, I'm putting you in charge of that," she directed. "Naruto, send some clones to carry the logs here. Measure the length required and cut them up accordingly. Sakura, come with me and I'll show you how to bind the rope." Kiba grumbled as he slid back the sleeves of his jacket. "Maybe we should have chosen something else." "Come on, lazy," Naruto shouted from across the narrow lake. "We can go grab another mission after this one." "It also depends how quickly you can get this finished," Kurenai minded. After all, taking too long means that there might not be any other missions left except the cat one. She let a rare grin slide into her expression. "But the last time I checked, Kiba, you and Tora were getting on quite well." "Perhaps." Kiba looked appalled. "Actually, fixing a bridge isn't so bad," he said hastily. Come on, Akamaru. Kiba, Kurenai called after him. Yeah. Watch out for splinters. Will do. She paused, and then in a voice loud enough for Naruto, added, if we have spare time I'll teach you a basic skill that will make learning new techniques easier. Naruto grinned widely. He liked the sound of that. He wanted to learn some cool and powerful and explosive. He cackled inwardly. Nah, can you teach us how to make things go bang one day, Kurenai-sensei? I don't even want to imagine what you'll do with that, she sighed. Sakura didn't either. Sensei's not going to teach us anything if you keep wasting time, Naruto, she told him. Get working already. Yash. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. One more miso ramen, Aji-san. Naruto called loudly to Ichiraku Tuchi. Blinking, Kiba counted the number of empty bowls stacked in front of the happy eater. Remind me never to take you here if it's ever my turn to treat. Yeah, well, I'm hungry. That long run had me beat. It had me beat too, Sakura pointed out dryly. You don't see me shoveling food in my mouth. Hey, I got up early to practice that tree thingy as well. The pink-haired girl blinked. You still haven't gotten the hang of it? Naruto just grinned sheepishly. Tuchi placed a steaming bowl in front of his favorite customer. Don't worry about it, Naruto, you'll get it under your belt eventually. Nothing's impossible. He smiled as Naruto grinned back at him, and then dove into his 8th bowl. Sakura edged away slightly to avoid getting bowled over by Naruto's quick arm movements. She thought the tree-walking exercise was actually quite basic and easy to grasp. It had taken her a few times to calculate the correct amount of chakra to apply to her feet and keep it flowing steadily as she ran up the tree trunk. On the other hand, Kurenai had told her that she happened to have intense chakra control, so she couldn't even imagine how hard it was to Naruto. Kiba had also taken a few tumbles, and if Sakura recalled correctly, he hadn't progressed more than 15 feet, with Naruto mustering a mere 8. Meanwhile, Kiba gloated. I can do it 10 times in a row without a hitch, awesome, aren't I? Naruto pouted. Man. So it's only me that can't do it? That's so not fair. Sakura raised an eyebrow. 10 times, Kiba? How tall was the tree? For your information, it was taller than the one me and Akamaru cut down yesterday, he boasted. And what did you have to do to get Hana-san to help? You. Not much. Just have to wash dash. Kiba stopped and slapped his forehead. Diamenit. Sakura smirked. She was starting to see the joys of teasing someone, instead of being on the receiving end. After the meal, Naruto took out a green, frog-shaped wallet and put it on display for his companions. Meet Gamachan, guys. Gamachan, Kiba said in a monotone, the corner of his mouth twitching. You have a flair for naming things, Naruto. Really? I think so too. Sakura was slightly mortified to notice that paying for the meal had almost depleted Gamachan's contents. It was no secret that Naruto was an orphan and lived off the allowance he received from the village's support network. Given how many bowls of ramen he had consumed, he was in no position to be paying for his teammates. So why did he look so happy? At that moment Naruto turned his head to give her a curious look, as if he had felt her gaze on him. Did you like Ichiraku's, Sakura-chan? She wondered if anything short of a positive answer would embarrass him. She didn't want him to feel obliged to take them to a higher-class restaurant. With a vague smile, she said, the teriyaki ramen was nice. He gave her a bright grin. There was a noticeable spring in his step. He suddenly remembered. Kiba? Yeah? What's up? You know that creepy woman from a couple of days ago? Sensei's old teammate. Kiba pet his head. What about her? Naruto grinned sheepishly. Asking for a favor tended to paint one side of a person with embarrassment. Well, Kurenai-sensei told me that she was going to get her to teach me and Sakura some taijutsu and dash. Really? Sakura interrupted hopefully. Yeah, but she doesn't want to teach us. Seeing Sakura's shoulders slump dejectedly, Naruto vowed that, no matter what it took, he would get Yamane Takara to teach them. Kiba frowned. That's not very nice. Let's go nag her. Naruto blinked. What now? We have to meet up with Kurenai-sensei in half an hour. We'll be back by then, the taller boy said confidently. With a single swipe that somehow managed to hook onto both his teammates, he dragged them after Akamaru, who had bounded ahead to lead the way. She blamed Kurenai. "Ah, come on, hag. Good deeds give you less wrinkles." "Naruto, I don't think that's helping very much." Come on. It's not nice to leave someone in need." "Please." "Yes," she blamed Kurenai. "Shut up." Takara erupted. It worked. For 10 seconds. The boy dressed in outrageous orange frowned. "Why won't you teach us?" he asked. He pulled out a chair and raised a leg onto it, hoping to intimidate the woman. "Naruto!" Sakura hissed. "That's rude." For once in his life, Naruto ignored his Sakura-chan. Takara put down her cup and raised her head to meet his gaze. Her dark eyes were ominous. Naruto swallowed, but kept his somewhat dominating position. Slowly, her hand raised and a finger crooked toward herself. Warily, Naruto leaned in. Behind him, Kiba and Sakura held their breath. Akamaru huddled in his master's jacket, only the tip of his nose sticking out. "What?" Naruto said uncertainly. Their faces were barely an inch apart, their foreheads almost touching. She slammed her head into his with such force that he was knocked back against the wall. Kiba yelled angrily. Sakura caught Naruto by the arms when he staggered into her and tried to steady him. "That hurt," he said dazedly. His hitate had been knocked off and his brow was bruised. "What the hell was that for?" Kiba demanded furiously. Naruto mumbled something under his breath and pulled away from Sakura, surprising the girl. She would have thought that he would appreciate the close contact she had allowed him. Instead, he snatched his forehead protector off the floor and retied it around his head, all the while glaring at Takara. "What have you got against us?" he scowled. "Who?" "Blondie," Takara drawled, dangling an empty cup by the tips of her fingers. "Why did you become a shinobi?" Naruto drew back. But. He raised a clenched fist. "To become Hokage, of course. I'm gonna be the strongest ninja in this village." She stared at him. And then she laughed. The genin was taken aback. "What's wrong with you?" She continued to laugh. Sakura fidgeted uncomfortably. Why did Kurenai-sensei want this woman to be their taijutsu teacher? There was something about Yamane Takara, something dark and bitter, that unsettled her. Despite appearances, Yamane Takara was dangerous. Not that it made Sakura feel any better. "Let's go," she said quietly, tugging at both Naruto's and Kiba's jackets. The boys turned, both glaring, but their gaze softened when they noticed exactly how uncomfortable their teammate was to remain in the older woman's presence. Sakura continued in a mumble, "We only have 10 minutes left. Let's not make Kurenai-sensei wait." "Sakura!" Naruto turned back to her. "Fine. We're leaving, but don't think you've won." As they walked away from the woman, he tossed the last comment over his shoulder. "You're just scared to teach the future Hokage." Takara blinked, but he was gone. "What? You scared, Takara?" Her eyes widened as Masuru's voice echoed in her head. Grunting, Takara knocked the sake bottles off the table. They broke with a crash, chipped glass ricocheting into the dark corners. She dully watched one of the chipped cups spin on the floor. Silence had barely settled when Takara abruptly pivoted and sent her fist smashing into the wall behind her. The aged partitions split with cracks, shaking the very structure of the building. Many heaving breaths later, Takara extracted her hand from the crater she had crushed and calmly bandaged her bloodied knuckles. Kurenai was skeptical when her genins arrived at the training ground, strangely subdued. She set the boys to the basic chakra control exercise she had showed them the previous day. As soon as she turned to Sakura, Kiba and Naruto raced competitively for the trees, and Kurenai knew she did not have to worry about them. She took her remaining student aside to the lake behind the clearing. From what she had seen, Sakura was ready to advance to the next stage. She demonstrated the walking on water exercise and supervised Sakura until she made progress. When she checked back on the boys, Kurenai did not know whether to be surprised or pleased when she discovered that Naruto had managed to reach one of the higher branches where he had still been struggling to get far off the ground only the day before. His mouth was closed in a grim, determined slash, and the Jounin noticed that Kiba frequently glanced at his teammate with an unreadable emotion in his eyes. It did not take a genius to come to the conclusion that something was bothering her team. Kurenai returned to Sakura to find that the girl was already rising off the water's surface. Only the hem of her dress had been soaked and it appeared to be drying already. Kurenai leaned against one of the trees in the background and silently observed her student's progress. Sakura barely noticed the water lapping against her toes. The chakra exercise Kurenai-sensei had showed her was basically a more difficult variation of the tree-walking exercise. The main objective was to gather chakra at the feet and maintain the flow even against the water's roiling surface. It was surprisingly difficult. Her concentration was filled with holes. Her mind refused to turn away from the confrontation with Yamane Sakura. Sakura was aware that, while her chakra control was above average, she did not particularly excel at anything else. Her only talent lay in genjutsu. Her arsenal of ninjutsu did not extend past academy level, and her taijutsu, she didn't even want to start on her taijutsu. If she did not improve, could she even qualify as a kunoichi? Sakura. Kurenai's voice almost threw Sakura into the wavering arms of the lake. Shaken, the genin turned slowly to the shore. Weiss, sensei? Get off the water. Sakura frowned. Did Kurenai not think that she was capable? But then she checked her chakra reserves and discovered that they barely scraped the minimum. Mortified, Sakura padded carefully to land. She did not realize that she had exerted such a large portion of her chakra. The effect became painfully clear when she heaved herself onto the grass. Her legs buckled beneath her. A pair of hands gripped her shoulders, and Sakura looked up to see Kurenai staring down at her. That was dangerous, Sakura, the Jounin said quietly. If I hadn't been watching, you would have suffered from chakra exhaustion and possibly drowned. Sakura winced. I'm sorry, sensei. I was distracted and didn't notice that dash. Her babble was cut off as Kurenai eased her to the ground and placed a cool hand on her forehead. Sakura felt her mind settle and remained down until she felt the burning in her hara ebb away. I think I feel better now, sensei. Kurenai helped her student sit up. I thought you would have had the common sense to monitor your chakra levels, she said wryly, a small smile touching her lips as the genin's shoulders fell with disappointment. It appears that I misjudged your abilities, Sakura. Would you rather spend more time on the tree-walking exercise? No, Sakura said quickly. Then, realizing that she had practically shouted her disagreement, she lowered her head and mumbled an apology. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Sakura, I didn't think that I would need to tell you this the way I had to Naruto, but it seems that you don't understand my role as your Jounin instructor. She blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Kurenai lowered herself to sit beside her pupil, her legs crossed. I am not here merely to supervise. I am your mentor. It is my responsibility to oversee your growth and help you along when you need guidance. That means you can talk to me. She looked into the girl's wide eyes. Are we on the same page? She nodded. It amused as much as confused Kurenai to realize that Naruto and Sakura were strangely alike. Sakura turned her gaze to the lake, her eyes glazing over in thought as she pulled her legs to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. Sensei, she said hesitantly in a small voice. Do you think I'm weak? Definitely not. It failed to make her feel better, but it did relieve her of a certain burden. Kurenai-sensei had no problem with her being a minor hindrance, and Sakura's fears of being booted off the team were erased. But, Kurenai-sensei, if your role is as our mentor, then what is mine? Kurenai's brow furrowed. Sakura looked lost. Your role, Sakura, she said gently, resting a hand on the girl's shoulder, is as a tactician. Sakura turned to her with a perplexed expression on her face. Naruto's and Kiba's strengths lie in offense, but there is more to a fight than just brute strength, the red-eyed woman explained patiently. Sakura, your understanding of the field and ability to observe an opponent is a great asset. You can guide your team from danger and be their commander when they need you. But that's your job, Sakura said hurriedly. I wouldn't think to replace you. The Jounin smiled deprecatingly. Shinobi do not stay in teams forever. Understand that the risks of being a Jounin are exceptionally higher than those of the average shinobi. You have to be prepared to be faced with a situation where I may not be there to lead you. You have to learn to survive in your own. Kurenai-sensei. Sakura gasped in horror. Life does not last, Sakura. We're only human. The people you meet will not always be there. Kurenai paused to allow her words to sink in. Of course, there will also be occasions where the three of you will be sent on missions without me, especially when you become chunin. When that happens, I am relying on you to keep the boys alive. You know how thoughtless they can be. Sakura took the hand the Jounin offered her and allowed herself be pulled to her feet. They walked back to the training ground and found Naruto dashing recklessly up a tree, the trunk scarred by many cuts. Kiba watched his progress from the topmost branch and sniggered heartlessly when Naruto somehow managed to lose a sandal, yelped, and fell. A team where careless teammates needed her guidance, where she needed their protection, where their sensei, their mentor, taught her students about life itself. A team where one's survival could depend almost entirely on the actions and decisions of another. Sakura could get used to that. Ah, Naruto. Tucci leaned over the counter to converse with his favorite customer. How was your day, boy? Naruto grinned. It was good. We got given this mission to walk this wild pack of dogs and there was this big mutt that almost dragged me into an electric fence. But lucky Akamaru got him to turn around, or I would have been toast. The owner of the ramen stand levered himself off the counter to prepare the regular ramen for his customer. That's not quite the life-risking mission I had in mind. Do ninja these days really graduate to walk dogs? Naruto shook his head. Kurenai-sensei says that these missions are important too, he told Tucci, with a small hint of defensiveness on his sensei's behalf. She told me that these missions help us work together better and that when we're strong enough, we'll be taking missions outside the village. It was not until he noticed Iam's wide-eyed stare that he realized that he had perhaps spoken a little fiercely. He winced and bowed his head to Tucci and his daughter, shamefacedly awaiting his punishment. Ichiraku's was pretty much the only restaurant in the village that was willing to serve the Demon Fox's container, and Naruto feared that he had blown it again. But Tucci was smiling when he laid a steaming bowl of ramen in front of the boy. It seems to me that you and your sensei are getting on very well, Naruto, relieved, could only grin. Yeah, he said, his voice rising in its usual confidence and loudness. Kurenai-sensei is nice. A plate of steamed vegetables and several slices of beef caught his eye as he reached for his chopsticks. He looked up questioningly at Tucci. I didn't order this, he said, nudging the plate forward. Tucci pushed it back toward him. It's yours, he assured. His young customer frowned, and Tucci made a small gesture. Your sensei came by earlier and told me that she was concerned with your height, he grinned, and the boy's eyes widened. So from now on, my job is to make sure you eat your vegetables and enough meat. Ramen is good, but it thankfully isn't the only thing this old man is capable of making. But I dash. She's already paid enough to keep you fed for a season. You'll still be paying for the ramen, though. Tucci watched the blonde, who was staring at his meal with a mixture of emotions that the man had never before seen on the boy's face. You have one hell of a sensei, Naruto, he added, and whispered a silent word of gratitude to the woman. It was about time the poor boy found someone who cared. After a long pause, Naruto slowly picked up his chopsticks and started to eat. Yuhi Kurenai was new to mentoring a genin team, so she could only assume that it was normal for a student to pay his sensei a visit during the night. She raised an eyebrow when she opened her front door to reveal the subdued genin. It had started drizzling lightly a little while ago and she wondered if her home had been sought as shelter, but then she realized that it was not the sort of thing Naruto would do. After managed to convince him out of his damp jacket, she sat him down in front of the blazing fireplace to warm. Then she went to the kitchen to make tea for the two of them. She knew he was standing behind her, waiting, before she turned to open the cupboard. I went to Ichiraku's. Kurenai nodded and took out a packet of tea bags. He raised his head to look up at her, his gaze somewhat forlorn. Why? He asked quietly, biting his lower lip. I don't get it. Why would you do this for me? Naruto's words were infused with so many unreadable emotions that Kurenai took a long while to compose her reply. She settled on, I'm supposed to look after you. Naruto frowned. So were those guys at the orphanage, he muttered, his hands curling into tense fists. So were the instructors at the academy. So were my parents. He was too distracted to notice Kurenai stiffen. But they didn't, he continued, looking at her although her back was turned to him. They were supposed to look after me. Why didn't they? Why would you? I don't understand. She stuck a kettle under the gushing tap and placed it on the stove to heat. Then she turned around to face her student. What don't you understand, Naruto? She asked softly. She was saddened that a simple friendly gesture would reveal just how broken the boy was beneath his smiles, just how unwilling he was to invest in trust. Everything, he burst out. I've got the Demed nine-tailed dash. He broke off abruptly, his eyes wide with horror. Kurenai reached out and patted his shoulder. I know, Naruto, she said. Naruto nodded numbly. His voice had abandoned him, along with the usual dismay that revealing his true identity brought him. He was too confused. Naruto, look at me, Kurenai said firmly, and he did. Some people hate you for what you imprison for their well-being. They are fools. They are shallow-minded fools who do not understand that the Yondaime was not the only hero that day. Awestruck, Naruto's mouth popped open. Do you consider me shallow-minded? He shook his head quickly. Of course not, Sensei. I would hope not, she smiled dryly. You asked me why I felt obliged to look after you. Do I need more reason other than the fact that you are my student? I don't think dash. She never managed to finish her sentence, because Naruto chose that exact moment to fling himself at her and wrap his arms tightly around her waist. Kurenai staggered back in surprise, trying to remember anything from her years as a kunoichi that would help her deal with an emotional genin. The only instinct she had to comfort the boy was to hug him back, one hand rubbing soothing circles on his back and the other gently ruffling the back of his hair. It seemed to be enough for Naruto, who suddenly felt like the little brother that she had never had. The kettle screeched somewhere behind them and Kurenai absently flicked it off, but the moment had already been disrupted. Naruto hastily pulled away, embarrassed beyond words. Then, when he hesitantly raised his gaze to see Kurenai's raised eyebrows and small smile, he carefully translated his expression into a shy grin. Over tea, Kurenai was regaled with his history of witty pranks, which she gently warned disapproval of. Embarrassed yet somewhat pleased, Naruto rubbed the back of his head and grinned. How about you tell me how you found my address? I'm curious. Oh, that was easy. Naruto sounded flippant. I just had to ask Iruka-sensei. I saw before that he had this bunch of files about this year's genin teams, so I thought I'd ask him if I could see it. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. And he let you? Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and it told her all she needed to know. He even cringed slightly, but he soon learned that the jounin was more amused than livid. So he quickly relayed how his immaculate disguise had allowed him to transform briefly into Umino Iruka and enter the academy's staff room. They didn't catch you? Kurenai was slightly baffled. For a genin to have fooled an entire room of chunin was rare. Nope. I even sat down for half an hour and did some work for him, he said, grinning. It would have looked weird if I went in, looked at some stuff and then went out. Again. Kurenai felt that she needed to see this for herself. Show me your transformation jutsu, Naruto. Remembering the parting words of advice Iruka had given her, she added dryly. Of your academy teacher. Nothing else. Naruto only grinned. He wouldn't have dared to try pulling off his Oiroke no jutsu on Kurenai. He formed the hand seals and concentrated. Henge. Kurenai continued to blink long after the smoke had dispersed. Now standing on her doorstep was one Iruka Umino, looking slightly disheveled as if he had just tamed a horde of little devils. He even had a slight tear in his vest to suggest that he had been a little slow to pick up his students' intentions during weapons class. A small, polite smile completed the convincing doppelganger. Kurenai was mildly impressed. Had she not been a genjutsu specialist, Naruto's impersonation would definitely have fooled her from a short distance away. If Naruto had decided to show up on her doorstep in this guise, she might not have recognized him right away. I can see how you managed to trick the other teachers, she approved. Umino Iruka vanished, to be replaced by a grinning Naruto. You sure you don't want to see my other jutsu, Sensei? He asked cheekily. She stared pointedly at him. Just joking. Sakura-chan would kill me if I used that again. Kurenai poured more tea into both of their cups. Sakura came to talk to me yesterday. About you. Naruto looked surprised. Me? Then he stared down at his feet. Did she say she didn't want to be on a team with me? He mumbled. Kurenai blinked. That had come uncalled for. No. Why would you think that? Well, I know she wanted to be on a team with Sasuke, and she was really mad when she realized that I was on her team instead. She's not happy about it, and she always hits me, so I thought, yeah. I see. Have you realized that she is also bothered by her attitude toward you? His sensei asked. What does that mean? Naruto frowned. Kurenai sighed. Sakura is not hostile by nature. I would hazard a guess that she does not make quite as big a point of making fun of you when certain people are not nearby. Like Sasuke, the genin said dryly. The stuck-up BS duty was all Sakura would ever talk about when Naruto, on Kami's whim of luck, managed to strike up conversation with her. It was always Sasuke this and Sasuke that. Except for the occasions when Naruto managed to slip in an insult of the Uchiha in the midst of getting pummeled. Then it would be Naruto this and Naruto that. But even then it didn't last. Nodding, Kurenai continued to say, Sakura told me that she feels that she is not treating you like a teammate. Naruto's head shot up. She did? He asked incredulously. Does that surprise you? Kurenai did not wait for an answer she knew she would not receive. I know that you have more potential than you let on. No. You hide it by constantly drawing attention to yourself, but this in itself sometimes irritates those around you. Like Sakura, for example. She could see that her student was contemplating deeply on her words. I understand why you want to impress others, but it might be time for you to realize that there are other ways to do that. Naruto fidgeted. He knew he wasn't in trouble, but it didn't lessen his discomfort any. Everything Kurenai had pointed out was true. Maybe he had unknowingly worsened the village's opinions of him. So what should I do, Kurenai-sensei? He asked finally, looking up at his mentor for the guidance that he knew she was so adept at providing. The jounin put her cup down. You should act like yourself and not an idiot. You should know better than I do what attracts trouble and Sakura's irritation. You need to earn the respect. He nodded, eagerly filing away the advice. Kurenai paused to gather her thoughts, wondering how she should phrase what she was about to say next. Sensing that there was more to come, Naruto waited. She ultimately decided not to mince her words. Try not to hold Sakura's actions against her, she told him in a soft voice. I don't think I understand, Naruto ended up admitting after almost a minute of silence. Kurenai had expected him to. I believe you know of the third Hokage's law regarding your prisoner, she said quietly. The tension in his jaw indicated that he did. His law prevents the public from discussing the demon inside you. It is only effective to an extent. There are many ways to reflect emotions without expressing them out loud. Many of the villagers who remember the incident 12 years ago have become parents. Although their children do not know the truth, they look toward the adults to set examples. Kiba treats you normally because his family do not discriminate you. Sakura comes from a family that possibly does. She has unconsciously picked up her parents' views. They are not her own. Naruto visibly winced. Don't worry, Kurenai-sensei. I'd never be mad at Sakura-chan for anything. Kurenai reached over and ruffled his hair, smiling. But you should also keep something else in mind. A relationship without disagreements will not last. You'll understand someday. Over the weeks, Team 8 fell into a routine of clearing 2 missions a day. Each morning was dedicated to briefings and training. At first the idea of sitting through more lectures did not appeal to the genins, particularly the males, but they quickly learned that Kurenai hardly ever had anything mundane up her sleeve. Naruto learned this the hard way, and quickly resolved to follow the Naruto code of surviving training sessions. Never challenge your sensei to a race on water the day directly after you manage to stay above the surface for more than 2 minutes. Kurenai was satisfied, if not extremely pleased, with her students' growth. She regularly worked with Sakura and Naruto on their taijutsu forms. Takara refused to offer her expertise regardless of the number of times she had discovered Naruto on her doorstep, but Kurenai knew that the boy did not give up too easily. Under her supervision, Naruto gradually developed a form that was solid enough to land steady blows. He still had trouble defending, but he had definitely improved since his first demonstration. Sakura, on the other hand, had near-perfect understanding of the standard taijutsu form, so Kurenai tried to coax her into relying more on her instincts. Hopefully, it would also develop an understanding of using force, which the girl unfortunately lacked. Kiba often assisted in his teammates' taijutsu sessions, humoring Kurenai when he and Naruto once took a spar onto the lake surface. Sakura's attitude toward Naruto had also evened out, though the blonde was not spared the occasional elbow to the gut. Confiding in Kurenai seemed to have broadened the girl's perspective. Being the neutral connection between his teammates, Kiba could notice slight changes between the two. For one, Naruto was quieter and more focused, which at first had confused both his teammates, but they soon came to respect his concentration and input. Sakura was also easier to approach, and Akamaru very much enjoyed the sweets that she brought to training every day. But as Kiba soon learned, good times were not to last. Naruto struck forward with a curled fist, swiping at Kiba's head. The Inuzuka blocked the first blow and dodged the next with a grin. The two circled each other until the taller boy gestured for Naruto to come on. With a grunt, Naruto threw himself into it, jabbing at the waist, and when Kiba darted back to avoid contact, followed it up with a backhand that swept a momentum forward for his left arm. Surprised by his opponent's swift adaptation, Kiba raised a block. Naruto spun around and, pivoting on his hip and left leg, completed the turn with a roundhouse kick which tapped Kiba's forearm, signifying a hit. Gotcha, the blonde grinned. His eyes widened when Kiba twisted and began to gyrate in movements that his opponent recognized in his piercing fang. Naruto was slow to evade, and although the fingers only brushed against his sleeve, he knew that Kiba could have hit him if the latter had not held back. On the last spin, Kiba struck out an arm to the ground and flipped himself up and over his sparring partner, landing on his feet. He tucked his hood over his head as he turned to sling an arm around Naruto's shoulders. "What did you think of that?" he asked with a cocky tone. "You got me," the blonde admitted. "But I'll get you next time." Kiba held out his hand, palm facing skywards. "Deal." Naruto slapped it. "Good offense, both of you," Kurenai said when the two joined her and Sakura in the shade. "A little work on your blocking, though." "Hi." Sakura knew that this applied to her as well. Their morning runs around the village had reinforced her endurance, but she could not put enough strength behind her blocks or blows to make them significantly count. Admittedly, Naruto was faring off better than she was. The blonde seemed to be improving rapidly these days, throwing himself headfirst into whatever Kurenai-sensei introduced. Sakura wondered how long it would take before the gap between their capabilities widened and she was left behind. "Nah, sensei," Naruto said after he had gulped down a large mouthful of water. Only Sakura had the common sense to prepare for proper training out of the genins, and she was thankfully willing to share her resources. "Can you teach me that thing Kiba did? Why don't you try asking him instead?" Kurenai suggested. But before he could, she added in, "I was hoping this would not come up so soon, but—" "Naruto, Sakura." "Yes, sensei?" "It appears that I have taught you all I can on the basic taijutsu," the jounin said, and felt a flurry of remorse when their mouths dropped open. "But sensei," Sakura protested, "you are still much stronger than we are." Kurenai shook her head regretfully. "My skills come from experience. That is where I get my intuition to fight from. While some specialists can teach you this initiative, I cannot. If it were genjutsu, I would probably be able to, but taijutsu is not my forte. The only thing I can provide you with now is the time to practice." Naruto absorbed all of this with frightening intellectual understanding. "Isn't there anyone else who can teach us?" Kurenai needlessly replied, "Takara." There was no mistaking the drop in the mood as they walked toward the Hokage Tower. Kiba glanced at his teammates, finding both of them peculiarly subdued. Naruto looked deep in thought, but not altogether downright upset. The Inuzuka had figured by now that hardly anything that could get to the short blonde for long, and even then he rarely let his disappointment last. Sakura, on the other hand, was being unnaturally secluded. Even though she walked with them, Kiba could not help but see his teammate as if she were standing on the other side of a thick pane of glass. Akamaru whimpered. You'd better cheer her up or else. The puppy had come to appreciate his master's companions. Naruto was persistent enough with his antics to be interesting, and Sakura was plain nice. Akamaru did not like it when those who cared about him were upset. It wasn't like Kiba needed to be told twice. He nudged Naruto and meaningfully jerked his head. The two of them slowed their pace to match Sakura's, walking on either side of her. She lifted her head to acknowledge their presence, but it wasn't long before she fell back into staring at her hands, which were clasped in front of her. Predictably, it was Naruto who succumbed to the silence first. Ano-essa, what's wrong, Sakura-chan? Sakura smiled faintly at the boys, automatically brushing off the arm that Naruto tried to slip around her with practiced ease. Nothing's wrong. It was easy to tell that she was lying. Please? Quiet? Who was she kidding? The pounding on the door strengthened. Open up. We need to talk to you. Now. With a growl, Takara scooped a cup off the table and flung it at the door. The sheer vigor at which she threw it crushed a hole in the wood. On the other side, Kiba grabbed Naruto by the back of his collar and pulled him back just as a cup punctured through the door, showering them with splinters. The cup shattered in midair. Kiba stared at the glass fragments on the ground. Sheet. He whistled in minor appreciation. Akamaru whimpered. Hell, Naruto, if she ever agrees to teach you, you just gotta show me what she teaches you. Right? Naruto retorted. He was rubbing his neck, where the tip of his zipper had briefly choked him when Kiba had pulled him back. First we've got to get her to get off that lazy butt and teach us. He yelled the last part into the puncture in the door, and promptly got another cup lodged in his mouth. The orange-clad boy gagged. He fell backward, tugging futilely at the object in his mouth. It had been inserted bottom first, so when Kiba looked down at his teammate, all he saw was a white ceramic indentation that had him rolling over and laughing. Only Akamaru attempted to free Naruto's tongue, but his endeavors were not keeping the boy's face any drier. What are you doing down there? Brat. Naruto glared up at Takara. The woman barked out a laugh. Kiba scrambled over to his teammate and, grabbing the other boy under the arms, dragging him backward, there was no telling that Kurenai-sensei's old teammate wouldn't try to eat them. Akamaru stood his ground in front of the boys, yipping. Takara shook her head. You brats, didn't Kurenai teach you any manners? Kiba finally resorted to thumping Naruto extremely hard in the back. The cup came tumbling out, lolling to one side by Takara's feet. Naruto coughed and glared at the woman. You hag. Thought so. She turned and walked back into her house, but not before flicking her heel and somehow managed to send the fallen cup smashing against Naruto's forehead protector. Kiba winced as his teammate was sent tumbling back again. Naruto was beginning to get fed up. He flung his head from side to side and stared into Takara's run-down apartment. She was sitting at the table, pouring herself another cup of sake. He stormed right in. He pointed an accusing finger, quivering with anger, at Takara. Are you going to teach us taijutsu or not? No. Why not? She glanced at him, frowning. For the 10th and last time, kid, I don't want to have anything to do with the ninja kind anymore. You've been bugging me for 2 weeks now. Can't you just leave a lady alone? Kiba crossed his arms over his chest. I don't see why you don't want to teach them, he said. Naruto tells me that you do nothing but drink sake all day. You could be using this time teach them, you know. Takara sipped from her cup and ignored him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Naruto frowned. This woman. Kiba. Vitamin, cha? What, Naruto? I forgot to bring sake for the hag today. Do you think you could run down and get some for me? Any genius could have detected the change of tone in Naruto's voice. It was low, solemn, and silently demanding. Although Kiba was not one to take orders, he knew when to back off. With a low whistle to Akamaru, they left. Takara shot her remaining visitor a lazy glance. I'm not going to change my mind just because you bring me all that sake, just so you know. Tipping the gourd over and finding it empty, she cursed under her breath and lumbered to the cupboard, tearing it open to peer inside for any reserves Cammy might have blessed her with overnight. It's because of what's inside me, isn't it? The QB. She froze for a fraction of a second, eyes narrowing. Then she closed the cupboard and slumped into the chair. There's a law restricting mention of that kid, she said, meeting the boy's eyes for the first time. They were startlingly clear. I know. But Kurenai-sensei told me that I'm exempted. I'm allowed to mention it whenever I want, to whoever I want. That's big coming from a kid. You're not teaching us because I've got the stupid demon inside me, is that it? Naruto frowned. Takara turned away and drummed on the table. Not specifically, no. Does it have anything to do with the fox? The boy persisted. It's the reason I'm never going to cross ways with Shinobi ever again. Does that satisfy you? Naruto clamped his mouth shut. He hated these moments. He ran over the list in his head, too many. The QB had caused so much pain that, sometimes, Naruto could not blame them for hating him. The nine-tailed fox's attack had left Takara Yamane in such shock that she had given up her career. She had been on the same genin team as. Naruto's throat closed when he realized that his prisoner might have caused pain to Kurenai-sensei. Given her old teammate's reaction, he wondered how she could even look at him. It's me, the genin said, startling Takara with his quiet voice that was barely a whisper. It's always me. It's only me. I'm the problem. Takara narrowed her eyes at the boy. His head was bowed, his hands tight fists by his side. He was a stranger, unrelated to the loudmouthed brat that had nearly swallowed her best sake cup. It was impossible to see what he was thinking, but the woman found herself wondering if she even wanted to. He had been silent for too long. Takara sighed. It would not bode well with their friendship if she turned one of Kurenai's kids into a nutcase. Hey kid dash. What if, he said, his voice slicing through hers like knife on paper. What if you didn't have to deal with me? Would that make you feel better? Takara pursed her lips. She downright almost said no. The kid hadn't asked to have the demons sealed in him. Hell, it wasn't like he had begged to be kicked around and spat on. He was just a normal boy beneath those whiskers and that ridiculous jumpsuit. Yet a small portion of her wanted to say yes. It took Takara a moment to realize that it was not because of his identity as the demon container that had her averting her gaze and gripping the table edge. He just DMN looked too much like Misuru. Naruto took the silence for what he interpreted it to be. Fine, he muttered. I'll stop bugging you to teach me. Takara did not know whether to feel relieved or not. But you have to teach Sakura. At this, she frowned. Now why would I do that? He took a deep breath. She's not like me. I've been ignored all my life to the point that I don't bloody hell care anymore. You don't want to teach me taijutsu? Fine. You're not the first to reject me. But Sakura, you need to teach her. I saw how disappointed she was this morning when Kurenai-sensei told us that there was nothing else she could teach us on taijutsu. I don't ever want to see her sad like that. She stared unblinkingly at him. How noble of you, he growled. Didn't you hear anything I said? I'll think about it. You'd better. It startled Sakura to realize just how many people knew her now. She had come to know a lot of the villagers through Team 8's missions, but could never remember all their faces. She was too distracted with trying to identify the familiar faces to notice where she was walking. Arg Akamaru. Couldn't you at least have warned me? Gomenasai. Kiba. The pink-haired girl stepped back and looked up at the shop her teammate had just walked out of. She frowned. You're underage to drink alcohol, Kiba. She grinned. I'm not underage to buy it, though, am I? Seeing her disapproving look, he shrugged. It's for, my mother. Sakura nodded. I see. Hey, I gotta go. Mom's going to kill me if I don't get these to her soon. I'll see you tomorrow at training, Sakura. Bye, she muttered. He was gone, with Akamaru bounding along his side. At strange intervals, Sakura was often taken aback by her team. Kiba and Akamaru, well, they hadn't been the sort of teammates Sakura had had in mind. It was not that they were unnoticeable, like the Aburame boy who always sat in the corner of their classroom and now on Sasuke's team. Maybe she hadn't thought of being on a team without Uchiha Sasuke. She hadn't seen him since graduation day. She knew only that he was in a team with the son of the White Fang as his sensei. Sakura wondered how different his sensei was from Yuhi Kurenai. Thinking about her mentors somehow settled her. Kurenai had exceeded her expectations of jounin instructors, and Sakura suspected that there was still more to the jounin than met the eye. But truth be told, Uzumaki Naruto was easily the most confusing of her team. Lately, he had been less outspoken. He was still unbelievably energetic and, honestly, Sakura wouldn't have been able to detect the change at all if she hadn't spent weeks with him. Naruto suddenly seemed to know when to stop fooling around, which was a nice change. But in exchange, he began asking Sakura to explain technical things whenever Kurenai-sensei was not around to enlighten him. It had been very frustrating at first, for both of them, but they somehow managed to reach a compromise. She soon learned that using food-related comparisons was the best way to get the message across. He didn't always get it in the first go. At times, if she was explaining something in more detail than he understood, he would throw a minor fit and end up attracting Kiba's attention. Then the three of them would somehow wind up at Ichiraku's, with Sakura lecturing them on whatever it was that had been brought up. These days, Sakura learned to carry spare scrolls on her in case she needed to draw diagrams, which, in Naruto's case, turned out to be more often than not. The pink-haired Kunoichi could not help but wonder exactly how he had survived his academy years. While he was not particularly dense, he did not seem to. Her thoughts were interrupted when a hand dropped onto her shoulder. Reacting unthinkingly, Sakura was halfway in an attempt to flip the intruder onto his back when he spoke. "Easy there, girl." Immediately recognizing the gruff tone, Sakura dropped the arm and turned to bow toward Tanaka, mortified. "I am so sorry, Tanaka-san. I was distracted. He waved a hand about and grumbled. "Don't worry about it. My fault for startling you, I suppose." He waited for her complexion to even out, and then leaned forward. "You wouldn't have managed to throw me anyway, your build is too small to support my weight." She winced. "Then, what was I thinking?" Kurenai-sensei had made sure they understood that misjudging an opponent once was enough to cost your life. If this had been during a mission, Sakura would most likely be lying in a ditch with a kunai piercing her windpipe in a standard kill. Tanaka frowned. There was something out of place about the girl. She was usually very well-mannered, and while it was not fair to say that she had broken that trait, she was more silent than usual. No, less attentive. He had called her name many times before he had hobbled out to take matters into his own hands. She appeared to be deep in thought, and judging by the abuse her lower lip was taking, they had not been happy thoughts. He cleared his throat. "You got anything to do, kid? Parents expecting you home anytime soon?" She shook her head. "Then would you mind helping an old cripple close up his shop?" He sighed when she looked horrified at his self-description of his handicap. Kids these days, either too goddamn loud or too freaking serious. Still, the girl wasn't too bad. She caught on to things very quickly. He set her to counting the earnings for the day, and when she finished that astonishingly quickly, he let her help him move the fruit crates to clear space for the metal sheet that would close off the store from outside access. Usually his sister dropped by to help, but she had been assigned to a week-long border patrol that had Tanaka envying her. It had been he, once upon a time, who had marched along the dirt tracks on a vigilant watch. For 3 weeks after the loss of his leg, he had been the only jounin out of Chunins to be stationed at the border gates. Even though the Hokage had allowed Tanaka to resume active shinobi duties, the latter knew that he would never be assigned missions above C rank ever again. By the end of his first month, Tanaka finally realized that he was no longer suited for his former career and had allowed his sister to convince him into early retirement. The grocer shook his head and sighed. No use reminiscing now. He turned, a crate tucked under each arm, to see Sakura bending to lift 3 stacked crates. He started. "Oi, those are full. I'll handle them later." His voice trailed off with incredulity. The girl was looking at him with a perplexed expression. She had, with only the slightest pause, bodily lifted the crates. 2 of them towered dangerously over her head, and Tanaka knew for a fact that they contained a hell lot of stock. Yet the meager genin was holding them as if they were nothing more than library books. "What's the matter, Tanaka-san? Did you want to leave them there?" He walked past her to set down his own load. "You feed chakra into your arms to support the weight, don't you?" he observed. Blinking, she nodded. Hi. Kurinai-sensei showed it to us once. She set down the crates where the grocer indicated, orderly unstacking and organizing them. Tanaka considered her. Truly, it was rare to see such developed chakra control in a genin. He would not be surprised if she could pull more out of a jutsu than a regular chunin. You'd be good for medical jutsu, he mused. Sakura straightened and pet her head curiously to one side. Medical jutsu? Well, of course, it's too early for you to learn something like that. Tanaka grinned. Did I tell you that I was the only active jounin in the whole village to use medical jutsu? Wasn't part of a medical squad or anything, just a plain old jounin. None of the guys on my team ever came home with a scratch. Got well known for it too. Her eyes widened, but just as quickly she lowered her gaze. It must be good to be able to specialize in something, she murmured. Is something on your mind today? Not really. It's better if you talk about it with someone. No, I'm okay. Really. Thanks for the concern, Tanaka-san. She glanced up at the setting sun. I have to go home now. I'll see you next time. Johnny. Tanaka watched the girl run off. Then, shaking his head with a grin, he reached up to pull the slide over his store. It seemed to Kiba that, other than the ability to track down his teammates on will, he also had the uncanny knack of colliding into them. Oh, Akamaru, you never arg. Why doesn't anyone watch where they're going today? Seething, Kiba picked himself off the ground and grudgingly extended a hand to help his teammate, only to find that Naruto was already on his feet and charging past him. All at once, Kiba knew that Sakura was not the only one bothered by the unknown. He could see the grim scowl, furrowed brow and clenched fists all in perfect detail as Naruto stormed past. His arm clipped the Inuzukas in passing, but the shorter boy seemed not to notice. He carried himself with the grace of a bull and disappeared into the distance. Kiba frowned and rubbed his shoulder. It hadn't been a gentle clash in any manner of speaking. This unsettled him. He had never known Naruto to lose his temper. Something's not right, he murmured. Come on, Akamaru. Takara did not appear to have moved at all since he had left. She was still seated at the dusty table. The only difference was that she no longer had her hands around a cup of sake. Kiba easily remedied that. He tossed the bag he had been carrying onto the table with enough force to shatter it. Only Takara's hand had already slipped in to rescue it. Kiba growled furiously. Alright, spit it out. What the hell did you do to Naruto? She calmly plucked out the cork and poured the alcohol into a cup. Hey, I'm talking to you. Won't you at least look at me? Apparently not. Akamaru whined and Kiba glared. How can you be our sensei's teammate? You don't even get out of that seat, and even when you do, it's only to knock the crap out of us. What's your problem? Shut up, kid. So she hadn't lost her voice. Pity. You're just so stubborn, Kiba fumed. You don't have a single bone of kindness in that twisted spine of yours. I don't get it. Really, why won't you just give Naruto and Sakura a chance? Kurinai-sensei said you were the only one who had more to teach them. Are you listening to me? No, she wasn't. Kiba heaved in deep breaths. He was starting to understand how Naruto had winded up in that foul mood. The woman was impossible to swerve in any manner. Perhaps the alcohol screwed with her brain and the ability to think. It wouldn't come as a surprise. Kiba was very much on the verge of following Naruto's example and leaving the hellhole. He'd already set a foot outside the door before he felt the tug on his pants and looked down to see Akamaru sinking his teeth into his trouser leg. For a long while, Kiba just stared at his canine companion. Akamaru was right. If he left, he would regret it. True, taijutsu training was unrelated to him, but it meant a lot to his teammates. Sakura was easily the smartest genin he knew, but books could only get her so far. And Naruto was hungry to learn anything. Kiba had seen him on the lake after training hours, sweating profusely over the walking on water exercise. If there was one thing that Naruto didn't know and would never learn to acknowledge, it was how to give up. But, judging from the way he had left in such a hurry, he had just done that. In all honesty, Kiba did not enjoy the glum silence that Sakura and Naruto had been exuding recently. He wanted to be able to talk and bicker with them the next time they were assigned to garbage duty. He wanted to prove to Kurinai-sensei that they were a team now, that she didn't have to worry about their development. He wanted to see them smile. Inhaling deeply, Kiba turned back to her. What do I have to do to get you to teach Naruto and Sakura taijutsu? Takara slammed her cup onto the table. She would definitely be having a word with Kurenai. So frustratingly annoying. She scowled at the boy and found herself staring deep into his narrowed eyes. She blinked. His gaze was exactly like Blondie's. Chuckling, she wiped her hand on the edge of her jeans and picked up her cup again. Outside, there's a tree. The biggest one. Kiba glanced over his shoulder. What about it? Kurenai should have taught you the tree-walking exercise by now. So what if she has? I want you to hang upside down on one of the branches. The boy was already slipping off his jacket. She almost laughed out loud. For as long as I say. Kiba wavered. Knowing the difficult woman, she would just drag it on until he gave up. They had practiced staying stationary on a branch before just the previous week. While he had not worn himself to exhaustion, he was well aware of his limit. And upside down too. Despite the clan training he had undergone to prevent such a thing from happening, the blood would eventually rush to his head and kill him. It was impossible. He glowered at the woman, ready to accuse her of attempted murder. But then he remembered Naruto and Sakura. He knew how much the two of them yearned to improve, to become stronger. He recalled their ambitions from their first meeting, and he almost chuckled. To be Hokage and to prove that first-in-line ninjas could also be successful, how the hell could they do that without getting stronger? Will you teach them if I do that? Takara was well accustomed to hiding surprise, so not a flicker of the emotion reached her face. I can't guarantee that. Kiba's teeth made a grinding sound. At least think about it. I might. Promise. I'm not a kid like you, I don't do promises. You dash. I can only give you my word. It's your choice whether or not you trust it. Kiba lowered the finger he had been jabbing at the woman. He stomped out of the house. A little over half an hour later, when she had exhausted the sake the kid had brought her, Takara poked her head out the shattered window. Why are you doing this? She called to the boy. As far as I'm aware, Kurenai didn't ask me to teach you. Kiba was well aware of the trickle of sweat that had been streaming down, technically, his face. Akamaru whined below him, aware of his master's strain and discomfort. The boy liked his lips. His chakra reserves were already declining below halfway point. Not to mention that he was beginning to get lightheaded with all the blood rushing to his head. When he failed to answer her, Takara continued to point out, you could end up dying, you know. At this, Kiba somehow mustered the strength to chuckle. It almost split his head. But that's what friends are for, right? Sakura knew when to ask questions and when not to. She did not utter a word when Kiba hobbled awkwardly on their morning run together. She remained silent with her teammates when they offered only half-hearted smiles, and she returned their gestures with her own. She managed to hold back her curiosity for the majority of the day. She did not even inquire when Kurenai took her aside after she had dismissed the team to inform her that an acquaintance was expecting her at a certain restaurant. She held her tongue when Yamane Takara waved at her from a corner table. Dango? The woman offered when the younger sat down opposite her. Sakura politely declined. I'm scared of getting fat, are you? On a diet. Oh no, why did you call me here? Takara lifted a stick of dango to her mouth and gave the girl a strange, uninterpretable look. Sakura nervously fidgeted under the gaze. The woman did more than freak her out. There was something about her, something dark and secrete, that tore her apart from her aloof, inattentive physical self. Sakura did not like to be in the presence of people she couldn't tell apart. She supposed that was probably why she had such an easy time talking to Naruto. The knucklehead often said the first thing that came to mind. People like Aburame Shino, with his intimidating aura and silent demeanor, would not have made it onto Sakura's wish list of desirable teammates. Of course, Sasuke's name would be the first on the list. There was little Sakura would not give to be on his team. However, that would mean booting off either Naruto or Kiba. Sakura had grown so accustomed to their presence and their constant bickering that she could no longer remember a moment in which she had been allowed a moment of peaceful bliss. But to be with Sasuke, anything would be worth it, right? Someone's in love, Takara mused, slicing into Sakura's thoughts. And no, I'm not. It took 2 minutes of silence for Sakura to regain her composure. When she had her emotions under control, she warily eyed her companion. Kurenai-sensei said you wanted to talk with me, she said, drawing up enough valor not to duck her head and tear her gaze from the dark eyes that met hers. Ichen, Takara responded. Sakura fought back another blush. How was it that Sasuke always managed to find his way into her life? Thankfully, Takara said nothing else, occupying herself with the plate of dango on the table. She paid no heed to her young acquaintance. Sakura frowned and stared down at the table. At the rate things were going, she was more than willing to treat her teammates at Ichiraku Ramen for lunch if either of them could rescue her from the moment. Unlikely as it seemed, the pink-haired girl allowed their grinning faces to take the place of the dark-haired knight in shining armor that, more than often, was featured exclusively in her dreams. Hand. Sakura blinked. Pardon? Takara tossed a dango stick onto the plate and leaned forward. Show me your hand. No, your right one, silly. Uncomfortable was an adjective of the lowest caliber that Sakura could conjure for the situation she was caught in at the moment. With the woman who had attempted to flick a hole in her teammate's head staring at her hand, turning it over and back again, no one could blame her for feeling uneasy. Ano, are you reading my destiny? Takara idly traced a line on the smooth palm with a rough finger. I'm trying to figure out what sort of style I should train you in. Trained me? Taijutsu. Oh. It wasn't until Takara gave her a funny look that Sakura realized that she had possibly, being an understatement, downgraded her reaction. Had she not, just days ago, been profusely hoping that the woman would become her tutor? So why was she hesitating, murmuring mere acceptance as if her mother had cooked a moderately favorite dish for her birthday? She took back her hand and bowed her head forward in what she hoped was a grateful manner. Thank you for changing your mind. This means a lot to me. Takara gave her such a concentrated stare that Sakura almost winced. Finding her body unwilling to remain in the woman's company any longer, the pink-haired Kunoichi slid the chair back and got to her feet. She bowed before Takara-sensei, she reminded herself, and said, My parents are waiting for me at home, so I have to leave now. When will we start training? I'll tell Naruto. Takara chuckled under her breath. You don't need to tell the blondie. Oh, he already knows? I'm only teaching you. Sakura frowned. What? Children these days, barely capable of following instructions and already bragging about defending the village. I'm not going to teach Blondie. Just you. It did not come across as a surprise that the girl did not like the idea. Only me. Sakura should be happy. She had every reason to be. This was a privilege. She had been specifically chosen. But she wasn't happy. On the contrary, she was a little more than dismayed. Yamane Takara intimidated her to no end. And to face her alone. Sakura vowed that she would never take Naruto for granted again. Takara was amused by the young genin. She had seen less of the girl than her annoying teammates, and the woman had to admit that this Haruno Sakura had piqued her interest. She had judged the girl by her timid yet bossy nature, and had concluded the Kunoichi a shallow-minded and giddy fool. The first few minutes of their meeting today had proven that the girl thought of boys in her spare time. Kurenai had chosen badly. In spite of this, Takara had been interested in getting to know Sakura. Both of her teammates had vouched their own well-being for hers. Takara had assumed that the girl would have been notably unique to have attracted such support. She was only half disappointed. While a portion of her mind was undoubtedly tainted by young love, Sakura did not altogether abandon her teammate. Shinobi who abandoned comrades were worth nothing. She gestured at the seat Sakura had just risen from. Sit. The genin did, but the frown was firmly held in place. Why will you only teach me and not Naruto? I don't understand. Takara sighed. Listen. I don't believe in mincing words. I only ever give the full story. Do you want to hear it? Dubiously, Sakura nodded. Your teammates came to beg me. Blondie came and bargained with me, dropping his taijutsu opportunities in favor of yours. Then Dog Boy struck another bargain after the first guy left. Hang on a tree for as long as I liked in exchange for teaching both you and Blondie. Takara leveled her gaze at her audience. What do you think about that? Sakura's heart could sink no further. The truth unfolded: Naruto's slipping smile, Kiba's slight limp, Akamaru's constant whimpering, they had suffered because of her. She shook her head slowly and gripped the table's edge. Idiots, those idiots. They're so damn kind. She did not notice that she had clawed her nails into the wooden surface until a splinter pierced the painfully tender flesh beneath her fingernail. Sakura hissed and released the furniture immediately. Takara eyed her sort of student with amusement. I think you'll have more luck asking that Inuzuka for training with nails like those. Those nails will have to go if you're going to start learning under me. By the way, they hurt you more than your opponents, trust me. Sakura nodded numbly. Then, realizing what she was agreeing to, shook her head quickly. She couldn't do this. To sacrifice others for the sake of her own gain. It was a monstrosity in itself. Yet, Naruto and Kiba had given so much just to— No, she said firmly, a little louder than she had intended. She stood again, this time almost knocking over the chair in the process. The few customers sharing the restaurant with them spared a moment of their time to turn their heads in her direction. Their stares made Sakura wonder if she should act more ladylike. Like hell she cared about something like that. No, what? Takara smirked. Sakura's mouth opened and closed. Her confidence left her. It's not right. I can't do this to Naruto. She thought of the boy who was always there with a steady grin, who had just this morning offered to piggyback her on a round around the park for the sake of acting like he wasn't disconcerted, to which she had responded with a half-hearted fist to his shoulder. No, she said again, and her voice was strong. An eyebrow arced up. I thought you said it meant a lot to you. It does. But Kurenai-sensei taught us to trust and value teammates. Sakura looked down at the woman with a hard, determined gleam in her emerald eyes. Those two are idiots for doing something like that, but I'd be a bigger idiot if I went along with it. Really now? Really, the genin snapped. And she stalked out of the restaurant, leaving a trail of nosy busybodies hovering over her shoulder. Takara snorted softly and reclined in her chair. So feisty. She's more like those brats than I thought, she reflected. A small smile tingled on the edge of her senses. Where does Kurenai get these selfless kids from? She shook her head lightly and raised her hand to order tea. The old lady who owned the restaurant stared at her customer, well attuned to the woman's fondness to alcohol. A wrinkled hand settled on Takara's forehead to check her temperature, and it wasn't until 10 minutes later that the order arrived. Yamane Takara drank tea for the first time in 9 years. And she smiled. Hey, pass us the water, Naruto called. Kiba grunted and reached into his pack to throw the blonde a bottle. Quit ordering me around. That's my job. Then you're fired, Hana said. She patted her brother's shoulder before he could pull off a scowl. Don't worry, I still love you, brat. She turned, but, a few meters down the path, she paused again to look over her shoulder. Mom says be home by 6 tonight. She's got something to give you. Whatever, Kiba grumbled. He waited until his sister had turned before sticking his tongue out at her back. Hana immediately whipped around with a glare. Slightly taken aback, Kiba blurted, You're not so tough. I can outlast you any day. Due to the scary competition between the Inuzuka siblings, Naruto and Sakura ended up running 3 rounds around the park in support of their friends. They had the feeling that it could have, Kami forbid, dragged on for longer if Hana hadn't had to leave to attend to her duties. She left the 3 genin with a smile and stick of dango each. It was amusing to watch Kiba's fierce expression when he gobbled down the snack, Sakura reflected, smiling at her teammate's stubbornly barred teeth and the delight his eyes twinkled with. Sibling love was truly something she would never understand. No, Sakura-chan, what did Kurenai-sensei say after training yesterday? The smile scuttled off and Sakura blanched. The night following the fateful conversation with their sensei's old teammate, she had locked herself in her room and refused to come out for dinner, much to her parents' alarm. She forced herself to think, and she ended up doing a lot of it. Her first thought had been to seek out Takara and get down on her knees and apologize and weep and beg her to take her back. She regretted having turned down the taijutsu specialist. She had refused the need to improve. She had made vain of her teammates' goodwill. At the same time, she knew that being a ninja was not a game, there were no second chances, and even if there was, they came at a costly price. There was no calling Takara back now. But then, Sakura wondered if accepting the offer would have made her teammates any happier. Her mind projected an image of training and sweating under Takara's relentless exercises, and then another of Naruto doing the exact same, except watched and guided by no one. Then, in her mind's eye, she saw Kiba approach Naruto and the two of them laughed as they sparred and were knocked down by the other. They looked happy. And Sakura realized that she would rather train with her goofy teammates than follow Takara. There was no particular reason. In fact, she would be making a very stupid decision. But a small voice told her that it was somehow the right choice. It whispered that Haruno Sakura belonged to Team 8. Sakura-chan? You in there? Hello. She snapped out of it when a hand waved in front of her face. Oh, sorry. I was thinking. She smiled wanly at her teammates. What were you saying? Naruto accepted her explanation with nothing less than a ridiculously wide grin. Oh good. I thought you fell asleep or something. We were asking you what Kurenai-sensei said to you yesterday. We waited for you but you went off in the other direction and I think Sensei saw us so we went home instead. He paused to gulp in a large breath, having said the majority out in one lungful of air. So, what happened anyway? Sakura's breath caught. For whatever strange development it may be, the mention of it from her teammates gave her a very painful reminder of her excruciating night and lack of sleep. She had come so close to furthering her skills and proving that she was not the weakest link. And she had come too close to losing her team. All because of two boys who just cared too much about her. You two are idiots, she muttered, tossing her empty water bottle into the bin with perfect accuracy. Kiba sputtered in innocent protest and Naruto's eyes widened to the point that Sakura contemplated the possibility of fitting a shuriken into them. They did not understand, and neither did she. So she walked off without another word. Naruto stared at Sakura's retreating mane of pink hair. What did I say? He whispered to Kiba. I dunno, what did you do? Kiba frowned down at him, Akamaru struggling to find purchase on his master's head as his perch tilted forward. You must have done something stupid to get her angry. That's why she called you an idiot. She called you an idiot too. True. The taller boy shrugged and squinted against the sun's bright rays. I think she'll cool down by the time we get to training. You sure about that? What you know Sakura. If she's not fine by then we'll do something about it, alright? Kiba's voice took a serious turn. Trust me, Naruto. I deal with my sister enough times and you've got to believe me when I say that girls need to be left alone sometimes. They don't always like people poking into their business, you know what I mean. Naruto shook his head and Kiba sighed. I don't suppose you have to. Just remember, okay? Sometimes people want to be left alone without someone else butting into their privacy. Even I'm like that sometimes. When that comes up, it's best to do what they want. It's a mutual understanding thing. He finished to his teammate's baffled look. What are you staring at? You just sounded smart there. I'll take that as a compliment. But it's not. Shut up. Kiba turned away before the other boy could protest. I'm going to go home and pick up some snacks. I'll see you later. Naruto decided to let it go. Okay then. I'm gonna go Ichiraku's. Kiba? What? Before you go, what happened to your legs? Naruto, I want to talk to you for a moment. The blonde sighed and his shoulders slumped. He had been at the point of walking off with his teammates for their regular morning tea after training before their missions. Kurenai often gave them coupons or treated them to the meals, but whenever she was unavailable to do so, the three children and puppy organized their own activities. Such arrangements were conducted in an orderly fashion, Naruto running off with a growling stomach, the boys fighting over two different sorts of snacks, Sakura's patience slowly running out, Naruto complaining about his unsatisfiable appetite, Sakura sighing and, with assistance from Akamaru, dragging her teammates to Ichiraku's where they took turns to pay. Oh yeah, Naruto remembered ruefully. I still haven't paid Kiba back yet. He had forgotten that he had asked Kiba to purchase sake for Takara the previous day. He promised to catch up with the debts after he was finished with Kurenai. He grinned up at his teacher. "What's up, Sensei?" "I've been told that you've done something stupid again," she said understatedly. "I did? What did I do?" He thought he had done a good job of keeping himself in line. "Sakura came early to training," Kurenai said softly. "She told me things, some of which she doesn't want me to share with you or Kiba. But from what I gathered, it seems that you had another talk to Dakara." It was amazing how quickly a couple of sentences could change a person's disposition. The heel of Naruto's sandals scuffed at the ground. "Is she mad at me?" Similar questions seemed to always come up, giving Kurenai a good measure of exactly how deeply Naruto cared of his teammates' judgments of him. No matter how hard he tried to blend in, stand out, or whatever he intended, he was just a boy with a fragile heart. "Why would you think that?" she asked lightly. She just walked away after the run. She was fine, like 2 seconds before, but when I asked her something, she just went off. "Did she say anything before she did?" He mumbled something she couldn't catch. "Sorry. She said I was an idiot." Kurenai smiled. Now she knew where the problem was. "I don't see why you would be upset by that. I believe Sakura uses that against you almost every day." He frowned as if trying to place something in particular. Then he shook his head. But this time it was different. She said it like she meant it. "I suppose she did," the Jounin agreed, and the blonde head shot up. "I think you misunderstood her, though, Naruto." I don't get it. Sakura told me about this morning, and I specifically remember her saying that both you and Kiba were idiots." Naruto blinked. "How's that different?" "It means that you were not the only one at fault. Whatever you may have done, Kiba also attempted." At this, the blonde dropped his head again. "I asked Kiba what had happened to his leg. He wasn't walking right." He grimaced and relayed to Kurenai what Kiba had reluctantly told him. "I asked him why he would do something like that, and he said..." There, Naruto's breath caught. He had thought that he had been doing the right thing for once. He had thought that he had done something others would never attempt. But that only proved to show him how wrong he had been. Kiba had gone beyond what Naruto had done, and in some way, it made him feel inferior. Kurenai watched her pupil carefully. "I know what Kiba did for you and Sakura. Naruto, I want you to know that, while it is tempting to think so, not everything is about you. As a team, your cooperation is important, but so is concern for your team." Naruto looked doubtful. "Take it this way then," the Jounin said. "We are on a mission outside the village. We have been engaged in enemy combat. While I am dealing with one of the Jounins, another attempts to sneak behind me. I do not notice him, but you do. What will you do in that situation?" "I'd go in there and save you," Naruto replied immediately. Kurenai's lips twitched into a smile. A genin rescuing a Jounin would very much be interesting. What if Kiba or Sakura, or even Akamaru, were in my position? This time, Naruto hesitated. His brow pulled together. "I'd save them too, I guess," he murmured. Noticing his teacher's raised eyebrows, he shrugged. "I was just thinking that they might not want me to save them. I thought I was helping Sakura-chan, but she..." "A team will fall apart if the members did not know how to care for each other," Kurenai said gently. "A shinobi who cares nothing for his teammates will fail whatever mission he is assigned. In the scenario that I have given you, it is almost impossible for you not to react to the danger. It is a life or death situation." She regarded the boy evenly. "Would you be afraid to save your teammates? Or would you rather one of us died?" Naruto paled. "That still doesn't explain why Sakura went off like that," he whispered. "Kiba told me that girls like to be left alone sometimes, but I..." "Kiba is quite right," Kurenai said. "It is not only with women, but with anyone else you may encounter. I understand that it is a natural instinct for you to care about others, Naruto, but there are times when your concern may not be appreciated, just like what you said before. It does not necessarily mean that you have done the wrong thing, but rather that you are caring too much." "So you're saying that Sakura-chan isn't really mad at me?" he asked hopefully. "Sakura is still learning to cope. Much like you, she does not have many friends." Seeing his mouth open to disagree, Kurenai cut in. "I know that she is treated differently to you. However, as her main companions were the girls that fawned over Uchiha Sasuke, Kurenai nodded with a slight smile that Naruto characteristically scowled at the other boy's name. She has no true friends to speak of. I understand that she and the Yamanaka girl were once good friends, but it seems that they no longer are. She waited until Naruto had nodded his understanding before continuing. Sakura has difficulty coming to terms with her place in the team. She mistakenly believes that she is weak, that she has no particular value to speak of. This is why she wants so desperately to build her taijutsu skills and overcome her weaknesses. But imagine how she felt when she found out what had to be sacrificed for that opportunity. Why does she have to think like that? Naruto muttered, his fists clenched. Kurenai smiled. You don't think that the two of you are alike? He fell silent. Naruto, what exactly did you say to Takara? The boy squirmed. I thought she didn't want to teach me because of, he mumbled, staring down at his feet. So I asked her if she would teach Sakura if I backed out, and she said she'd think about it. But, yes. Kurenai prompted. I don't think she meant it. Then why did you do such a thing if she knew she wasn't going to keep her word? He shrugged. It's not like we were getting anywhere, so I thought that anything was a chance. He grinned sheepishly at his teacher. I was an idiot, was I? Kurenai thought about it for a moment. Yes, you were, she agreed finally. He laughed. I thought so. Slowly, the smile faded. You know what you said about trusting teammates and that? I didn't tell Kiba about that. I said to the hag. I thought. Understandable, Kurenai approved. You were afraid that his questions would force you to reveal your prisoner. She smiled. It is good to see that you are, for once, thinking before you act. Maybe it's Sakura's influence. He flushed. Don't worry, Naruto. I'm sure you did what you thought was best, and I know that Kiba will understand. He nodded, and then hesitated. How do you do that, Sensei? Kurenai was caught off guard. Do what? Naruto shrugged. You always make everything better. Even with the biggest problem, you make it seem so easy to deal with. Maybe if I'd known you earlier I wouldn't have had so much trouble back at the academy, huh? He chuckled lightly, but the pain in his eyes was unquestionable. Kurenai cracked a smile. Well, I'm here now, aren't I? Hi. Kurenai watched Naruto bounce along the rooftops on his way to catch up with his teammates. He really was a sweet child. It was a pity that he had to be burdened with such a heavy load. She turned her head slightly. I don't see how you can say no to a boy like that. A chuckle. I don't see how you can stand being around him either. Doesn't he remind you of Misuru? Kurenai closed her eyes. Please don't say that. It was painful enough to have seen the boy she had loved like a brother crushed, and to think that her brother resembled another boy that she had begun considering a sibling. More so to know that one was harvesting the cause of death of the other. He acts like him too, Takara said thoughtfully. Misuru was always doing stupid things for other people. Why are you here? I thought I'd get a little idea of what those kids are capable of. The pause. I can see why you didn't ask me to teach the dog boy. We can't teach Kiba what only his clan can. The girl's interesting, isn't she? Kurenai couldn't help but smile. I didn't know that you were there for that long. Takara scoffed. You underestimate me, Kurenai. Just because I SCK at Genjutsu doesn't mean I automatically fail at concealing myself. Don't forget, she reminded in a stern voice, I won those games back when we were genin. Indeed, her teammate agreed. Kuda-sensei had, for the benefit of training his tracking team, cornered his students into a daily practice of hide and seek, in which they were free to use whichever skill to hide and pursue their targets. For whatever reason it might have been, Kurenai always came out on the short end. You have a strange team, Kurenai. Naruto is quite unpredictable, do you agree? On first-name terms already? How nice. He actually thought I didn't want to teach him because of the stupid demon, Takara continued, amused. Wouldn't anyone? Naruto knows what the villagers think of him. Have you realized how much like our old team your genins are? Kurenai smiled. Yes. Except these brats are alive and Misuru and Kuda-sensei aren't. The jounin winced. Takara. I hate seeing people die, Kurenai, you know that? When half our team died, It made me realize just how fragile life was. One second they were standing and the next they were nothing but spatters of blood. Takara crossed her arms, but to Kurenai, the gesture suggested that her friend was hugging herself for comfort. It's so easy to die. I'm a coward and I admit it, everyone has to die someday, but, Kurenai, I bet you're going to die on a mission or something like that. It's the only way shinobi ever really die. Kurenai began to wonder just how much thinking her friend had gotten around to. When I'm out of sake, I just lie around and hope that I can just sleep. But I never can and I think about things. On the bad days, I hate the Hokage. I hate him because he lets little kids hold kunai and practice killing themselves. We were part of those kids in our generation, and look at us now. Kuda-sensei used to be one of those kids. We were all part of this little program to destroy the innocence of childhood. But there's nothing I can do to stop this chain, is there? And even if I can, it's not going to make the countries stop trying to squash their neighbors. It's only going to get us killed faster. Takara chuckled and traced a scar on her arm. It's ironic, isn't it? Those kids are our protectors. They have a higher survival rate on the field than a 6-foot-tall farmer. Kurenai recalled that her genin team had enjoyed accepting missions to the farms outside the village, plowing through the fields. Kuda-sensei commonly sat under the same oak tree, chewing on a bamboo stick, and falling asleep to wake to the sound of his students' laughter as they darted away from the culprit who had taken control over the poor cow's udders and its liquid contents. She wondered if Takara thought more about their childhood than she did. Those 3 brats of yours will probably be the ones saving my butt in a few years' time, Takara continued, amused by the prospect. They'd better be strong enough when that day comes, because I don't want to have the roles reversed. Then her expression evened out. I hate death, but since there's nothing that can prevent it, the only thing I can do is make sure those brats are well equipped to survive when the Reaper comes calling too early. Kurenai turned and looked at her companion. Does this mean? Takara shrugged and smiled, tilting her head back to smile faintly at the clear sky above them. I was just thinking that if those kids are the future, maybe it's time I stopped living in the past. At precisely 6 o'clock, Sakura appeared outside the window of Naruto's bedroom. She scowled when she saw the boy still tangled in his sheets, half his body hanging over the edge of the bed. She slid open the pane of glass and climbed into the apartment. Naruto, she whispered. He snorted in his sleep. Sakura's scowl deepened. Naruto, she said again in a louder voice. The only movement was the drool trickling down his chin. She sighed in a deep breath. Then she paused. It had been many days since she had last had to raise her voice to the now dubbed Naruto volume. It was also very early in the morning and Sakura doubted that Naruto's neighbors would appreciate the wake-up call. Sighing, she grabbed the edge of the blanket and yanked it back, exposing Naruto's curled form to the crisp morning air that was flowing through the open window. In doing so, Sakura had also forcefully untangled the blonde from his sheets. Naruto fell off the bed with a thud. Oh, what was that for, Irika-sensei? It's not like I dash. The lights flickered on and even in the dim lighting Naruto could well make out the silhouette of a less than pleased teammate. Sakura-chan. What are you doing here? Good question. Sakura asked herself the same thing and came up with an embarrassing answer. When, the day before, Kurenai had told the two of them that Takara had finally agreed to oversee their taijutsu, Sakura had remained curiously silent while Naruto had cheered, apparently having forgotten his previous encounters with the woman. The pink-haired girl wondered now exactly why she had stopped by at Naruto's house. She could have gone straight to the training grounds and arrived half an hour early, but she hadn't. Instead, with the excuse that the idiot would definitely sleep in, she had sought out her new sparring partner. Sakura was nervous. I'm waking you up, silly. It's 6 o'clock, you're going to be late. I've got an alarm clock dash. Which isn't ringing, is it? Just get up. I'm giving you 10 minutes to brush your teeth, take a shower, kill the cat, whatever it is you do every morning. Then we're heading off. You got that? He didn't dare disagree. He scurried out of the room and Sakura heard the tap running in the bathroom. She sighed and sat down on the bed. It was great news that Takara had finally relented, but it was not altogether a comforting thought. Team 8 had gone through a great deal of trouble in the process of convincing her, and in the end the woman had agreed on her own. Sakura was glad that Naruto would be accompanying her during the sessions. She really did not feel up to facing Yamane Akara on her own. Naruto managed to finish conducting his morning business quicker than Sakura had expected. They left the apartment and walked to the training ground. After a while, Naruto asked, "What happened to your hair, Sakura-chan?" His companion flushed. She hadn't thought that he would notice. After all, Sasuke probably wouldn't have. In preparation for physical training and a hell lot of sweating, Sakura had tied her hair back into 2 loose pigtails. Then, after trying to fiddle with her long hair, a nervous habit she had developed over the years, for 10 minutes and Jirbanji air, she had released 2 thick bangs from either side of her face and braided them. In addition to changing her hairstyle, Sakura had also swapped her long dress for a loose set of tracksuit pants and a jacket. Her mother had been horrified. She had spent an hour in front of the mirror the previous night, contemplating on her outfit, and had come to the conclusion that it was a perfectly suitable wardrobe for such an occasion as long as Sasuke didn't see. In other words, it was a fashion disaster. Well, considering her teammates' outfits, she supposed that it made them a true team now. Not like that comforted her much. "Is it bad?" she asked uncertainly. No, Naruto said quickly. He reached forward and touched one of the braids, looked over her again and grinned. "You look really pretty, Sakura-chan." She hit him without thinking. Then she realized what she had done and began to apologize. Naruto stared strangely at her. "Nanny? Why are you saying sorry?" That made her even more uncomfortable. Lately, while conducting Operation Be Nice to the Uzumaki, Sakura had discovered just how accepting and forgiving the short blonde could be. It made her feel guilty. She had just lost him 1,000 brain cells, which he was in desperate need of, and he was wondering why she was apologizing. "Don't ask me that, Naruto," she said, staring straight ahead. "I don't know what to think when I'm around you." "Sakura-chan." "Naruto. Please." He shook his head. "No, it's not that. I was going to ask you something else." He liked his lips. "I just wanted to know, why didn't you just say yes when the hag said she'd teach?" "You. I can't believe this is coming from you," she scoffed, bewildered. "Why did you try to be a hero? You and Kiba, you didn't have to do that, not for me." "Well, I just thought." Naruto's voice faltered and he kicked at the ground bashfully. He'd done it again. He'd enraged Sakura in some way just by being himself. He was really good at doing that, wasn't he? Much to Naruto's surprise, Sakura chuckled. "Look at us," she retorted, tilting her head back so that the sun's rays warmed her face. "You know something, Naruto?" "What?" he asked warily, grimacing when it came out sounding rude. But if Sakura had noticed it, she certainly did a very good job of concealing her reactions. "We're both idiots." "Big idiots," she said ruefully. "Huh." But Sakura was finished. "Come on, Naruto. Let's not be late for our first lesson." And she smiled at him, not a frown or a scowl, not even the flirtatious giggle she had concocted for Sasuke, a genuine smile that allowed Naruto direct access to her radiant mood. Sakura-chan," he stammered. He faltered and then grinned. "Nothing. I'm just really happy that you're on my team." She smiled again. Other than the fact that she complained more than Naruto did, Yamane Akara fit the image of a taijutsu specialist with surprising precision. In their first lesson, she pinpointed her new students' individual strengths and weaknesses. Naruto, with his stocky build, was advised to stop jumping around and put more weight behind his blocks and momentum in his attacks. Sakura, on the other hand, was scolded for standing too still and not adapting quickly enough. Naruto was less than happy when Takara used a Doton jutsu to bind his feet to the ground, and then showered him with lashing blows. The element that Takara focused on first with Sakura was her speed. The genin had not understood why until she had been fed an explanation. "You're a skinny kid," Takara had said, being painfully blunt. "Unlike Blondie, you don't really have enough power to knock a guy off his feet. Training your muscles will take a long time. I can't be bothered. You'd do better slipping under the guard and playing the mouse, get in there, score a few hits, and then get out of there. If you attack the vitals from the start, You'll probably end a fight faster than Kurenai. So Sakura did not complain when the woman started hailing sharp projectiles at her with the purpose of snapping up the reflexes. They trained profusely with little interruption. Until the fourth day. Takara-sensei, Sakura said. Their instructor glanced at her. What? If you're looking for compliments, you can forget it. I'm getting up at bloody 6 each morning just to beat some self-defense into you two brats. I'm not here to make you feel better about yourself. Sakura did not flinch as she would in any other situation. She and Naruto had both figured that Takara had a disorder that prevented her from saying, yes, what is it? Outright. The pink-haired girl glanced pointedly at her teammate and, for once in his life, Naruto caught on. That's what we're gonna fix, stupid. We don't want to be interrupting your beauty sleep, so we're thinking that maybe we can have these lessons in the evening instead. Takara smirked shrewdly. What's my beauty sleep to you? Naruto opened his mouth, but Sakura answered in his place, figuring that he had done enough harm. Unlike her teammate, she treaded carefully. Well, you're our teacher. It wouldn't be very good for us if you started falling asleep in the middle of training. Takara was not convinced. Just spit it out, she said, bored. I don't do sking up. Sakura's head dropped, but Naruto dove right into it. Okay, fine. Listen up then, hag. He didn't notice his teammate flinch. We've got another teammate, Kiba, and we usually run rounds around the village with him. But now we're doing taijutsu with you and we don't have time to run with him. And that's my business because? We don't want him to feel left out, alright? So okay, it's got nothing to do with you, but Kiba and Akamaru are our friends. That's why I want to have training later so we can have time to be with them. You can get to sleep in if we do it that way, so I don't see why you wouldn't agree. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and waited. He truly did not want to exclude Kiba. The three of them had just started pulling together as a team, and it would put a CHK in their unstable friendship if Kiba felt detached. Both Naruto and Sakura had noticed that their remaining teammate had been a little quieter than usual. He laughed a lot more than necessary, but each gesture was strained to a degree. They were worried about him. Takara gulped down a ration bar and was silent for a moment. You know, she said finally after a while, part of the reason I agreed to teach you two brats was because neither of you were selfish enough to leave comrades behind. The two genins glanced at each other and said nothing. Those that can just ditch their friends aren't worthy of being shinobi, the taijutsu specialist continued, staring distantly at a blade of grass. In a way, I'm one of those people. I was ready to run when my teammate and sensei got killed. It was your sensei, Kurenai, that prevented me from doing that, but even so, I just stood there and watched their murderer walk past and kill more people. At this, Naruto shuffled uncomfortably. Takara-sensei, Sakura hesitated. The woman began to walk away. Meet here at 6 in the evening from tomorrow on. None of them spoke of Yamane Takara inner demons again. Team 8 slowly developed the foundations of a full circle. Kiba never admitted to anyone but Akamaru that he had been hurt when, after what he had done for them, Naruto and Sakura ended up leaving him to rot. He had been surprised that they had noticed his downhill mood and had compensated in the one way they could. The morning runs had been their first bonding sessions, and he was glad that he wasn't the only one who found them sentimental. When he was not needed at home, Kiba stayed back after Kurenai had dismissed them to watch his teammates train. When Naruto and Sakura began to develop into sparring with each other, Kiba and Akamaru, using the Jujin Bunshin, introduced them to tag teams. In doing so, the Inuzukas discovered that Naruto and Sakura complemented each other very well. Their teamwork overwrote any undeveloped skills the two had. If Naruto could engage both their opponents, Sakura would circle like a hawk and wait for openings where she would dart in to land. A few kicks and punches before slipping out again. It was an annoying fighting style that Kiba could not deem cowardly because it actually worked. When the three of them, on Naruto's whim, challenged Takara and found their loss somewhat interesting, they fell into a habit of sparring with the specialist whenever the woman could be bothered. Naruto and Sakura kept up the routine even when Kiba was absent, determined to have something to brag about. After Kurenai had discovered their routine, she had presented her genins with a set of wrist and ankle weights each. But Sensei, Kiba had frowned when he had helped Naruto don his new equipment. I'm not learning taijutsu with them. I'm not part of it. Kurenai had raised an eyebrow at him. But you are part of Team 8, aren't you? Kiba didn't say anything after that, but neither of his companions missed the grin on his face when he sat down to put on his ankle weights. Sakura had also adjusted her taijutsu attire to become her permanent outfit. Kurenai gave her a heavy jade ring to wear on the end of her hair, which was apparently the quickest way to smash an opponent's nose when turning around. This had been tested out on the day with Naruto, but, much to Kiba and Sakura's intrigue, his nose was not the least bit damaged when they saw him the next day. The genins ate together at Ichiraku's almost every day. They drew marked matches to decide who would pay, but Naruto never seemed to have the honor as many times as his teammates, and for some reason, neither Kiba nor Sakura complained. When Kurenai decided to join them one day and saw them squabble over ramen flavors and seating arrangements like old friends, she knew that Team 8, after overcoming more than a huge blockade of emotional obstacles, was finally coming together. Naruto twisted and, pivoting at the hip, snapped a roundhouse kick into the air. Sakura grabbed his calf and forced her weight forward, flipping herself into the air as the attack passed harmlessly under her. On landing, however, she had to stumble back 2 steps before regaining her balance. Her opponent grinned. "Weights are heavy, huh?" Sakura nodded and fell back into a ready stance. The weights were a little irritating. They slowed her down considerably and forced her to take up the defensive more often than she was comfortable with. They were the reason she struggled on the team's morning runs, but she was glad to see that the boys had the same problems she did. After a short moment of shaking out the tension in his limbs, Naruto came charging forward. He moved a fist forward and laughed softly when Sakura had to use both her hands to stop the blow. She had been advised to avoid such assaults, but it was near impossible with her new weights. Sakura moved a knee upward in retaliation. Naruto rocked backward on his heels and managed to fling himself into a backward handstand. As his hands took the weight of his body, his legs came rushing upward, the force of momentum behind it. With a surprised squeak, Sakura leaned as far back as she could, planting her feet firmly in the ground as Naruto's swept past her face. Kiba burst out in laughter. Sakura's upper body was bent back at a comically absurd angle, with her knees bent and jutted forward. He was surprised she hadn't overbalanced. "Hey Naruto," he cackled. "What are the chances of her doing that again in the next 10 minutes, do you think?" Naruto grinned in response and lowered himself into a crouch. Scowling and glad that, for once, she was permitted to actually hit something when she wanted to, Sakura leapt upward, bearing down on her sparring partner from an aerial angle. She cursed when Naruto easily grabbed her ankle and flung her past him. She growled and prepared to wipe the cocky smile off the JRK's face, when she turned to discover that he was practically pressed against her. Yelping in alarm, she backpedaled, but her legs gave way as Naruto's slammed into the back of her knees. She fell backward and, unable to find purchase, braced herself for the impact. But instead of sprawling onto the grass, she was cushioned by something that breathed. Naruto liked his lips nervously. When he had seen Sakura fall, he had, out of reflex and concern, dived forward to save her outfit from grass stains. The short blonde couldn't do anything about the blush that was coloring his cheeks. Haruno Sakura was lying on top of him, her face so close to his that he could smell her. Just like in his dreams. Usually, this was the point where he would kiss her. But he didn't, because he couldn't. Maybe it had something to do with seeing her every day. If he were to be honest, Naruto had barely thought about his crush on Sakura lately. He had focused profusely on his training, and that left little mind capacity for things like romantic fantasies. Kurenai cleared her throat and stepped forward. Sakura's eyes snapped open. She blinked at Naruto, whose face was dangerously close to hers. The hand in his grip tightened into a fist. She smirked when he gulped in understandable fear. She flicked him on the forehead with her other hand. His eyes widened. "Don't do that again," Sakura scolded. She clambered off him. Naruto touched the red spot on his head. He had such a strange expression on his face that Sakura frowned and wondered if she had actually hurt him. "Naruto?" she asked softly. The focus returned to his eyes and he grinned sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry about that. So because I saved you, want to go out with me?" Sakura heaved out a sigh. This was Naruto. He never changed. Baka, what made you think you had a chance, huh? She demanded. She grabbed an ear and dragged him over to where the remainder of their team waited. Kurenai smiled when Naruto broke free and ducked behind her, watching warily. Nice try, she said, and reached over to grab a handful of the boy's jacket. She dumped him on the other side of Kiba. Your recoveries were good, she said. But Naruto, you got in too close to Sakura, opening yourself to attack. I noticed that you made the same mistake with Kiba. I know that you judged your movements according to what you know about your teammates, but you can't rely on this in real life. When you face different opponents, their strengths and weaknesses will vary. Don't get too comfortable in combat. Naruto nodded, disappointed but wholeheartedly accepting his faults. You, Sakura, get distracted too easily and let Kiba provoke you. You know that an aerial approach would not work well against an opponent who is crouched and ready. Seeing the girl's shoulders drop, Kurenai added, good improvisation though. Staying alive is a little more important than looking good. The genin gave a rare grin. Kurenai smiled with what she hoped to be encouragement and turned to Kiba. She was aware that the Inuzuka may have felt undermined, placed in the shadows of his teammates' constant call for attention. Kiba, she said, and almost grimaced when the boy looked up at her with a hopeful glint in his eyes. I can't admit that I understand your clan's taijutsu form, so there is little I can advise you on. But perhaps you should hang back and analyze your opponent's next move before you throw yourself into an attack. It is very easy to miscalculate and place yourself in danger. Hi, Kiba said loudly, grinning. Akamaru barked in surprise to his master's unusually emotional voice. The three genins were particularly talkative on their way to the tower. Neither of them noticed the smile that danced across their sensei's face. Naruto, that's a weed. Kiba laughed as the other boy sheepishly pulled his hand away from the plant. The team had been dispatched to the forest to gather herbs for the hospital. The genins were to pick out a basketful each and return to Kurenai to have it checked and approved. Sakura quickly learned to keep an eye on Naruto. Kiba chuckled and leaned over to reach for a handful of purple leaves. I wouldn't be laughing, Kiba, Kurenai said wryly, appearing behind her student. You've already picked this tree, and that plant is poisonous. He pulled back hastily. Sorry, Sensei. It's a bit hard to remember which trees I've already checked out and Akamaru's not being very helpful. He glowered down at the small dog. Akamaru had been sitting out of the task, claiming to his master that it was dangerous to handle possible poisonous substances with his mouth. Kurenai nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it was the human mind's natural instinct to approach what was closest. While observing her genins, the jounin had noticed that only Sakura appeared to have a solid idea of what to look for, and even she made the common mistake of wasting time on an area she had already harvested. Kiba also seemed to have adequate knowledge but, unlike his female teammate, tended not to realize that he was overlapping his searches, and his impatience often traced him to trouble, such as obliviously attempting to poison patients. Needless to say, Naruto was hopeless. Weeds, 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 he grumbled. He kicked a tuft of grass at his feet. It's all just dash. Naruto. Sakura scolded and grabbed him by the arm to pull him back. That one wasn't a weed. Arg. Yes, Kurenai decided it was time for a break. She gathered her genins. They stared glumly at the small pile of greenery they had managed to find. They shifted guiltily as their gaze landed on the ridiculously large pile of trash Kurenai had sorted out of the main pile. Simultaneously, they dropped their heads and echoed, Sorry, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai sighed. Don't worry about it. Then she smiled. Maybe I should teach you a jutsu that will make your life easier. Naruto jumped to his feet immediately. Jutsu? You're going to teach us a new move, right, Sensei? Right, re-dash. Sit down and shut up. Sakura snapped, and Kurenai was amused at the speed at which Naruto obeyed. This jutsu is used by reconnaissance teams to mark the areas they have already patrolled, she explained. Naruto visibly settled when he realized that they were not learning a technique that involved explosions. It can also be used to leave behind a sign for your teammates if you are separated. It can help you remember which areas you have already searched. Kurenai performed the necessary hand seals and pressed her palm against the nearest tree. The genins got up and leaned in close to observe the circular impression that had been left on the bark. The black mark was about the size of a fist, consisting of 2 circles, one contained within a larger one, and a dot in the middle of the smaller circle. "No, Kurenai-sensei," Naruto said curiously. "What's that?" "It's the jutsu. It leaves behind a mark that will allow you to recognize areas. The size and time they take to disappear depends on the amount of chakra used." "But what is that?" Kurenai blinked. "What's what?" Kiba pointed at the symbol. "That shape thing. What is it?" Each ninja has their own chakra signature, and it molds the insignia into a specific shape that best characterizes the user. The mark will vary with different people, so it is considered difficult to mirror the image of someone else's mark. Mine, for example, is an eye. Yours will be different. An eye? Sakura wondered aloud. Or a bullseye, depending on how you look at it, Kurenai chuckled. Predictably, Sakura was the first to master the technique. In a short span of 5 minutes, she had been able to produce the jutsu and scale it down to the size of her thumb. The insignia that scorched into the tree resembled a flower, reflecting her namesake. Kurenai found it amusing. It was Naruto who, surprisingly, managed to follow Sakura's lead. He successfully imprinted his mark on the tree. Except, it was taller than Kurenai, much wider than in a kimchi, and had to curl around the entire trunk. Was that intentional? Kurenai asked dryly, recalling her student's constant desire to acquire attention. She prayed to Kami that she would not see a similar insignia on the Hokage monument the next morning. Of course not. Naruto said indignantly. But I don't get it. What did I do wrong? Too much chakra, of course, Kiba remarked. I've probably been using too little, so that's why I can't get mine to come up. The blonde frowned. But I can't even feel how much I've used. Impossible, Sakura dismissed. I can feel the drain all the time. Kurenai smoothly steered the attention away from Naruto before more inquiries could be launched. Your reserves are small, Sakura, whereas Naruto was born with a larger chakra supply. He is less perceptive to the drain. Wow, Kiba said, slapping Naruto's back even as Sakura continued to remain thoughtful. That's a whole swimming pool of chakra? Way to go, Naruto. The blonde only smiled weakly. Akamaru barked and they turned toward him. The puppy was circling the tree that bore Naruto's mark. Realizing that he had yet to discern what it depicted, Kiba walked around the tree until he had a full view of it. Oh hey, it's a fox. Kurenai felt like groaning. This was not making her job any easier. There was little she could say now. It would become suspicious, especially to Sakura, if she began answering all the questions for Naruto. Why a fox, Naruto? Sakura asked, turning to stare at her teammate. Naruto shuffled under her curious stare. It reminded him of the constant glaring he received from the villagers. He was certain that, if he ever chose to reveal to them the demon he contained, the stare would morph into a resentful glower. They would hate him for it just like all the others that he had come across, so as much as he hated lying, he would keep quiet. I like foxes, he ended up muttering. Sakura's eyes widened. Then, sensing that, for once, the blonde was done talking, she turned away and pulled Kiba away to help him with the jutsu. Half an hour later, Team 8 was back to gathering herbs. Naruto had successfully managed to reduce his variation of the jutsu to the size of a fridge, still blatantly eye-catching to any pursuers, but he was gradually learning to monitor the amount of chakra he put into the technique. Kiba had less trouble after Sakura assisted him. His insignia was that of a dog's paw, in resemblance to his clan. The genins used their new jutsu to mark the trees that they had already picked. Their searches sped up slightly, though Kiba and Sakura soon learned to double-check any trees that bore an oversized fox head mark. Naruto soon grew impatient with their progress. At this rate, there wouldn't be time for another mission. Hey, maybe I should get my Kage Bunshins to dash. Kurenai paled. Kiba and Sakura shouted a simultaneous, no. Ninja art, Soul Brand Seal. Kiba grimaced as Naruto's hand slammed down on his back, which served as a temporary surface for the scroll to rest upon as they walked the halls of the tower. Hey, Naruto, make sure you don't turn me into a fox, he warned. Don't worry, Naruto said confidently. He prized the scroll of his teammate's back and held it in front of him. Kurenai had told him to borrow a scroll off Sakura, saying that it would help restrict the area of which he had to pour chakra into. Indeed, Naruto found that the mark no longer resembled a giant shadow. The points of the fox insignia's ears grew more defined, and the mark itself was not just larger than his head. Look at this, Kurenai-sensei, he exclaimed, rushing to show his mentor. The whole thing fits on the paper now. About time, she teased lightheartedly. Naruto grinned. She drew the chakra from the scroll's surface and expelled it, removing the mark from the parchment so her student could attempt the jutsu again. Thanks, sensei. Ninja art dash. Wait a moment, Naruto, Kurenai said abruptly. Naruto paused, hand hovering over Kiba's hunched back. What is it? Hurry up, Kiba complained. I'm getting tired. Quit complaining. Hey, I'm the one doing you a favor. Yeah, and you're the one who's dash. Quiet down. Sakura hissed. Let Sensei speak. At this, the boys instantly stopped and stood at attention. Thank you, Sakura, Kurenai said, intrigued by the amount of control the pink-haired Kunoichi had over the males of the team. I've noticed that all of you still tend to say the name of the jutsu before you perform it. Aren't we supposed to? Everyone else does, Kiba said. Some people find it easier to concentrate on the jutsu if they say the name aloud, Kurenai explained, leading the group up the staircase. It actually isn't necessary in molding chakra. Really? Sakura asked, bewildered. I didn't know that. Silent performing of techniques isn't taught at the academy. Some instructors don't even know this. I find it easier to say the name to perform higher-ranked jutsus, but it is better if you don't. You are basically announcing your tactics to your opponent. It gives them time to prepare and puts you at a disadvantage. Against a ninja that is a fast thinker, this could be deadly. Just remember that. Naruto wore a rare solemn expression. Is that why I always lost when we had spars back at the academy? Because I was dumb. His companions stared at him. Then Kiba shrugged. I used to lose a lot of times too, you know. Besides, we were always put up against Sasuke or Shino, and they probably think faster than you eat ramen. Kiba's right, Naruto, Kurenai agreed. While your strength may not lie in stopping to think, your never-give-up attitude should more than make up for it. You can endure longer than your smarter classmates, I am sure. Not Sasuke-kun, Sakura almost blurted. She managed to hold it back at the last moment, before it escaped her lips. It had not taken her long to discover that Naruto did not take well to mention of the Uchiha, and as she was still undergoing operation, be nice to the Uzumaki, she carefully censored anything that came out of her mouth. The Hokage seemed to be pleased to see them. Ah, I'm so popular all of a sudden, he chuckled heartily. Kurenai glanced around the room and noticed that Hatake Kakashi's team was lined up against the wall. The other jounin nodded politely and his eye crinkled in what she interpreted to be a smile. She nodded her greeting and her gaze flickered down to the genins that accompanied him. They were a silent bunch, an unusual mixture of unwilling talkers. Hyuga Hinata made a small squeaking sound upon seeing a certain blonde, prompting Sakura to turn her head toward the other girl, thus bringing to her sight a raven-haired genius. Sasuke-kun, she gasped, and started toward her longtime crush. Oh my god, he's... Sakura, Kurenai said disapprovingly, noticing out of the corner of her eye that Naruto looked crestfallen. I am sure that it can wait. The pink-haired girl seemed to realize whose company she was sharing, and hastily apologized to the Hokage for the interruption. She stepped back to stand next to Kiba, dodging his curious glances but never letting her gaze avert from Sasuke, only looking down and blushing when he appeared to be glancing at her. Sarutobi smiled at the exchange. That is all right, he assured. It's good to see young Sakura's friendliness toward Sasuke. Kiba nudged Naruto and made a mock choking sound, but paused when he noticed the blonde to be strangely quiet. I guess he still has that crush on Sakura after all, the Inuzuka thought. He turned to glance at his female teammate, who appeared to have become a totally different person. Gone was the Haruno Sakura who had brought sweets to training, who had just an hour ago tried profusely to educate Naruto on the difference between weeds and herbs. Gone was the Sakura that had been part of Team 8. Kiba unconsciously curled his hands into a fist, remembering to loosen them as to not draw blood when Akamaru whimpered into his ear. For weeks, they had worked so hard to become a team, to be friends, and all it took was for Sasuke to stand there, silent and cool, to shatter it. Inuzukas were territorial by nature and Kiba felt that Sasuke was on his property. Kurenai noticed her student's agitation and laid a hand on his shoulder. Kiba glanced up at her and gave a subtle nod. The Jounin looked over at Naruto and grew faintly concerned when she saw that the boy was not at all reacting, only staring at the floor and hiding his face from view. Kakashi and I were just discussing his team's capabilities for a C-rank mission, Sarutobi said, nodding toward said Jounin. Naruto slowly lifted his head. He had barely heard any of the conversation, most of the words having been filtered out by his depression. But he definitely registered the C-rank mission. He saw Old Man Hokage smiling at him, expecting an outburst, and even though he didn't feel like it, Naruto gave him one, just to assure his companions that he was still Uzumaki Naruto. Sensei, he said loudly, pasting on a grin as he looked up at his mentor. How come they get a good mission? Aren't we ready for one? We've done, like, 30 stupid D-rank ones and they're getting boring. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sasuke jerk his head up sharply at the amount of missions they had completed, and Naruto allowed himself a smirk. It felt good. But then he saw Sakura's blush and shy smile that was not directed at him, and found that it didn't feel nearly as good enough. C-ranked missions included possible contact with enemy ninja, and Kurenai knew this better than anyone. Her first such mission had almost cost her a limb. She wasn't sure if she wanted her genins to encounter these dangers already. It wasn't that she deemed them incapable, they were adequately skilled, she had seen to that. She just could not make it past her personal barrier. She had gone to careful measures to protect and guide them. Like Takara, she had lost too many people in her life. She did not want to see the 3 children hurt in any way. Naruto, Sakura scowled, finally tearing her gaze away from the Uchiha. Don't be an idiot. Kurenai-sensei knows what to do. Her words came out harsher than she had intended and she winced inwardly when Naruto's shoulders fell. She almost uttered an apology. Almost. She doubted Sasuke would consider anyone who apologized to the dead last. So she kept quiet. I'll make it up to you, later. Sarutobi was old but he hadn't let his age deter him. He could see young Naruto's apparent distress and he could see why the blonde was upset. Kurenai appeared to be dealing with it already, so the Hokage left it to her. However, Kurenai appeared to be having doubts herself. Sarutobi had endured many weathered years and he thought he could relate to the Jounin's fears. Like all good mentors, Kurenai was afraid for her charges. But then, mentors were like parents, and every mother had to realize that their children would grow even if they did not notice it themselves. I just assigned Team 7 an escort mission to the Land of Waves, he said. He reached for a clipboard and flipped through it. I believe that your team should be ready for a C-rank mission as well, Kurenai. It would be a good beginner's experience for them. Perhaps, Kurenai said tightly, her lips barely moving. Sensei, Kiba began. When the Jounin turned to him, he let his voice trail off and shook his head, murmuring, nothing, in replacement. He had intended to plead Kurenai to accept the third's offer, but he decided to leave the judgment to their sensei's decision. The usual tasks they were given weren't particularly entertaining, but it had been those simple duties that had fostered Team 8's teamwork, and if Kurenai didn't think they were ready, then it was hopeless to complain. Kiba glanced curiously at his teammates. It seemed that the fight had bled out of Naruto, leaving the blonde a shell of the original hyperactive genin that the Inuzuka had begun accepting as a close friend, perhaps even a brother. He had complained, but only once, and if Kiba could truly admit that he knew his teammate, he did not believe that Naruto would only pitch in one voice to the argument. After all, it was no secret that the loudmouth ninja and Tora the cat did not get along. And Sakura, Kiba did not know what to make of her. He thought he respected her. She was smart even though she tried to pretend that she wasn't, and she was kind when she wanted to be. In the last 2 weeks, she had been particularly likable, loosening up and allowing more of her true personality to flow through the cracks in her exterior. She had laughed a lot more easily, smiled on a regular basis, and even kept the fist of punishment under careful watch. But in 2 minutes, she had reverted back the Academy Haruno Sakura, someone who acted like an idiot because she happened to like Uchiha, and treated Naruto like dirt regardless of whatever generosity he might have given her. And Kiba hated it. What C ranks are there to choose from, Take-sama? Kurenai asked quietly. All 3 of her genins abandoned their troubling thoughts to stare incredulously at their sensei. The red-eyed woman smiled faintly at them. What? Isn't this what you want? Or maybe I misinterpreted. I suppose I did. Then I'll just dash. No! Naruto shouted in chagrin. We want to try this out, don't we, guys? Right, Kiba? The taller boy nodded furiously, the agreement echoed by the small puppy in his arms. Right? Sakura? He tried to make eye contact with his teammate, tried to infuse her with assurance. But even as she nodded her conformity, he could not bring himself to look into her half-smile or recognize the glimmer in her eyes. Because he knew they were not for him, and it hurt. Sarutobi blew a ring of smoke from his pipe and flipped the clipboard pages to the C-ranked missions. He understood Kurenai's intended meaning of to choose from. She would consider the missions and ultimately decide if her team was suited for it. The Hokage was pleased that, while she was perhaps a little uptight about the situation, Yuhi Kurenai was only doing what was best for her students. Firstly, a tradesman in Lightning has ordered a certain animal as a pet and needs it delivered to his country. He saw Kurenai's taut expression and wisely moved on, understanding that she might not want to voice her concerns in front of children and another jounin. There is also one that does not require leaving the fire country. At this, Kurenai lifted her head slightly. A tailor in Otafukugai wishes to move to the village and has requested assistance in transporting his goods. With her genins looking hopefully at her, Kurenai could not quite summon the apathy to refuse. Although they had not gotten down on their knees and pleaded, their imaginary tails were wagging faster than Akamaru's. You didn't need to examine the guts to see what a drawing depicted. When are we expected back? She could not help but smile when Naruto silently punched the air and bumped his fist with Kiba's. Sarutobi smiled and consulted his notes. I would estimate that it is a 2-day travel to the town, so 1 week? Kurenai nodded. We will leave tomorrow. For the first time since Team 8 had entered, Kakashi spoke up, his voice light. Excuse me, Hokanuma, he said respectfully. Yes, Kakashi? I was just going to propose that, since the wave country generally lies in the direction to Otafukugai, our teams could travel together until we have to part ways. He smiled at Kurenai. It would help with protecting our escort, and I am sure that the kids would like to socialize. He remained blissfully unaware to the blushes Hinata and Sakura sported. Would you agree, Kurenai? Naruto's mouth popped open, and when it closed again, Kurenai could well hear the grinding of his teeth together. She knew that the blonde would be happier without having to share company with Uchiha Sasuke, but Kakashi had, intentionally or not, placed her in a situation where saying no would bring offense. Yuhi Kurenai despised being manipulated in any way. She was uncertain as of yet if Kakashi had offered out of pure friendliness or if he was acting on a grudge on the team's selections. Having known the copy ninja for more than his reputation for years on hand, she doubted that Hatake Kakashi would be particularly resentful. Still, she could not truly believe that one of Konoha's most skilled shinobi would have no ulterior motives. He probably wants to see why I was insistent on this team's composition, she mused. After all, I did steal 2 of his students. Of course I agree, she said, smiling at the silver-haired man, who responded with a similar gesture. Shall we meet at the gates the next morning? I have no problem with that. How about 7 o'clock? 7 is fine. He usually didn't have trouble getting to sleep. He had more problems trying not to sleep in. But here he was, lying on his back, gazing up at the ceiling with his arms folded under his head and the thin blanket he owned strewn over his torso. Naruto figured that he should be excited. At long last, his team had been given a real mission. He had never been outside the village before and had constantly wondered about what was beyond the walls that framed the borders. The mission itself was not particularly exciting. They would probably encounter close to no combat. But at least it was something. He had already packed his bag, carefully folded spare clothes and his sleeping bag into the pockets, separating them from ration bars, bottles of water and extra kunai and shuriken sets. He'd also packed several instant ramen cups to chase away any nightmares he might encounter in the night. For once, Uzumaki Naruto was prepared, and anyone who knew him well would be pleasantly surprised. When he would boast to Kurenai-sensei the next day, he decided not to mention that it had been a nervous reaction to distract himself from thinking about the few moments in the Hokage's office. He had deliberately put off brooding for as long as possible. He should have known better. Now, with nothing better to do than let his consciousness wander, Naruto could only focus on the hurt Sakura had inflicted upon him. She had abandoned their carefully fostered friendship so easily, so readily. If the blonde could describe their relationship as a rope, it had been in the process of bonding the individual strands before it had snapped. He was certain that if he peered closely enough, he wouldn't even see a single thread still intact. It was all Sasuke's fault. Naruto had never liked the other boy much in the academy, especially not after accidentally kissing him on team selection day. He hadn't meant to, but since that day he felt a certain prickling in his scalp whenever he thought the Uchiha was nearby. When those moments came up, he was more concerned with trying to push out the disturbing taste of Sasuke's spit than trying to prevent the BSTRD from stealing Sakura. Naruto frowned and turned over, staring instead at the wall. True, he was perhaps overreacting a little bit. It wasn't like he or Sakura were anything more than teammates, as much as he wished otherwise. She was a friend and Naruto was naturally protective of his friends. He was certain that, if any fangirl tried to stuck Kiba, he would overlook his "don't hit girls, 'cause they hit you back twice as hard" rule. He just wanted to protect Sakura, that's all. It wasn't like Sasuke would be any good for her. He wasn't healthy, and Naruto was not judging him by his skin complexion. He was too serious for someone like Sakura, and he had made it perfectly clear that he did not care the least bit for her attention. Even if, miraculously, he gave her a chance, Sakura would only get hurt. Naruto pulled the blanket over his head and curled into a ball against the cold night breeze. He didn't want to think too badly of Sasuke, only because Sakura would hate him for it. He tried to forget how the dreaded fake emotions had slipped too easily into the pink-haired girl's expression. She no longer smiled genuine smiles, and she hadn't even tried to apologize since they had left the tower. But that was all right, the blonde concluded. He would forgive her, because he would always forgive Sakura-chan. She didn't mean it, and even if she did, he didn't want to think so. She had at least supported their mission campaign, and that had been before she had found out that they would be traveling for a short while with Team 7. Then she had lost control of her emotions and had jumped into the air, squealing. Still, she was in there somewhere. She was still Sakura. Or at least he hoped so. Naruto smiled lightly at the thought and closed his eyes, trying to even out his breathing and allow his mind to rest. He needed his sleep. They would not fail this mission. He would shove it in Sasuke's face and force him to swallow. Acknowledgement. The contented smile remained on his features even as he slipped into slumber. Everything would be fine the next day. It would work out. Naruto tended to disregard his alarm clock's constant calls, which commonly resulted in him being late. He ignored it yet again that morning, but only because he had already been wide awake and double-checking his supplies when it went off. Yumino Irika was pleasantly surprised when he had opened the door to reveal the grinning blonde. So pleased, in fact, that he offered to treat the two of them to a chirakus. The Chunin had already heard about Team 8's upcoming mission. Irika made it a personal duty to involve himself in anything that concerned one hyperactive Uzumaki Naruto. He could not help but fret over the boy and had to constantly remind himself that he was no longer Naruto's sensei, that his concern would make no difference because, at the end of the day, it was Yuhi Kurenai who held boy's life in her hand. Not that it saved Naruto from having to sit through 10 minutes of straight lectures and procedures. By the end of it, the genin had almost shoved chopsticks into his ears. Naruto admitted to feel slightly better when he unloaded his anxiety on his former teacher. He worried that the mission would go wrong, but Irika assured him that, If he stayed in line and performed to his personal best, his team would come home in one piece. Irika also guaranteed that Sakura would come round. Hearing that, Naruto headed off to the village's border with high hopes. If anyone asked, Yamane Takara would never admit to have let a genin clean her house to the point where a single speck of dust was treated as a plague. Half a dozen shadow clones were working away at her apartment even as she and her young visitor took a walk through the woods. "Otafukugai," she repeated when Naruto informed her of his mission. She grinned roguishly. "I can't believe Kurenai agreed to that one." The genin pet his head curiously. "But what's wrong with it?" "Well, there's this one street there." Naruto gulped at his taijutsu sensei's evil grin and fled. "Don't want to hear it," he yelled. Takara smiled and affectionately grabbed her subordinate in a headlock. "You'll find out when you get there anyway. Can't miss it really. Come on, kid." "But I've got to meet the others now," Naruto protested. "I only came down to tell you that we won't be in the village for a week." I know. I'm running out of sake, and we're going to pass the gates anyway." It was her way of saying, "Shut up and walk with me, you brat." Naruto knew for a fact that she rarely drank the alcoholic substance these days. "Don't think you won't be attacked even though you're not leaving the country," Takara said casually as they walked. She slung an arm around the short boy's shoulders and Naruto felt a slight pressure on his arm as her fingers squeezed. "Keep that guard up, or you'll be picked off like flies on chicken." Naruto blinked at the woman's face. Takara was staring right ahead and her dark eyes were clouded. He grinned and threw an elbow at her, which she dodged deftly. "Don't worry about it. We'll be fine. I'll protect everyone." Takara looked down and gave him a small smile. "You'd better," she said. It wasn't hard to see why the brat's mood dropped so quickly, Takara mused. Before they had met up with the others, Naruto had been bouncing so hard that Takara could practically hear the utensils clanking in his backpack. He had babbled constantly, and it wasn't until she grabbed him and tossed him over her shoulder that he learned the significance of the words, "Shut up." The enthusiasm noticeably dropped a few notches when they arrived at the gates. Kurenai's team was due to travel with another genin team, that Scarecrow's, Takara remembered with a smirk, and Sakura was clearly infatuated with one of the other genins. The girl was not particularly unfriendly by any accounts. Takara knew this from their taijutsu sessions. Sakura was intelligent and the woman found it difficult to swallow that she would brush away Naruto's greeting without the merest acknowledgement for something as foolish as a crush. It wasn't like she had other things to do either. She just sat on a rock next to the moody Uchiha boy, who looked anywhere but at her. Naruto's disappointment was perceptible no matter how he tried to hide it. Kiba spent the majority of his time glaring at the turned Uchiha. Takara glanced around and noticed that Kurenai was not present. Of all people, she highly doubted that her friend would be late. She was most likely preparing with the other jounin, and would arrive within a minute of the allocated time. "That guy," Takara said to Kiba, nodding at the source of Sakura's obsession. "He's an Uchiha, right?" "A BS student if you ask me," Kiba retorted. "Right, Akamaru?" Takara chuckled and nodded thoughtfully. "So, this is the kid. The last Uchiha." She had heard rumors that the boy was a prodigy and she admitted to have had slight interest in him. Unfortunately, his social etiquette was worse than Naruto's and he didn't appear to be much of a team player. His teammates were equally silent, standing to the side. They all seemed to have problems. The Uchiha an ego issue, his female teammate a tomato complexion management difficulty, and their companion a problem with exposure to the sun. Kurenai's luckier than she thinks. "So what are you doing here anyway?" Kiba asked, eyeing her curiously. He looked her up and down. "You're not coming with us, are you?" "Of course I'm not," she snorted. "I'm not going to spend a whole week with you brats. I'll be at home relaxing." "Then why'd you come?" "I was on my way to get some sake." And then the pest was clambering onto her back and tugging at her cheeks as if to make her smile. "Liar!" Kiba accused. "You came to see us off, didn't you? Didn't you?" Takara flipped him off and stepped lightly on his chest as he lay on the ground. "Zip it," she hissed, ignoring Naruto's amused gaze on her. "I wouldn't care if you brats got dumped in a stove." Kiba coughed up dirt and shoved her off him. He tugged her to one side, away from the main group. But you do care, don't you? About us? At least, I know you care about Naruto and Sakura. I see you smile when they do something right. She opened her mouth, and then snapped it shut. Heaven forbid, I'm cornered by a kid. What's up with Sakura anyway? She asked, attempting to shift the focal point of Kiba's concentration. He fell for it easily, too easily. The BCD, he said darkly, nodding at the Uchiha. She likes him, has since we were in the academy. He gestured for Takara to lean in closer, and annoyed, she did. He changes her, you know, the Inuzuka whispered. He makes her a totally different person. It's like I don't know her. Really now, she said, and Kiba nodded solemnly. She straightened and watched as the pink-haired girl attempted to strike up conversation with the silent Uchiha. Then her gaze flickered to Naruto, who stood to the side, kicking at the dirt. I'd go up there and slap some sense into her oversized brain, Takara said softly. But I'm not Kurenai, and it's not in my place to poke my nose in her team's business. Kiba grunted. Are all girls like that? She pulled back the hood of his jacket and ruffled his hair. Some of them. I think Sakura is half-half. She's not like this when he's not there, is she? Nope. She'll probably snap out of it after he leaves. But there's no telling if she'll fall back into this when she sees him again. It all depends on herself. If she knows what's real and what's not, she'll grow out of it with time. You sure about that? He asked doubtfully. Naruto looks quite down, and he's usually jumping like a chimpanzee on missions. You'll have to deal with him yourself. Takara yanked the hood back over Kiba's head. But whatever the problem is, you guys will do fine if you really are a team. If you can't pull it back together, it just means that you guys suck at teamwork. Kiba grumbled, shoved his hands roughly in his pockets and sat down cross-legged next to Naruto. Takara told herself that she would leave when the Jounin instructors arrived. But when Kurenai and Hatake Kakashi, Takara remembered him as the Scarecrow prodigy, greeted their genins with a briefing and introduced a gray-haired man, Takara found herself standing by the sidelines, leaning against a tree and watching from the shadows. She noticed everything. She saw how Naruto all too eagerly jumped up to meet his mentor, how Sakura looked glum when she moved away from the Uchiha to stand with her team, saw how Kiba frowned at his teammates and muttered unhappily to Akamaru. She wondered if they were ready, as a team, to face missions outside the ordinary D rank. Her own first C rank had not been memorable. Kurenai had her genins open their packs for her to inspect, but after she had approved Sakura's and noticed her former teammate's presence, she let the duty fall to the pink-haired girl and walked over to Takara. I didn't think I would see you here. Of all places, Otafukugai? Takara asked with a smirk. Kurenai rolled her eyes and had the urge to yank her friend's hair in a similar fashion to the way she had when they had been youths. We're escorting a tailor back to the village, nothing else, she said firmly. No time to wander that street. Remember what Kuda-sensei's business turned out to be? Takara chuckled. Too well. Masura wanted to go too, didn't he? Got halfway before Sensei grabbed him back. They shared a chuckle. The two of them peered at the figures bathed in the sun's morning rays. Sakura scowled at Naruto's choice of rations and attempted to throttle Kiba when his pack turned out to consist of more of Akamaru's chew toys than spare provisions. The women noticed a small smile flirting on her lips. She wasn't like that 2 minutes ago, Takara said, nodding at Sakura. She's having trouble deciding between her team and Uchiha. I can't say I agree with what she is leaning toward at this point. Kurenai paused. They were coming together before this happened. I know. Why don't you just ask for another mission so you don't have to tag along with Scarecrow? It was difficult tugging the corner of her lips down after they tilted up at the Copy Ninja's old nickname. There were no other missions that did not involve leaving the Fire Nation. Good luck then. Why are you here, Takara? I don't know. Probably shouldn't be here at all. Kurenai had a way of staying quiet and waiting patiently for a response. Takara thought she had weaned herself off the annoying trait, but she eventually gave into it yet again. The last time I let my feelings make their own decisions, they blew up in my face. That had me stuck for more than 10 years. I can't trust myself not to fall for those cheap emotions again. She shook her head. But those brats, it's hard not to get drawn into them. They're still shinobi, and they'll die one day, probably before I do. Then it'll be back to step -10, and I really don't want that. Kurenai rubbed soothing circles on her friend's arm, lightly brushing over the scars on Takara's wrist. Survival rates are higher these days, she reminded gently. Takara chuckled and glanced at her companion. I've only known those kids for 3 weeks max, but if they're not talking about ramen flavors, they're all Kurenai-sensei this and Kurenai-sensei that. I don't know what you think, but those 3 brats of yours respect you a lot. For the first time in a long time, Kurenai gave her a sympathetic look. You would have made a great jounin sensei, she said. Takara gritted her teeth and her eyes dulled as they froze over Team 8's genins. No, she shook her head. I'd probably be better off in NB. At least there I won't have to learn names and remember them just to see them on the Kia stone the next day. A place where I don't have time to think, NBU would be good. Then let me rephrase, you would have made a great kunoichi had you chosen to continue. The pause. Then a nod. I know. The client that Team 7 was charged with escorting turned out to be a powerfully built man in his late 50s by the name of Tazuna. He had almost as much spiky hair as Naruto, except in a contrasting gray. Upon greeting his hired team and turning his attention to his temporary companions, he looked down unimpressively at Naruto and stared as the blonde shot him a wide grin. Then he turned away and started walking toward the gate. Boy, am I super glad I didn't end up saddled with you, short kid, he muttered in a voice loud enough for the chunin sitting behind the report desk to catch the end of. Kiba learned to watch Naruto carefully after the first murder attempt, and was highly tempted to pull out the leash in his pack after the third. Sakura was rather occupied and had other things to focus her mind on other than helping to restrain her irrational teammate. She walked near the back of the group, close to the silver-haired jounin of Team 7, the better to sneak glances at Sasuke. And to conceal the blush that typically followed. Not that he would have noticed, he only kept his eyes on the road. She felt her spirits fall slightly. She had been looking forward to the mission and to getting to know Sasuke better. Why wasn't he looking at her? She figured after the first hour of travel that she was simply not trying hard enough, so she tried to draw attention to herself in a more direct fashion. Tazuna-san, she asked, and was thrilled when the majority of the group turned their heads to acknowledge her voice. Her words were among the first ones spoken in a while, other than Naruto's whining and Kiba's threatening growls of annoyance, which barely counted as civilized talk. What? The bridge builder grunted. She thought she saw Sasuke's eyes flicker, and hurriedly tried to continue the conversation. I was just, wondering, didn't your country provide you with ninja escort? Why did you come to Leaf? Tazuna only laughed, and Sakura had the sinking feeling that she had just asked something very stupid. She waited for someone to explain, expecting Kurenai to come to the rescue, but she didn't, and Sakura could only hang her head and try to figure out what she had said wrong. She was vaguely surprised when even Naruto didn't spring to her defense or try to console her. She waited for him to cut in, but after 10 minutes of silence from the blonde, she gave up. Instead, it was Hinata who spoke up. The pale-eyed girl had gradually slowed her pace until it had matched Sakura's and they were walking side by side. Sakura did not notice her presence until it was announced with a nervous, "Ano." Sakura-san, Wave does not have a ninja village. Sakura pet her head at the other girl's voice. She had not really noticed Hyuga Hinata in their academy years. She just knew that she was the heir to her clan, extremely quiet, and was not an official member of the Sasuke fan clubs. Why not? She asked graciously. Hinata's fingers pressed against each other and she refused to look up. It doesn't need one, she said finally. Sakura waited, and Hinata took a deep breath. It is too small. Larger countries are more likely to be attacked. But small islands like the Wave Country don't receive much hostile interference, so even if they train ninja, they would not have much chance to put them to use. Sakura noticed that Sasuke turned his head briefly, and she was overjoyed that he was perhaps acknowledging her friendliness toward his teammate. She did not realize that he was more interested that Hinata had gone through the majority of the explanation without a stutter. So, obliviously, she smiled brightly at her fellow kunoichi. "Arigato Hinata," she said kindly. I didn't know that. Hinata nodded dumbly and said nothing else. Sakura continued to stare at her from her peripheral vision. Perhaps Hinata wasn't too weird after all. She shrugged and diverted her attention before the other girl's skin remained permanently red. A short moment later, Hinata froze, and when Sakura paused to look back at her, she saw that a splash of dark crimson liquid had streaked across her cheek, glistening brightly even against the Hyuga's profuse blush. There was a metallic clinking sound, and she turned in time to see the remains of Hatake Kakashi's shredded body falling to the ground in a bloody puddle. Then she realized that she, too, was covered in blood. Kurenai did not know what Kakashi was thinking, and she doubted she would want to. He had basically abandoned his team and their client, leaving them open to threat. She pursed her lip and her hand was halfway to her weapon's pouch before she let it fall to her side. It was obvious through the way that they paused to look around and acted only when they saw him that the four Nin were targeting Tazuna. It was Hataki's mission, not hers. He would have had his reasons for his actions. Her intervention would probably not be highly appreciated. She recognized the two assailants as a pair of mist brothers from the bingo book. They darted away from Kakashi's body and sprinted toward Tazuna, shuriken chains stretched between them as they advanced. Kurenai reached for her students' shoulders, advising them not to act. But before she could reach Naruto, a feral growl erupted from her pupil's throat and Kurenai paused, her hand hovering over him. Tazuna was positioned behind Hinata, who had gone chalk white and had frozen to the spot, her eyes wide in fear. Sakura was standing in front of her, mouth open and reaching shakily for a kunai. The Mist Nin were SRNG directly at them. Like hell, Naruto could just stand around and watch that. He leapt forward, formed a hand seal and snarled, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A score of clones burst into existence. Each wielded a kunai, and as they dived forward as a human bombard, their targets' deaths were almost imminent. Or not. The Mist Nin swung their bladed chain with frightening dexterity and control, easily knocking the clones off their bodies and destroying them. They continued to advance, undeterred by the several kunai stabbed into their bodies. Naruto held himself in position anyway, shielding Sakura and Hinata from the murderous glares. When they were 12 yards away and still gaining speed, Naruto saw the first of the impaled kunai wobble and fall from one man's hip. The others soon followed suit. The blades had apparently not cut deep, perhaps not even reaching flesh. Had to be. His breathing quickened and raced with adrenaline. He had no idea how they had gotten there, but he found himself facing the impending assault, a handful of shuriken in one hand and a kunai in the other. He threw the shuriken first. The projectiles spiraled toward their target. The Mist Nin swiped their gauntlet forearms and effortlessly deflected the futile assault. Naruto growled and lowered himself into a crouch, gripping his remaining weapon. It was too late to draw another. The bladed chains were a fearsome foe, considering how they had practically torn a jounin apart. But Naruto would be dead to hell if he let them hurt Sakura. Perhaps he had unknowingly released a little of the killing intent Irika Sensei had warned him against in his annoyingly useful lecture at Ichiraku's that morning, because the Nin's eyes visibly widened and they suddenly leapt back several meters, watching him warily. "Don't interfere, kid," the taller of the two hissed. His words came out with a slight echo, muffled by his mask. Naruto heard Sakura shuffle backward. He knew it was her, having attuned himself to the sound of her footsteps and the rhythm of her movement. He half expected her to join him by his side, ready to do combat, as she had so many times against Takara. But the space by his sides was unoccupied, and Naruto was alone. So, to compensate, he conjured a duo of clones that mimicked his stance. "Forget it," he growled and rushed forward with a yell. His clones stabbed forward, temporarily halting the chain with their kunai, and he slashed his own across the nearest of his opponents. The man snapped his head back, throwing himself backward. The shuriken chain whipped up with frightening velocity, following the arc the Nin's arm had taken. With a short cry of alarm, Naruto immediately backpedaled, but it was one of his clones who in the end saved him by yanking him back by the collar. By the time he recovered and surveyed the situation, the Nins were already mere blurs as they raced dizzily around him. The dull gleam of a blood-spattered chain flashed in the corner of Naruto's eye. The sapphire orbs widened in horror and he swore. This was exactly how that guy, Kakashi, had died. He hurriedly formed hand seals, but was barely halfway to completion when he felt a sharp, stinging pain in his cheek. He could hear the grating of scraping metal followed by resounding thuds. He spun around to see the two enemy ninjas staring bewildered at a tree several yards away from them. Their chains were hammered to the trunk by several shuriken. They tugged furiously to no avail. A kunai implanted to its hilt against the metal and bark rendered their efforts ineffective. Naruto snapped his head around again. His eyes narrowed when he saw Sasuke standing behind him, arms lowered to his sides after his initial throws. "Show off," he muttered under his breath. Then the Uchiha's eyes widened, and Naruto suddenly did not want to know what had him in suspense. "This is his brother," a voice rasped. It was followed by a metallic clinking. Naruto wheeled around to see one of their foes releasing the clasp on his arm, freeing himself from the binds, his partner mere seconds behind him. He curled a fist and rushed forward with blinding speed, a murderous glint in his eyes. Naruto hurriedly shifted weight to his back leg and raised his arms to protect himself. The nin's blow crushed into his wrist weights, causing the metal to bite against his flesh. The other arm, clawed gauntlets extended, came flashing up, this time with the intention of chopping down the genin's exposed neck. Barely stopping to think, Naruto shifted his left hand so that it firmly gripped the wrist of his opponent's arm, preventing it from further movement. Then he lowered his head and rammed his shoulder against the mist nin's chest. The chop passed over his head, the arm that had let it crossing over its wielder's opposite shoulder blade. Naruto held it in place with his other hand. The nin loomed close to his face, his own masked complexion betraying no hints to pain even though Naruto was forcefully twisting his arms in a way that could not be comfortable. "You first," he spat. "Then the old geezer, if my brother doesn't get to him by then." For a blinding moment, there was a painful burning just above his right ankle. Naruto gasped softly and glanced down. A hidden blade had extended from the nin's boots, shoving itself deep into his flesh. His mouth hung open as he watched his opponent stamp his other foot, and another razor emerged from the knee pad. "Next life, kid, stick to playing ninja. At least it won't get you killed." Diminit braced his good leg against the ground. "Lean back." Couldn't break free. Snapped head back up. No good. He'd just lose half his stomach. Curse it, why isn't anyone coming? Could feel it sinking into his flesh, severing his arteries and spilling blood. No wait. Not yet. Still alive. For now. Sensei? Kiba? Sakura? Kurenai Sensei? And in the distance, beyond his paralyzing fear, was Sasuke. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Bewildered, Naruto turned his head, staring as the sun fell from the sky. His opponent cursed and frantically tried to free himself while trying to twist his dislocated arms back into their sockets at the same time. But there was no escape. None at all. Suiton, Suijin Hiki. And then a roaring wall of water was rising in front of his eyes. Steam erupted around him, settling into a silent chill as the water cascaded down on the combatants. By the time he felt the wet drops sliding down his neck, dipping below the collar of his drenched jacket and trickling down his spine, Naruto was on the ground, a good several yards away from the misted scene, propped against Kurenai's knee and sputtering. "That was out of line, Naruto," his mentor said disapproving, though the grip she maintained on his shoulder was no more punishing than Gamachan was bursting with wealth. Like, Sasuke wasn't out of line. Naruto gasped, swallowing a large lungful of air. He turned so that he could see Kurenai and the concern etched on her face. "He could have killed me." "The fire wouldn't have killed you," she said tightly. "You would have gotten away with second-degree burns." "As if that's not bad enough." Kurenai's lips pulled taut. "I'll talk to Kakashi about this later," she said quietly. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but shut up when he saw that the nin who had threatened his life was now slumped against the same tree as his chains, pinned in a similar fashion too. A kunai was rammed up to its hilt in his throat. It had only just occurred to him that Kurenai-sensei was more deadly than her demeanor implied. Instead he asked, "Where's Kiba?" Naruto was still disappointed that his teammate had not been there to aid him. "Sakura, Perhaps he could understand, but Kiba. Naruto thought he could count on the other boy with guarding his life. He knew he would defend Kiba's without hesitation. A slight smile flitted across Kurenai's features. She gently grabbed his shoulder and turned him around. I think he is rather busy, she said lightly. Indeed he was. What were you thinking, Uchiha? I'll understand if you're hungry and want roasted fish for lunch, but why the hell would you want roasted Naruto? He tastes disgusting. Why would you want roasted Naruto, huh? Ha 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 Chuth. Naruto unsuccessfully tried to disguise his laughter and failed miserably. Who says I taste disgusting? He yelled, grinning widely. He clutched his splitting side and doubled over. But had his eyes been open and clear of tears of humor, he would have seen the dark relief on his teammate's unsmiling face. Yuhi Kurenai was not having a good day. She was furious, of course. Furious that Naruto had acted without thinking, enraged that he'd almost gotten himself killed in their first C rank, and royally said that Kakashi had remained squatting in one of the trees and watched while one of his students attempted to incinerate hers. Catching sight of the mist ninja who Naruto had engaged, she threw the first kunai with way more force than necessary, crushing his windpipe with ease. She was disappointed when she saw that the Aburame boy had taken care of the second nin, draining him of his chakra and consciousness. Really, a woman had to vent sometimes. It did not help her flaming temper that Hinata practically fainted at the sight of Kakashi dropping down from his perch. She tried extremely hard not to wallop the copy ninja as she strode stiffly past him. Sakura had not moved at all and was left to stare at the blood on her hands. She looked up at Kurenai's footsteps. The jounin placed a hand on her protégé's shoulder, and the blood on Sakura's clothing faded out of sight. Genjutsu, Kurenai explained in answer her student's shock. Kakashi cast it to make his apparent death more believable. Sakura nodded dumbly, but Kurenai still noticed that she scrubbed at her face for a full minute after that. Kakashi caught her eye, and even if the searing contact only lasted a fraction of a second, he acknowledged it with a slight nod as if to say that, yes, he knew to expect a conversation later, and that, yes, he also knew that he'd be in a hell of a lot trouble if he did not have an excusable explanation when later came. Tazuna stared wide-eyed at the jounin he had paid to hire. You were alive, he said incredulously. And you let the kids do the fighting? The copy ninja gave a frightening smile. I could have taken care of them in an instant if I want to. Then why didn't you? There was something I wanted to find out. Tazuna-san, those mist ninja were after you. Kurenai turned away there. She walked Sakura to where Naruto sat on the ground, mesmerized by the blood that spilled from his leg. We'll start setting up camp, she said to Kakashi. We won't go far. Come, Kiba. You don't need to leave, Kurenai, her colleague said, his tone shifting immediately. After all, you are considered to be taking a part in this mission. Your team has the right to know the details as well. Sakura and Kiba looked questioningly at her but remained wisely silent and watched as she helped Naruto to his feet, briefly bending down to check his wound. It's fine, she said, not looking up as she peeled back Naruto's bloody trouser leg and examined the deep laceration. This is your mission, Kakashi. I trust you to handle it. She straightened and glanced back. Besides, she said, and it was not an illusion that the temperature dropped several degrees. My student needs medical treatment. It was the first time that Yuhi Kurenai had been able to stare down Hatake Kakashi's single-eyed judgments and emerge victorious. I see, he murmured. My team will prepare dinner then. He smiled once more and turned back to Tazuna. Now, Tazuna-san, I believe there is some explaining for you to do. The flames danced and reflected in Naruto's eyes as he hummed softly to himself. He was watching the small pot suspended over the campfire, on vigilant alert for any signs of the boiling he was waiting for. As he waited, he peeled back the lids of the containers and wiped down the chopsticks. Hey kid. He turned his head. It was Tazuna. Oh hey. The bridge builder smiled. Mind if I join you? Thanks. Tazuna lowered himself and let out a heavy sigh as he settled. Naruto faintly heard his kneecap pop hollowly with age, reminding him of another old man he knew. Tazuna grunted. How's your leg? Naruto frowned in confusion. Then he remembered. That? It's fine. I can still walk. Kurenai-sensei had made a point of bandaging the wound in front of his teammates. It had taken him a while to realize that it would be a bit suspicious if such an injury was left to heal by itself. So he had winced and hissed and grabbed for something when Kurenai rubbed cleansing fluid against the gash and bandaged it. Akamaru had valiantly chosen to sit in Naruto's lap, liking the boy's face whenever he sensed it was right. Kiba would not stop talking throughout the whole process, filling in for the silence that Sakura exuded. She watched with an unreadable expression on her face, but said nothing. You're not too bad, kid. Really? Naruto looked up. He wasn't really in the mood, but he grinned anyway. Of course, I'm gonna be Hokage one day, you know. Just you watch, I'll get stronger and I'll get there. It took him a while to notice that Tazuna was staring strangely at him. What? He blinked. The man turned away and for a moment, Naruto thought he saw the brief watery signs of a tear refracting the campfire's light. In wave, Tazuna began, shrugging apologetically, protectors like the Hokage don't really exist. Nanny! We don't have any heroes. Naruto frowned. What do you mean, Aji-san? Tazuna looked at him a long while before turning away once again. We're poor, he replied cryptically. That's got nothing to do with heroes. You have no idea how related those two are, Tazuna chuckled. You weren't there when I told that man Kakashi, were you? No. What did you tell him? Naruto paused and thought back. Oh yeah, why were those Mist-Nins attacking you anyway? He glanced briefly at the remaining of the set assailants, lost in Kurenai's genjutsu and bound to a tree by wires. He promptly averted his attention before he could be reminded of his close call to death. His expression darkening, Tazuna sighed. I guess I should tell you then. I did almost get you killed. You weren't the only one, Naruto thought darkly, narrowing his eyes. Wait, would I be breaking any rules if I told you some stuff? Even though you're not part of the mission. I dunno. Wait a minute. Naruto turned to ask Kurenai-sensei, but before he could open his mouth, she caught his eye and gave him a subtle nod. It seemed that she had been paying less attention to their captive than he thought. Sensei says it's all right. Super. So there's this rich man. By then end of Tazuna's short tale, Naruto's mouth was hanging wide open. So this Gata guy, he said slowly, his face twisting as he tried to recall the details. He's trying to kill you just because you're trying to build a bridge. And fix up your country? Basically, yes. That's bullshit. Tazuna laughed, his deep voice resounding in the dark night. That's right, he agreed, nodding. He took off his glasses and started wiping them on the towel that hung from his neck. Our country needs that bridge, he said, his tone serious. It's our only hope of breaking free. Otherwise we'll get run down to the ground one day and then we're doomed. Naruto poked moodily at the flames with a long stick. He tried to imagine the Leaf Village being abused in such a way and found that he could barely tolerate it. It was easier to relate to Tazuna after that. This is exactly why I want to be Hokage, he said finally. I want to protect my home and the people who share it with me. He could not resist moving his chest out. I'll help you beat this Gata person. He was too occupied to notice Kurenai's head snap around at a terrifying speed. But Tazuna did. The bridge builder raised an eyebrow. Don't you have your own mission? Naruto winced. Oh yeah, I do. He looked sheepishly toward Kurenai to find that she was casting another genjutsu over the stirring Mist-Nin. He leaned closer to Tazuna and whispered behind his hand, but maybe I can get Kurenai-sensei to let us go too. Tazuna blinked. Then he shook his head. Don't bother. It's fine. Really it is. He leaned back on his arms and tilted his head up to survey the stars that were scattered across the skyline. I'll probably end up in some prison in your village and then get sent back to Wave. What? Why? I lied about the mission rank. It's against the law in your country. Your friends might be thinking about taking me back and ending the mission here. As if on cue, Team 7 entered the clearing, returning from their hunt for wildlife. Sasuke had something white and bloody speared on the end of a long stick. Suddenly perking up, Sakura jumped up to meet them. Naruto caught Sasuke's eye as his teammate hounded him and the two of them shared an intense stare. "Hey kid, your water's boiling," Tazuna reminded. Reaching over, he unhooked the small metal container with calloused hands. When Naruto hastened to help, the man merely chuckled. "I've been burning my hands 10 times a day before you were old enough to think, kiddo. Just tell me where you want this. Least I can do for the future Hokage." Naruto grinned and guided Tazuna to the 2 ramen cups that he had prepared earlier on. He thanked the bridge builder and closed the lids so that the noodles could cook. As Shino and Hinata hunched over the campfire to prepare their hunted meal, Naruto took his ramen around to the other side to where Sakura stood outside her shared tent with their sensei. "Hey Sakuran," he grinned. "I brought spare so I thought you might want some." His smile widened as he held a steaming cup and a set of chopsticks out to her. For almost a minute, Sakura regarded the offered meal with no expression. Naruto's grin started to falter as he watched her. It rekindled when her hand reached out for it. And it cooled dead when she paused, let her hand drop and turned her head to one side. "Why would I want this when Sasuke-kun caught us a rabbit?" she said quietly. Naruto's head towards Sasuke, he felt like dumping the remnants of the boiled water on his frustratingly passive face. Then he saw Sakura's disconcerted expression as she brushed past him, and had the urge to yell at her. Save it, he told himself. Kiba shot to his feet and was standing by his crestfallen friend in moments, not realizing that he was too late to mend the chasm that had split between his teammates. "Hey, I'll have it," he said hastily, tugging the offered ramen cup from Naruto's hand. It was already starting to cool. "It's beef, right?" he asked, seeing Naruto's hurt. Instead of replying, the blonde shoved his remaining ramen into Kiba's hand, turned and marched towards Sasuke. The Uchiha noticed and got up, Sakura promptly following. Her eyes flickered uncertainly between her teammate and her crush. Kiba tried to slip between them, but the steaming ramen in his hands was more than an effective shackle. "Naruto," he called, starting forward even as Kurenai rose to her feet in caution. "Akamaru, quick dash." But Naruto walked right past Sasuke. Under the confusion of all those present, he approached Hatake Kakashi. The copy ninja looked up from his little orange book, silently took in his visitor and smiled. "Good evening. Uzumaki, right?" Naruto did not seem to realize how awfully disrespectful to stand over a senior. He remained firmly planted on the spot as Sakura hissed at him. That or he didn't hear her. "That's right. Uzumaki Naruto." Kakashi smiled again. I remember now. Even though she knew Kakashi was not an idiot or troublemaker, Kurenai stiffened in anticipation, "The one my student always thinks about." Although he did not specify, Hinata felt like sinking into the ground without the aid of a doton. If Naruto was confused, he did well to conceal it. "We're ninja," he stated. "We help people." "If we can," Kakashi agreed. "Help Tazuna and his country. They need it." He bowed shortly and made toward his tent, ignoring the wide-eyed stare the bridge builder gave him, along with those from his team. However, before he stepped into the parted folds of the makeshift shelter, Naruto paused and turned back. But an added "please" was all that answered the anticipation before he disappeared inside and left silence in his wake. The ramen was stone cold, but Kiba didn't feel like reheating it. The ambush from the Mistnines had drained the inexperienced genins, so it was only natural that no one at camp noticed when 2 jounins took their leave. "Naruto is very interesting," Hatake Kakashi said. His companion's cool stare soon had him reiterating his words. "He's always had some sort of rivalry with Sasuke." Kurenai crossed her arms. "This doesn't quite explain your student's actions this afternoon." I forgot about that." Kakashi smiled innocently with his one eye. Then, almost as quickly as it had come, it disappeared. "I don't suppose you saw the amount of chakra that emanated from Naruto's body." "Red chakra." Kurenai paused, her brow pulling together. Red chakra was not a good thing. If Yuhi Kurenai believed in karma, such force would definitely file under extremely bad karma. But she didn't have much of a feel for psychological fill-ins for coincidental occurrences, which was why she could face Naruto without fearing the beast he held within him. She wasn't sure if Kakashi shared her sentiment. "No," she admitted finally. I didn't. What was it like? It was shortly after his first Kage Bunshin attempt, Kakashi answered. But even as he yelled the name of the jutsu, his voice had already started to change. It was like there was a deeper layer to it. Kurenai found herself smiling faintly. I really do have to teach him to perform silent jutsus. She noticed her companion's stare, and although she saw little of his face, she could tell he was giving her a strange look. Sorry. Please continue. The copy ninja waved his hand. No need to apologize. I was just interested that your relationship with Naruto would have developed so evenly, considering what his prisoner did to your genin team. Although she could detect the genuine curiosity in his voice, Kurenai still stiffened. Naruto is not the nine-tailed fox, she said calmly. I won't hold it against him for something he did not do. However, I find it hard to believe that you would think this of him, Kakashi, considering your sensei's relationship to the boy. She knew it was quite a hard rebuke, yet it was difficult to resist the smug smile when the other jounin momentarily froze. Now they were even. Kakashi recovered swiftly. I would justify your opinion, but it seems that this conversation has moved further than it needs to, he said lightly. Indeed, the genjutsu mistress agreed, nodding. We were up to the red chakra. Yes, we were. As I was saying, Naruto appeared to have changed. I had a good view of the reactions. I doubt Haruno Sakura noticed much. She was standing too close, and the fear she might have felt at the moment would have mistakenly accounted the Mist Nin's presence for the killer intent she would have felt. I did not see the Inuzuka very well. Kurenai nodded and made a mental note to keep an eye on Kiba. Thank you for telling me this. Kakashi smiled again. Sasuke got a very good look at the chakra. I'm not trying to defend him, but I would say that Sasuke probably only acted the way he did because, 1, he wanted to eliminate the enemy, and 2, he was frightened by Naruto's behavior. He was concerned for a teammate's safety, Kurenai said firmly. Naruto meant no harm to his allies. I'm not saying he did, Kakashi said gently. He gazed at her. You and I have both experienced the fox's force. For a genin to have a front-row seat to this same raw power, if even a small fraction of it, would be enough reason for him to violently alter his impressions of Naruto. For a while, Kurenai was silent. She let her thoughts gather, as she always did when making decisions. True to his word, she had been subjected to the demon's intense killer intent. She had spent the majority of the following days as a sobbing wreck and turning out the contents of her stomach. Takara had retreated from becoming a shinobi because of it. Kurenai did not want to go through it ever again. I will talk to Naruto about this, she said at last. Kakashi nodded. Then there's no problem. I do have to apologize on behalf of Sasuke's irrational thinking. He did, after all, have the intention to hurt Naruto. It can be overlooked, Kurenai assured. The other ninja nodded his acknowledgement. They both glanced up at the sky. Midnight had passed into the next day. How long will it take NBU to arrive? If Pakken made it back without any interruptions, they should be arriving before sunrise. Kakashi slipped his hands into his pockets. By morning, the missing Nin will be gone, and so will my team. Kurenai looked sharply at him. You don't need to leave, she said. He shook his head. We already saw that Naruto and Sasuke should not be allowed to remain in each other's company for long, and there is still some distance left before we reach the junction. I also noticed that your female student seems to be an obvious member of Sasuke's little group of admirers. Kakashi smiled, yet this one was not as innocent as his previous ones. Kurenai had the sudden urge to borrow Asuma's cigarette lighter and set fire to Kakashi's little orange books. Sakura is quite taken by Sasuke, she sighed. I hope it will pass soon. Kami knows what I will do if it doesn't. I hope you don't have to find out, Kakashi said sincerely. Me too. So, what will you do about Tazuna? I thought about this. He lied about the mission details because he didn't have enough money to apply for a higher rank. His country appears to be in a bit of a tight spot. If you don't mind me asking, will you continue the mission or escort him back to Konoha? Kakashi chuckled. Naruto made his opinion quite apparent. Yes, thank you, Ner. He mistakes his instincts for his voice. You don't have to listen to him in any way. I don't. But he's right, Kakashi said. It can be considered a generosity. And also because I want Hinata to see this mission to the end. It is her first, and she is still blaming herself for freezing up during the encounter. I want her to know that it is the way of the shinobi and that the mission must go on. A slight tinge of unknown emotion entered Kurenai's system. She recalled being uncertain about Hinata's team, having been frustrated with Sasuke's and Shino's detached socialism. But she had forgotten about Kakashi. He was a little more focused than he let on, and Kurenai could only hope that his guidance could reveal more of Hinata's true self. It's getting early, Kakashi noted. We should both get a few hours of sleep. Yes. We should. They had taken 2 different paths to the meeting point even though they had started from the same camp, and they left by different routes. Back turned, Kurenai added, Kakashi, good luck with your mission. He no longer physically stood behind her, but his voice carried clear. Thanks. For some reason, I think I'm going to need it. Kiba did not understand what the big deal was. They can't have gone far, we can still catch up. Tazuna was attacked hours after we left the village, and that just means that they need extra protection. Can't we go with them, Kurenai-sensei? Why not? Not even a goodbye. I agree with Naruto since Team 7 would need some help. They've got to free a whole country. They can't do it by themselves. No, Kiba didn't understand what his teammates were so upset about. If anything, he was glad that Team 7 was gone. With Sasuke temporarily out of their lives, they could finally get the team dynamics back into balance. That was not to say that Kiba had anything against the Uchiha's teammates, even though he felt that he should have given more to Shino than wordlessly curious stares, and Hinata more than a bit of Naruto's ramen. Kurenai wordlessly snapped the last retractable joint of her tent and folded the cloth around it. The metallic clink somehow made her students stand really straight. A shinobi must complete their mission, she told them. They can't be distracted by anything. Even the slightest lapse in concentration can mean failure. Some missions hold life and death situations and you can't afford to put it aside for something else. Naruto and Sakura were silent. Even though he had not protested, Kiba had the feeling that their sensei was addressing him as well, so he remained equally quiet. Our first priority is to get to Otafukugai, Kurenai continued. She slipped her pack over one shoulder. We didn't make nearly as much progress as we should have yesterday and we are expected back in the village in a week. I'm sure that Kakashi handle his own mission. Naruto, I'm sure that Tazuna and his country will be alright. And Sakura, I doubt you would make much use of any of your time if you were anywhere near Sasuke. So both of you just deal with it. Kurenai patted their shoulders once and gently ruffled Kiba's hair as she passed them and located the track that would lead them to Otafukugai. Yeah, just deal with it, Kiba echoed. Akamaru barked. Come on guys. This is your fault, Sakura hissed at Naruto. She needed to vent her disappointment on something, and if he retaliated with protest, it would be the perfect excuse to unleash her fury. But Naruto only shrugged, shouldered his pack and followed Kurenai. Sakura blinked after him. Then she shook her head and hurried after her team. Sensei, Naruto said quietly. Kurenai glanced down at him. Yes. In life, do we always have to choose? What do you mean? Like Team 7's mission to Wave and our one to Otafukugai. Yes. Throughout life, you will have many difficult decisions to make, Kurenai confirmed. When the time comes, you will have to decide which is more important. Consider yourself lucky if you don't have to make some painful decisions. Hi. Naruto walked silently alongside her for a moment, and then called for her attention again. When we choose, do we have to lose whatever we don't choose? Kurenai raised an eyebrow. You're asking a lot of strange questions today. He shrugged. Well, you're answering. I always will, Naruto, remember that. And the answer you are looking for will, in most cases, be yes. He nodded. That's all I needed to know. Sakura felt in dire need to hug something. There was a shuffling sound in the darkness. Sakura, Kurenai said softly. I thought you would be asleep by now. Are you feeling sick? Yes, she felt very sick. What did I do wrong, Sensei? She whispered. Kurenai sighed. Maybe I've been feeding you too many answers. I have prepared you too well. You have to realize this on your own, Sakura, because that is the only way that it will matter. But Dash, if you can't see it for yourself, any answer I give you will be meaningless. Sakura fell silent. She tugged the corners of her sleeping bag tighter around her shoulders and rolled over so that she had her back to Kurenai. Then she closed her eyes and tried to remember. It had happened after dinner. During the hour of leisure time Kurenai had allowed them before they turned in for the night. Sakura was royally upset. Team 7 had just upped and gone without warning. Sasuke hadn't even said goodbye, hadn't even left a note. Didn't he care? No, he probably didn't. Come to think of it, he'd never called her by name before. Did he even remember it? Remember her? Don't even go there. She didn't want to think about it. She got up and walked around the campfire. Naruto, she said, and he glanced briefly at her. I'm going to collect more firewood. Do you want to come with me? He shook his head. Kiba curiously raised his and turned it toward them. Sakura scowled. I need you to help me carry them back. He didn't move, not even when she tapped her foot, which was a sure sign that she was ready to hit him. Finally, she sighed. Fine. Let's make it a date, a romantic late-night stroll through the woods. It's what you want, right? He stood up. Honestly, Naruto, is this the only way you ever dash? You can't pretend that nothing happened, Naruto said quietly. What? He raised his head to regard her solemnly. The whole thing. I'm done, Sakura. I'm done with waiting for you. Sakura stared incredulously at him, but the prankster face of Uzumaki Naruto appeared to have vanished. Naruto, who are you kidding? She laughed nervously and looked behind her for support. But Kiba and Kurenai were suddenly standing as far away from them as possibly, deep in an irrelevant discussion about bloodlines and family heritage. Sakura frowned and turned back to Naruto. No, seriously, Naruto, what are you playing at now? The cool guy? It doesn't fit you. He shook his head. I'm sick of being second best. I'm not the puppet you pick up after your Prince Charming runs off. She felt it was serious this time. Naruto, you keep forgetting that I have feelings too. I'm not a toy, not something that you can just toss aside when you don't need and come back for to cheer you up. I liked you because I thought you were beautiful and kind. You're still beautiful, but you're not kind. Maybe I was wrong to begin with, and you never were. I don't know what— Look, Naruto. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. He looked bitterly at her. You didn't, did you? He asked sarcastically. I saw you choosing yesterday. You had a choice, and even though it was just ramen and a rabbit, you made your decision when you picked the rabbit. You wanted Sasuke, not me. You want a guy who's obsessed with his inflated ego. You want a guy who doesn't care about you. Fine with me. I don't care. I used to. I cared about you, Sakura. When we were attacked, I almost died because I wanted to protect you. Even your Sasuke-kun attacked me. I could have died. Did you see that? Sakura's hands fluttered helplessly by her side. He wouldn't have killed you, she said half-heartedly. Naruto looked at her. His face was smooth and expressionless, but his eyes betrayed the fiercest amount of hurt Sakura had ever seen. You're the worst, Sakura, he whispered. There had never been a time when Sakura had wanted so badly to cry, and found that no tears would come out. She was aware that her mouth was hanging open in shock. Vaguely, she heard Kurenai's and Kiba's voices. In the background, keeping their distance from the dispute. Naruto turned away. I'll get the firewood, he muttered. You stay here. It's not safe for you at night. Sakura couldn't bring herself to call him back as he walked on and faded into the darkness, his back shrinking. When she lost sight of his bright hair, it was as if the lights had flickered off and all the warmth had been drained from the surface of the earth. She remembered promising that she would make it up to him. She had thought that he would willingly accept her back and forgive her with that stupid grin of his. But he didn't. She had left it too late, taken away too much to give back. The wind howled outside and Sakura dug deeper into her sleeping bag. She squeezed her eyes tightly shut and, because she had nothing else to hold, wrapped her arms around herself. She tried to shut out the rest of the world. Outside, Naruto was filling in watch duty after Kurenai, sitting next to the campfire and the pile of firewood he had gathered.